Have you seen it? Uh,
Click here to put it on, and then you. When I
and then you
stand, I switch it on, and then I speak here.
then you speak here.
Okay, can we remain standing for meditation and silent prayer? Thank you very much. Let's be seated. Yeah, no, honorable members. Okay, Arako Baring. Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, the Integrity Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, Baagi ba Gauteng, all guests, Dumelang, good morning. Under announcements, announcement from myself is that of the Bafana victory. Okay, let me finish my announcement. Okay, is that of the Bafana historic victory this morning, which ensured that South Africa for the first time qualified to the knockout stage of the World Cup. You can clap again. For once, I'll allow you. You may rise. Okay, order, honorable members, order. Let's proceed with the meeting. We have 3 members' announcements. The first one is from Honorable Mori. Is she online? Honorable
Yes,
Mori?
I'm online.
There she is.
I'm online, Madam Speaker. Yes. Thank you very much. Let me stop with others. I'm in town already. Apologies. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a critical announcement to this House regarding the upcoming national shutdown scheduled for the 30th of June. On the 30th of June, citizens across provinces and countries will make their voices heard. I want to categorize this upcoming shutdown clearly and unequivocally for what it is and what it is not. Let me absolutely be clear. This day is not a day of violence. It is not an attack on any group of people, nor should it ever devolve into lawlessness. South Africans are a peace-loving people. Instead, this shutdown is a profound collective cry from patriotic citizens who love their country and are demanding that the government finally takes the issue of illegal immigration seriously. For too long, the cries of communities strained by failing infrastructure, compromised security, and enforced borders and closed open borders have fallen on deaf ears. The current ANC and DA-GNU government priorities are fundamentally broken. 600 million to fight citizens. We have seen staggering 600 million set aside by GNU administration effectively to fight and police its own residents who are protesting for basic services. Zero resources allocation for enforcement. Yet when it comes to securing our borders, enforcing immigration laws, and managing the influx of undocumented foreigners, the government seemingly cannot find a single cent to properly deal with the crisis? How do we justify spending millions to suppress the voices of our own people while spending nothing to fix systemic breakdown of our system? This is a national crisis. It's a national security crisis, an economic crisis, a social crisis. We
Honorable
cannot
Mori.
continue to ignore the rule of law. I thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, no, honorable members, I just want to make a request that you, all of you, familiarize yourselves with the standing rules on what an announcement is and what a member statement is. If this happens again, I'm going to stop you mid what? Yeah, okay, mid-reading of your statement. That was a member statement, it was not an announcement. So it must not happen again. Ke a le kopa, ba lekgotla. The next member statement, Honorable Ali.
Speaker.
Okay, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. There comes a time when one must be willing to put one's body on the line for what one believes in. After escaping slavery herself, Harriet Tubman, the African-American abolitionist and social activist, risked life and limb again and again to rescue the enslaved. She's quoted as having said, "There was one of two things that I had a right to, liberty or death. I was certain that if I could not have one, I would have the other." Though I scarcely consider ours a life and death mission, I am here to announce that on the 18th of July, Nelson Mandela Day, I, along with the Imbumba Foundation and Caring for Girls Initiative, will, by the grace of God, summit Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest peak on the African continent. We do this to raise funds to end what is known as period poverty, a silent crisis wherein 7 to 8 million women and girls in South Africa lack access to menstrual products, education, and hygiene. Driven by extreme poverty and social stigma, 30% of school-going girls miss 4 to 5 days of class every single month due to an inability to afford basic sanitary towels. With limited finances, many women and girls are forced to resort to unhygienic and harmful alternatives such as old rags, socks, and even newspapers, thus stripping them of their bodily autonomy and their dignity and forcing them into uncomfortable isolation at school and in the workplace. I am thankful that these issues are well ventilated by the Multi-Party Women's Caucus as led by Dr. Mokgethi. The caucus, of which I am proudly a part, is also playing an active role to end this tragedy. To say that, I say, Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi. To date, the Caring for Girls initiative has reached 92,644 girls across South Africa and has distributed 660,179 sanitary packs. In preparation for the Trek for Mandela, we have been collecting funds and enabling the Imbumba Foundation to do more. I wish to thank the honorable members in this august house and the residents of Gauteng who have already donated to this initiative, and I encourage those who have not done so to consider doing so. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. I thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and I thank you to all those who will continue to support the Trek.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ali. Honourable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you for this opportunity to make my farewell speech. You know, I was first elected to this legislature in 1994, exactly 32 years and 2 months ago. It was an exhilarating time, I want to tell you. There were great hopes for the future. Toka Sexwale was the Premier, and there was a government of provincial unity. There has been precedent for this in this province. It consisted of the ANC and 3 members of the New National Party. Now, there were only 5 Democratic Party members. We sat over there. I was Chief Whip, and I had several portfolios, one of which was health. Now, I was not actually happy to be given health, as I'm squeamish about medical matters, and I'd no health background. But anyway, it was given to me, and I plunged in, and I pioneered high-profile inspection visits to hospitals. There were injustices to be rectified, and patients deserved the best quality care within available resources. You know, hospital managers became paranoid about my unannounced visits. I was amused when a doctor from Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital told me there was a panic as I'd been there that morning. In fact, I wasn't there at all. They had fantasies that Jack was everywhere. But anyway, in 2009, my photograph was posted at the entrance to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. Barring me entry, I had to get the Speaker to rule that I had the right of oversight. Now, I've asked lots of questions. You've heard a fair number here, but I did an estimate. It's about 3,500 to date, both written and oral. In the early days, I challenged the AIDS denialism of President Thabo Mbeki by asking every single member of the Executive Council whether they believed HIV causes AIDS. They all ducked the question, including Premier Mbazima Shalowa, but I respected Angie Macheka, who gave a truthful answer. I harried the Gauteng Health Department to provide ARVs to prevent HIV/AIDS, but shamefully, a motion I submitted to provide ARVs to HIV-positive pregnant mothers in June 2001 was voted down in this House. Now, I mean, there's a lot of uproar every time I bring out a poster here, but at one sitting, I publicly took an AIDS test with a swab from my inside cheek to encourage more widespread testing. And I don't think I breached any rules in doing that. But what was the most significant question that I've asked in this legislature? It was the Health MEC Adani Mahlangu about the deaths of Life-Esimele patients sent to dodgy NGOs. This led to the investigation by the Health Ombud, who stopped the transfers after the deaths of 144 patients. The question in this House to the MEC for Health that set it all off. Now, in his book on the 2 billion rand looting of Tembisa Hospital, Jeff Wicks describes me as dogged, actually says it about 3 times, in prizing out damning information on the complicity of top officials. And I got a lot of abuse about my questions. I was accused of being racist and sexist when I targeted Adani Mahlangu. There was even a video that was cut. Yes, I'm looking at you. You know who I'm looking at. And I was suspended for 5 days for questioning where former Health MEC Brian Klongwa got the money to buy a 7.2 million rand house. And I remember the Sergeant of Arms came up here, escorted me from this house when I said I refused to apologize for doing my job. Now, I also served twice as leader of the opposition with some memorable clashes with 3 premiers, Mbazima Shalowa, Paul Mashatile, and Nomvula Mokonyane. I exposed the suspicious contracts of what was called the Alex Mafia. Speaker Lindiwe Maseko banned the use of this term in the House on the grounds that it implied the ANC was a criminal organization. Now, I got chucked out a few times for saying Alex Mafia, so I then used the phrase, that which may not be said. And they all knew what I was talking about. But, do any of you remember Humphrey Mamezi? He was the MEC for Local Government and Housing. He was forced to resign after I exposed his government credit card spending spree, including a 10,000 rand painting from McDonald's. To this day, I still don't know what that was about. But anyway, there were the e-tolls. Remember the e-tolls, which I campaigned against, including boycotts and legal action. And I'm proud to say I was a founder member of OUTA. It was the Organization Against Urban Tolling, and now it's the Organization Against Tax Abuse. Now, Madam Speaker, I've got very mixed feelings in leaving this legislature. I've interacted with 6 speakers, 7 premiers, and 11 health MECs. It has been the arena for some epic political clashes, but also, I have to say, some treasured memories. There was a time when members of the ruling party in the Privileges and Ethics Committee would support a sanction of one of their colleagues. There was a shared interest in allowing all motions to be debated instead of blocking them or even going to court to prevent an MEC from being embarrassed. And I think we need to recreate that. Friendships across party lines still exist in this House, but it used to be more widespread. I remember having deep conversations with former Speaker Richard Mdekani and with Manda Nkomfi when he was Chief Whip. And a few years ago, I had a very nice drink with Mbazima Shaloa, where we shared memories of this house. So I think we need to encourage that, outside the confines of aggressive debate. But we all need to always remember that we are opponents. We are opponents and not enemies. This is because our shared goal is to do what is best for the people of this country. Politics is often unpredictable, and I'm sure there's a giant sigh of relief in the Gauteng Health Department. But who knows, you may not have seen the last of me if the DA wins the next provincial election. But anyway, Madam Speaker, it is a wrench moving from this legislature after so many years. And I have to say, the most difficult part of my job has been the many distressed patients who contacted me about their treatment in hospitals. So I wish to thank all those hospital CEOs and the complaints managers who responded when I raised their plight. It really has been quite traumatic at times, but I hope I did my best for them, and there are good hospital people who assisted me in this job. But anyway, finally, my new post of Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation was completely unexpected. But thank you. Well, it came out of the blue, right? But I see it as a continuation of my health mission. It's a vital portfolio to ensure good health and prevent many afflictions and diseases. Madam Speaker, it's been an immense privilege for me to serve in this legislature. And I pledge before you today to do everything I can as an executive member of the Government of National Unity to improve the lives of our people. Thank you and farewell.
Congratulations, Honorable Dr. Bloom. It is a well-deserved promotion, really. And we have no doubt that you will make a difference in the portfolio as well. I, for one, will be keeping an eye on you to look at, in a positive light, to see that you are going to be as offering constructive criticism and offering solutions as well to the portfolio that you are in. And you are correct. It's not far removed from the demands of the portfolio of health, because it talks about, making sure that the water that people use and drink is proper for them. But congratulations. Honourable members, let us proceed then to member statements. MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, there's none. We have 5 member statements and all of them are allowed. We'll start with Member T. Ndlovu of the ANC. Just a reminder, honourable members, unlike announcements, member statements are 2 minutes each. Thank you, Dr. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, to our guests. Alala, Bafana, Ndlelantle, Dr. Bloom. I rise to join the Gauteng provincial government in its call to residents of Gauteng and the broader public to safeguard public infrastructure. Adequate and well-maintained infrastructure is the foundation of effective service delivery. The vandalism, theft, and destruction of public assets cannot and will not be tolerated in Gauteng. Regrettably, the damage and theft of critical infrastructure, including street lights, electricity, cables, water pipes, reservoirs, and other municipal assets, continue to disrupt essential services. These criminal acts contribute to water and electricity losses, undermine service reliability, and place an unnecessary financial burden on the public purse through costly repairs and replacements. Such acts of sabotage have a direct and negative impact on communities, resulting in service interruptions and placing additional strain on already limited public resources. The vandalism of public infrastructure such as street lights also worsens the prevalence of crime by creating dark and unsafe environments that embolden criminal activities. This deepens the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, as women workers traveling early in the morning to taxi ranks, bus stops and train stations and returning in the evening are exposed to heightened risks of robbery, assault, rape and even murder. By safeguarding infrastructure, communities help reduce service losses and ensure the reliable delivery of essential services to all residents. The Gauteng traffic wardens play a vital role in protecting public infrastructure and supporting efforts to maintain uninterrupted access to essential services across the province. The provincial government therefore calls on all residents to remain vigilant, report incidents of vandalism and theft, and work collectively to protect the infrastructure that sustains our daily life as we grow Gauteng together. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable Sisedinyane.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning, honorable members and our people there. Madam, and these. Madam Speaker, as we mark the Men's Mental Health Awareness Month this June, I stand here to acknowledge the truth that is too often unspoken, that the mental wellness is not a sign of weakness, but rather a cornerstone of our strength and our resilience. This month is a call for action for every one of us to look beyond the surface and recognize that men in our workplaces, our homes, and our communities carry a burden that are not always visible. For far too long, cultural norms have conditioned men to suppress their emotions, to push through pain in silence, and to view vulnerability as a liability rather than the profound courage that is truly represents. We reject the narrative outright, and we reaffirm that every member of our community has a right to speak openly about their mental health without fear of judgment, repercussion, or diminished standing. The statistics are sobering, but are also galvanizing our purpose. Majority of men report that they feel uncomfortable confiding in a friend or a professional about their emotional struggle. This is a reflection of fathers, brothers, partners, and colleagues who are well-being directly affected by the fabric of the entire nation. Let us dedicate ourselves to building a culture where asking for help is met with immediate compassionate support, and where regular check-ins are a routine of a project update. We encourage everyone, regardless of their gender, to be an active ally by initiating conversations and educating themselves on the signs of distress that are often unnoticed in the men around them. Let us commit a tangible action, ensuring that our benefits support network and leadership practices reflect a genuine prioritization of a mental health year-round, not just for 30 days, but the most powerful change begins with each one of us who break the silence in our own daily interaction by replacing assumptions with curiosity.
2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sisedinyane. Honorable Ngobeni. 2 minutes, remember?
Honorable Speaker, I rise today to raise a concern about the growing gap between what government says is doing and what can actually be seen on the ground. Recently, I submitted a written question to MEC of Economic Development regarding the 500 million Spaza Shop Support Fund, a program that the Speaker will know about, which was aimed at supporting township entrepreneurs and helping small businesses to grow. My question was very simple. How many Gauteng Spaza Shops owners have benefited from this fund, and how much money has been disbursed into our province? Unfortunately, the department was unable to answer those questions. It could only tell us it could not tell us how many Gauteng businesses have benefited. It could not tell us the value of funding, that has reached entrepreneurs in our province. Instead, the response focused on coordination structures, forums, and intergovernmental meetings. Speaker, I think all of us agree that meetings do not create jobs. Forums do not create businesses, and strategies do not put food on the table. What matters is whether the entrepreneurs are actually receiving support and whether government can demonstrate the impact of the programs it promotes. If government cannot tell us how many Gauteng businesses have benefited from the major national support program, how can it know whether our entrepreneurs are receiving their fair share of the opportunities that are available? Recently, we are told now that the 600 million that have been put aside to fight South Africans when they go on the street on the 30th of June this year. That we need to make sure that we keep an eye on, and we hope that this province doesn't get into the ring with the public, doesn't get into the ring with patriotic South Africans when they go on the street and ask for Abahambe to happen now, not later than on the 30th of June. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngoveni. Honorable Giacher.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. June is Pride Month, a time to celebrate the courage, resilience and contributions made by lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer and intersex as well as asexual persons across Gauteng and South Africa. It is also a time to reaffirm our commitment to human dignity, equality and freedom. South Africa remains a global leader in LGBT rights, being the first country to continually prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation. This achievement was made possible through the courage of pioneers such as Simon Nkoli, Justice Edwin Cameron, Beth Ditsi and Zaki Ahmad, whose activism helped secure the freedoms that we enjoy today. Gauteng is home to one of the largest and most diverse LGBT communities on the African continent. We welcome ongoing efforts by the Gauteng provincial government to promote equality, inclusion and awareness, while we recognize that many LGBT persons still face discrimination, violence, bullying, exclusion, as well as barriers to economic opportunity. Many young people continue to experience rejection and prejudice simply because of who they are. This reminds us that the work of building an inclusive society is far from complete. The Democratic Alliance remains committed to protecting constitutional rights, enforcing hate crime legislation, and promoting acceptance and equality. We will continue to advocate for the safety, dignity and non-discrimination of LGBT persons in schools, homes and the society. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Pride Month to Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Giacher. Honorable members, we now take Honorable Stoltenkamp. I hope I pronounce your surname properly. Okay, thank you very much. Just a reminder, it's a maiden speech. Please proceed.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ. An ID document, a small piece of plastic, easily slipped into a wallet and just as easily taken for granted. But for millions of South Africans, that piece of plastic represents something far more difficult, a system of barriers that too many people simply cannot overcome. The costs associated obtaining an ID include transport, documentation, time off work, and create obstacles that fall hardest on those already living at the margins. The unemployed, the poor, the vulnerable communities across Gauteng, whose daily reality we are elected to represent. And the consequences reach further than most of us can appreciate, because embedded in that small card is something the Constitution holds sacred, the right to vote. A right enshrined and protected in our Bill of Rights, a right that must never be made contingent on the person's income. Yet today, that is precisely what is happening. Speaker, I want to be specific about what this looks like on the ground. A woman in Easterus who cannot afford the taxi fare to the nearest Home Affairs office. A young man in Tembisa who has been unemployed for 8 months and cannot pay the replacement fee for a lost document. A grandmother in Orange Farm who is raising 3 children on a social grant and who must choose between feeding them and replacing her expired ID before the election. These are not hypothetical cases. They are the lived reality of constituents we serve. And every one of those individuals has a constitutionally guaranteed right to participate in our democracy, a right that is being quietly eroded by administrative costs that were never designed with them in mind. South Africa's constitution does not say that the right to vote belongs to those who can afford it. It says the right belongs to every citizen, full stop. When we build financial barriers into the process of obtaining the document that enables that vote, we are not merely failing those individuals, we are failing the Constitution. We are failing the democratic project itself. The Patriotic Alliance believes this House must act.
Hold on, ma'am. Members that are online, can you please mute? Okay, proceed.
The Patriotic Alliance believes this House must act. We call for differentiated tariff conditions that make ID documents genuinely affordable for unemployed South Africans. We call for systemic reform that removes financial barriers from a process that should be accessible to every citizen without exception. This is not a request for charity. It is a demand for constitutional compliance. Lawmakers have the power to correct this. The question is whether we have the will. The Patriotic Alliance does, and we urge the House to do the same. I thank you. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Stoltenkamp. Honourable members, motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there's none. Giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, there is none. The following members have submitted their apologies. And Honourable Gentile, Honourable Waters, Honourable Soon, Honourable Meso, Honourable Mekwe, and Honourable Klope are on a study tour to Russia. Honourable Silias is out of the country. MEC Ramokopa and MEC Bota are in a conference in Morocco. I have here the names of MECs that will be acting on their behalf. Those are the only apologies that I have before me, honourable members. Going to our stakeholders, we have stakeholders from Tshwane, Kariso, Women in Water, stakeholders from Mamelodi East, from Ekurhuleni, CDWs from Kwatema, City of Johannesburg, Vector College, eGov students, and Sisonke movement from Orange Farm, West Rand infrastructure stakeholders, sorry, Sidibeng, Sebokeng community youth, Bopelong community members. Now, our stakeholders, you are welcome. However, what I allowed earlier on for you to sing for Bafana Bafana was a once-off. It will never be repeated unless Bafana Bafana wins again and you're here. So the rules are as follows. You are not allowed to participate in the House. So you're a lucky lot. You were able to participate in the House for once. You're not even allowed to take photos or to clap or to comment, but you can smile. That we're okay with. The smile is fine. Secretary, the first order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Infrastructure Development, including its entity, for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby present the report of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development on the 2026-27 medium-term expenditure framework budget for the Gauteng Department of Environment. The department has been allocated 646.6 million rand for the 26-27 financial year, representing a 3.8% decrease from the adjusted budget of the previous financial year. Despite being responsible for critical environmental functions, the department receives only 0.36% of the total provincial budget, making it the smallest departmental allocation in Gauteng. The department's mandate includes environmental protection, climate change mitigation and adaptation of biodiversity conservation, air quality management, waste management and support to municipalities regarding environmental compliance and pollution control. The committee notes that the Gauteng continues to face severe environmental pressures arising from rapid urbanization, industrialization and population growth. These include serious pollution of river streams and groundwater resources, deteriorating air quality, particularly within industrial, densely populated areas, municipal landfills reaching capacity, illegal dumping and poor waste management practices, increasing climate change risk and environmental degradation. The committee welcomes government initiatives aimed at developing waste-to-energy projects, expanding recycling infrastructure and advancing green energy solutions. Particularly note is made of plans for an integrated waste management facility and the province's efforts to position itself as a leader in green hydrogen technologies. The department's 6 programs receives the following allocations. Administration, 175.3 million rand. Environmental policy planning and coordination, 45.3 million rand. Compliance and enforcement, 57.2 million. Environmental quality management, 83.2 million. Biodiversity management, 198 million rand. Environmental empowerment services, 87.6 million rand. The largest allocation is directed towards biodiversity management, reflecting the importance of protecting Gauteng's natural assets, including the cradle of humankind and Inukeng. The committee commends for the department for establishing a community beneficiation trust within the cradle of humankind World Heritage Site. This initiative has the potential to improve livelihoods, create economic opportunities, and ensure local communities benefit directly from conservation and tourism activities. However, the committee remains concerned about the several critical challenges. Firstly, mainly nature reserves continue to suffer from severe infrastructure deterioration and maintenance backlogs. The committee is particularly concerned about the ongoing challenges at the Suikerbosrand Nature Reserve and calls for stronger collaboration with the Department of Infrastructure Development to address these shortcomings. Secondly, the committee is concerned about the worsening state of air pollution and waste management across the province. Pollution remains a significant threat to public health, environment and sustainability and economic development. Thirdly, enforcement of environmental legislation remains inadequate. Weak enforcement undermines environmental protection efforts, allows non-compliance to persist and compromises government's ability to achieve climate and conservation objectives. During the public participation sessions, communities consistently raised concerns regarding water pollution, failing sanitation systems, air quality associated with health risks, illegal dumping and poor refuse removal services, water security, climate change vulnerabilities. The committee notes the department's commitment to addressing these concerns and will closely monitor progress through quarterly oversight processes. In the light of its findings, the committee recommends that the departments submit a detailed remedial plan for infrastructure development and maintenance in provincial nature reserves, to provide a comprehensive provincial strategy to combat pollution, and to submit a detailed report outlining support provided to municipalities to enforce regulations relating to air quality, illegal dumping and environmental compliance. Honourable Speaker, the committee recognises the difficult fiscal environment under which the department operates. However, environmental sustainability can no longer be viewed as a secondary concern. The health of our communities, the protection of our natural resources and the future of economic prosperity of Gauteng depend decisively on action. The committee will continue to exercise oversight to ensure that allocated resources translate into measurable environmental outcomes and improved quality of life for the people of Gauteng. The committee wishes to thank the MEC for Gauteng, the Department of Environment, HOD and his team of officials. I further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude towards the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the committee staff for their dedication. And with that being said, Honourable Speaker, the report of the Gauteng Department of Environment has been put to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Is there a seconder? Honourable Muketi?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the report.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes. Those that are not in favour say no. Okay, the report is adopted. Secretary, can we have the second order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Botha, are you online or should I give it to the acting MEC?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am online.
Okay, proceed then. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier and members of the Executive Council, Honourable Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of political parties, senior officials led by our acting Head of Department, distinguished guests and people of Gauteng. I want to begin not with a number, but with a question. What does a young person in Kutsong see when they look at a mountain of waste on the edge of their township? Right now, most of them see a problem, a health hazard, evidence that their government has failed. We tabled this budget to change what they see. We want the same young person 5 years from now to look at the same material and see a supply chain, a business, a career, a future. Madam Speaker, climate change is no longer a forecast. It is our present reality. On just 1.8% of South Africa's landmass, Gauteng holds 16.4 million people and drives 34% of the national GDP. That concentration makes us acutely vulnerable. Long-term adaptation scenarios project 3 immediate threats: intensifying heat stress and deepening droughts, flash floods overwhelming townships, stormwater systems, and river pollution, already recording dangerously high E. coli levels. These are not projections for 2050, they are arriving now. So we are acting, not just planning. The Climate Change Act of 2024 compels us to act with legislative force. We will update the Gauteng climate change strategy this year around 3 pillars: resilience, emissions reduction, and just transition that grows the green economy while protecting workers in coal, mining, and steel. A provincial MRV system will ensure our data is credible and our commitments are trackable. In the 1 year, Speaker, that I have been MEC for Environment, we have secured our election as Vice President of the Regions 4 Political Committee, the global network of subnational governments. Africa now has a formal voice in non-state climate action. Subnational governments deliver the climate agenda. We are now at the table where it is designed. Gauteng generates 45% of South Africa's 106 million tons of waste annually. Only 11% is diverted. we landfill the rest, and our landfills are running out of airspace. That is not a waste statistic, Speaker. That is a market failure. Every ton we bury is a feedstock someone could have processed, a job someone could have held, an SMME that never got started. This budget breaks that open. We are converting our 7-year-old IWMP into a zero waste plan. We're finalizing waste minimization regulations that will mandate separation at source and ban landfilling of organics, construction waste, paper, packaging, and e-waste. We have commissioned a feasibility study for our regional eco park and integrated waste management facilities serving Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni, structured as a public-private partnership. And 180 buyback centers are receiving equipment and formalization support to strengthen the value chain from street to market. On 17 to 18 September, during South Africa Recycling Week, we plan to convene the Gauteng Waste Indaba, which we anticipate this will end with a signed stakeholder declaration and action plan. Gauteng's biodiversity is not just ecological wealth, it is economic opportunity. In the next 12 months, we will roll out the first founder herds under the Gauteng game donation policy, prioritizing women and youth. At Suikerbosrand, the National Treasury has approved Phase 3 in December of 2025, and we will advertise for ecotourism investors within the next 2 months. We are also developing a game meat processing hub in the West Rand and expanding the Faraday multi-market in Johannesburg. These are 2 biodiversity economy nodes that connect conservation directly to community income. Last financial year, we conducted 310 inspections, 117 enforcement actions, 34 criminal referrals, 15 arrests, 377 wildlife specimens seized, over 5.7 million rand recovered. Operations in Mooiplaats and Kaya Sands exposed illegal dumping, wetland destruction, and waste burning linked to cable theft and infrastructure vandalism. We have a long way to go in fixing these issues. This is organized environmental crime, not a littering problem. Our Green Scorpions are at the front line. We will intensify joint operations with SAPS, the Hawks, Home Affairs, and municipalities. Environmental criminals will be held accountable, full stop. Maropeng Hotel, on the other hand, won a Global Tourism Excellence Award this year. That is what sustained investment produces. We are building on it with Vision 2035. Our turnaround strategy is anchored in sustainability, commercialization, digitization, and internationalization. Revenue targets are set at 33 million rand for Maropeng and 14.5 million rand for Dinokeng this year, scaling to 125 million rand and 60 million rand over the next 5 years. Dinokeng expands towards 40,000 hectares as a formally declared protected area. The combined 2026-27 heritage budget is 74.6 million rand, of which 41.6 million rand is allocated for the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site and 33.1 million rand for Dinokeng. Every rand is directed at financial self-sustainability. The total budget for the 2026-27 financial year is 646.6 million rand, a 4% adjustment from last year's 673.6 million rand. The 27 million rand difference is not a cut. It is the fall away of last year's once-off 107.2 million rand allocation, which included 50 million rand for the one-time cleaning of 18 CBDs. That intervention is complete. The base is intact. The new allocations are targeted. The waste management receives 18.9 million rand, 2.5 million rand for the revised integrated waste management plan, 2.9 million rand for waste minimization regulations, 3.5 million rand for the buyback center infrastructure program, and 10 million rand for the eco park feasibility study. Environmental Empowerment Services receives 30.3
Honorable
million rand.
Botha, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we are asked to support a budget of 646 million rand for the Gauteng Department of Environment. To put that into perspective, Gauteng will spend approximately 179 billion rand this financial year. Of that amount, 646.6 million rand, or roughly 0.36% of this budget, has been allocated to protecting the environment. That's less than 0.5%. For every 100 rand spent by this government, only 36 cents will go towards protecting the air we breathe, the water we drink, the biodiversity that sustains our ecosystems, and the environmental systems that supports our economy and way of life. Budgets are a statement of priority. They tell us what a government truly values, and this budget tells us that the environment is not a priority. This is particularly disappointing because the creation of a standalone Department of Environment was sold to Gauteng residents as an opportunity to strengthen the environmental governance and give environmental issues the focus that they deserved. Instead, 2 years later, residents are still waiting to see and breathe the difference. Residents do not judge this department by how many officials sit in the offices. They judge it by whether the air is cleaner, whether illegal dumping is being addressed, whether nature reserves are maintained, and whether environmental laws are being enforced. When we judge this budget by that standard, serious concerns emerge. The department's budget decreases by 25 million rand, the largest reduction occurring in environmental quality management, the program that is responsible for air quality, waste management, environmental authorisations and environmental regulations. The program is cut by more than 36%. So the child in Kosong that the MEC is speaking about will be looking at that mountain of waste for a lot longer. The question is then, how is this department supposed to be delivering environmental quality outcomes with 36% less funding? At the same time, compensation and administrative spending continue to increase, and operational funding is squeezed. This is a contradiction that the Democratic Alliance cannot ignore. We acknowledge the department's efforts in inspections, environment activities and compliance monitoring. However, enforcement is not measured by the number of inspections conducted. It is measured by whether polluters face consequences, whether directives are complied with, and whether illegal activities stop. This is a measurable outcome. The MEC just mentioned 15 arrests. The Premier's State of the Province address spoke about climate resilience, sustainability and waste-to-energy opportunities. These are ambitions we support. But while we see these ambitions in environmental announcements in the State of the Budget address, we see far less evidence of those here in this department. A government that allocates 0.36% of its budget to environmental protection cannot credibly claim that the environment is a priority. For that reason, the Democratic Alliance cannot support Budget Vote 16. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Miller. Honourable McKenna.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We would like to begin this debate the same way we have opened every debate on this department since environment became a standalone department, with the plight of the Green Army workers who to this day remain at home waiting and hoping that one day they will be called back to work. Madam Speaker, we recognize that the department operates within a fiscally constrained environment. Gauteng's budget is under immense pressure and difficult choices must often be made. However, fiscal constraints cannot become a permanent justification for weak environmental enforcement, deteriorating environmental quality, and the abandonment of programs that create green jobs for unemployed residents. For the 2026-27 financial year, the Department of Environment has been allocated 646 million, yet a closer examination of this budget reveals a department increasingly focused on administration, while frontline environmental interventions remain under pressure. Compensation of employees consumes 370 million, more than 57% of the department's total budget. At the same time, goods and services declined from 234 million in the revised estimate to 185 million this year. Administration alone receives 175 million, almost 3 times the allocation provided to compliance and enforcement. The financial health of the department also remains a concern. During the previous financial year, serious cash flow difficulties resulted in projects being delayed, targets being revised downward, and creditors remaining unpaid at the year end. The department itself admits that recycling facilities, recycling cooperatives, waste minimization initiatives, and environmental regulations were amongst the programs affected. Madam Speaker, we note how the Environmental Quality Management Program is reduced from 130 million in the revised estimate to 83 million in 2026-27 financial year. This reduction comes at a time when Gauteng continues to face severe environmental challenges. Municipalities including Tshwane, Ekurhuleni and Merafong have been implicated in matters relating to sewage pollution, environmental degradation and failures associated with river system. Communities across the province continue to experience illegal dumping and growing pollution concerns. The department further allocates 57 million to compliance and enforcement despite widespread environmental non-compliance, illegal dumping and pollution challenges across Gauteng. Communities require visible enforcement against polluters and illegal dumpers. The future of environmental management in Gauteng cannot rest solely in the hands of officials and consultants. It must be restored to the people through green jobs, waste cooperatives and river rehabilitation programs, and community-led environmental activities. A green economy should be a source of livelihoods for unemployed residents and working-class communities. The EFF believes that environmental justice is inseparable from economic justice. The protection of our rivers, wetlands, and natural resources must go hand in hand with the creation of decent work, community ownership, and meaningful economic participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makene. Honorable Xaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the House. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we rise today to register our reservations regarding the proposed budget allocation for the Department of Environment. This budget reflects a troubling disconnect between the environmental challenges facing our province and the resources allocated to address them. While the department speaks of sustainability, conservation and environmental protection, the budget does not demonstrate a clear commitment to delivering measurable environmental outcomes. The department frequently highlights the EPW as a flagship intervention. While job creation is important, temporary employment programs cannot replace long-term investments in environmental infrastructure, conservation and technical capacity. Environmental protection requires sustainable solutions, not short-term projects that end when funding runs out. Equally concerning is the continued shortage of critical technical skills within the department. Effective environmental governance depends on qualified professionals such as air quality specialists, environmental compliance inspectors, and environmental impact assessment evaluators. Without sufficient technical capacity, policies remain promises rather than results. This budget also leaves several important questions unanswered. How many air quality monitoring stations are fully functional today? How many provincial nature reserves have operational visitor facilities? What is the actual expenditure on programs such as Buntle Kibutu, and how is that money being spent? How many trees from the 1 million tree program have been independently verified as planted and surviving? Citizens expect cleaner air, better waste management, and well-maintained conservation areas. Those are the outcomes by which this department should be judged. If the department is serious about this mandate, it must shift from repetitive clean-up campaigns towards structured investment in waste infrastructure, recycling systems, environmental compliance, and conservation programs that produce lasting results. A department that must continuously reshuffle its own resources simply to sustain its core mandate is a department whose budget no longer reflects the realities facing the people of Gauteng. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Xaba. Honorable Moody.
Madam Speaker, Gauteng is drowning in its own mess. We'd like to call ourselves the economic engine of South Africa, but what kind of engine pumps raw sewage into our rivers, our streams, and our dams? We are putting our own lives at risk. Right now, 60% of Gauteng's wastewater treatment plants are dysfunctional. Let me repeat that, more than half. Sebokeng, Rooiwal, Olifantsfontein, Olifantsvlei, these are not just broken pipes, they are in a mess. The Green Drop report gives us the facts. Untreated effluent, E. coli counts through the roof. Municipalities that can't even test water quality because the labs have no chemicals. Ironically, it's the townships in which raw sewage flows past schools, through residential yards, streets and open spaces, especially in the Vaal region. This is not service delivery. This is a human rights violation. And the cost, cholera outbreaks, dead fish in our dams, farmers can't irrigate because the water will kill their crops, the tourism, agriculture and property value of entire regions written off because we cannot manage the most basic functions of government, and that is to treat our waste. This critical specialized working environment requires internal capacity, yet we see contractors, not capacity. We see 500 million rand spent on consultants. Gauteng deserves clean rivers, not rivers of sewage. We deserve infrastructure that works, not photo ops at ribbon-cutting events for plants that failed 6 months later. So I ask this House, how many more cholera deaths, how many more dead rivers before we admit that our environment is in a crisis because we, government, have failed? Fix the plants, fire the thieves, fund the operators, or step aside for people who will govern properly. Our people cannot drink excuses. We need clean water. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. Honourable Speaker, Gauteng may be South Africa's smallest province by land area, yet it is home to more than a quarter of the country's population. This places an enormous pressure on our environment, our natural resources and our infrastructure. The reality is that Gauteng's environment is under severe strain. Our rivers and streams are polluted by untreated sewage, industrial waste and illegal dumping. Our groundwater resources are increasingly threatened. Air quality in many parts of the province remains unacceptable, and litter has become a common feature of our urban and rural landscapes. This is not simply an environmental issue, an economic issue and an ultimate quality of life issue for every resident of Gauteng. The Freedom Front Plus acknowledged the progress made by the department, but these achievements do deserve recognition. However, we cannot ignore the fact that only 63% of performance targets were achieved. More importantly, we cannot ignore the deteriorating state of the environment around us. The department mandate should involve beyond monitoring, licensing and compliance reporting. Gauteng requires a more assertive environmental authority that actively drives environmental protection across all spheres of government. The largest polluters are often municipalities that fail to maintain wastewater treatment works, allow sewage spills into rivers and neglect basic waste management. Certain industries continue to pollute air and water resources with little visible consequence. Accountability must become the cornerstone of environmental governance. Municipalities that fail to protect the environment must face consequences. Industries that pollute our air, rivers and groundwater must be held fully accountable. Environmental laws must not merely exist on paper, they must be enforced without fear or favour. At the same time, public awareness campaigns must be significantly expanded. Every resident has a responsibility to protect the environment. The fight against littering, illegal dumping and environmental degradation requires active public participation. Honourable Speaker, future generations will judge us, not by the reports we produce, but by the condition in which we leave our province. A cleaner Gauteng, protected water resources, cleaner air and preserved natural spaces are not luxuries. They are necessities. The people of Gauteng deserve nothing less. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Honourable De Jager.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. The Democratic Alliance acknowledges that the Department of Environment received an appropriation of 646,635 for the 2026-27 financial year. On paper, that sounds substantial. When measured against the scale of the environmental crisis facing Gauteng, this budget is wholly inadequate, and the people of this province will bear the consequences. Let me begin with climate change. Gauteng is already experiencing the impacts of a warming climate, intense rainfall events, prolonged heat spells and increased runoff, flooding infrastructure that we can barely afford to maintain. The budget for environmental policy, planning and coordination, which houses climate change management, amounts to just 45 million in 2026-27. That is less than 7% of the total vote. The Climate Change Management Sub-Programme receives a mere fraction of that. We are told the Department will implement a climate change school awareness programme, review the overarching climate response strategy and collaborate with the Premier's Expert Advisory Committee. These are process activities. They are not interventions that will protect communities from the next flood or the next heatwave. Gauteng deserves a funded, implemented climate action plan, not a revision of one. Honourable Speaker, I turn to air quality. The Environmental Quality Management Programme received 83 million in 2026-27, down significantly from 130 million in 2025-26. Let that sink in. In a province that is the highest greenhouse gas emitter on the African continent, we are cutting the budget for air quality management. Gauteng's industrial heartland, Ekurhuleni, the West Rand and the Southern Johannesburg corridor continues to expose residents to dangerous levels of particulate matter, sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. Children in these communities suffer higher rates of asthma and respiratory illness. Yet ambient air quality monitoring stations in these priorities areas remain insufficient, under-resourced and in some cases totally non-functional. The budget before us does nothing meaningful to change that. Honourable Speaker, I now turn to what is perhaps the most urgent environmental failure in Gauteng today, which is sewage. Raw sewage continues to pour into our rivers. The Moraletta Straits, the Henops River and the Crocodile River all continue to receive millions of litres of untreated effluent from collapsing municipal infrastructure. The Percy Stewart wastewater treatment works in Mogale City threatens the cradle of humankind, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Tshwane's green drop score collapsed from 82% to 33.8%. These are not isolated incidents. This is systemic failure at the municipal level, and this department has both the mandate and the obligation to intervene. Yet we examine the compliance and enforcement programme, we find a budget of 57 million, 30 criminal investigations targeted for referral to the NPA, and 270 compliance inspections planned for the entire province. For a province with dozens of wastewater treatment works in chronic non-compliance, that is not enforcement, that is mere window dressing. The environment does not vote, but the people whose health, water and livelihoods depend on it do. We will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable De Jager. Honourable Mokhethi.
Greetings, Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier of Gauteng, the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable members of the Legislature, and the people of Gauteng. It is both an honour and privilege to participate in this debate on the budget vote 16 of the Gauteng Department of Environment for the 2026-2027 financial year. As we commemorate Youth Month, we extend our warmest greetings to the young people of Gauteng and South Africa. This year carries a profound historical significance as our nation marks the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising. A defining chapter in our struggle against oppression and injustice, we pay tribute to courage, resilience and sacrifice of those young patriots whose actions altered the course of our country's history and laid foundation for the democratic South Africa we enjoy today. While we celebrate the achievement of our constitutional democracy, we must also confront the realities facing many young people in our country: high level of unemployment, substance abuse, crime, mental health challenges, and persistent inequality continues to undermine the aspirations and potential of our youth. These challenges require a coordinated and decisive response from government and all sectors of society. Honorable members, this budget must reflect our unwavering commitment to creating opportunities for young people through education, skills development, entrepreneurship, environmental innovation, and sustainable employment initiatives. The future prosperity of Gauteng depends on our ability to empower the next generation with the tools and opportunities necessary to succeed. As we honor the legacy of the youth of 1976, we must also ensure that the Department of Environment's program respond meaningfully to the needs of women, persons with disabilities, and young people throughout our province. Environmental sustainability is not merely an ecological imperative, it is also an economic opportunity. Through green industries, environmental conservation, climate adaptation initiatives, and sustainable development programs, we can create jobs, stimulate local economies, and build resilient communities. The environment sector plays an important role in advancing economic transformation and social development through strategies investment in green technology, environment education, and climate resilience programs. We can ensure that environment protection and economic growth reinforce one another rather than competing against each other. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Environment continues to encourage the Department to intensify its efforts in combating the devastating and debilitating effects of climate change. Gauteng faces several pressing environmental challenges, including rising temperatures, increased evaporation rates, water scarcity, pollution, waste management deficiencies, and deteriorating air quality resulting from industrial and other emissions. Equally concerning is the persistent challenge of littering and poor waste management practices across several municipalities. In many communities, inadequate waste management systems continue to compromise environmental health and the quality of life of our residents. We therefore call upon the municipalities and provincial authorities to strengthen collaboration and implement integrated environmental programs aimed at addressing climate change and socio-economic consequences. The approval and implementation of the Gauteng Environmental Sustainability Framework represents an important milestone in advancing environmental governance within our province. This framework provides a comprehensive roadmap for environmental legislation, regulatory compliance, cooperative governance, and sustainable development interventions. There can be a little doubt that environmental degradation and climate change are already affecting various sectors of Gauteng's economy and society. It is therefore imperative that the department continues to implement the programs on environmental cleanup campaigns, conservation programs, and climate adaptation initiatives across the city region. Equally important is the strengthening of compliance monitoring and law enforcement to ensure that those who violate environmental legislation are held accountable. Honorable members, we commend the department for its strategic intervention in environmental policy, planning, and coordination. The successful recording of 133 projects within the climate change register demonstrate a commitment to proactive environmental management. Furthermore, the partnership established with Food and Tree for Africa to strengthen climate change awareness programs in schools is a commendable initiative that will contribute significantly to environmental education and behavioral change among future generations. We further acknowledge the ongoing success of the Gauteng Industrial Symbiosis Program. This innovative program continues to support cleaner production methods, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, divert waste from landfills, conserve natural resources, and stimulate job creation. Since the inception in 2015, the program has delivered measurable environmental and economic benefits and remains an important instrument in Gauteng's transition towards a green economy. The department's commitment to environmental compliance and enforcement deserves recognition. I think the chair has already said that. Effective monitoring and enforcement remain essential for ensuring adherence to environmental legislation and protection of our communities from environmental harm. Madam Speaker, we are equally encouraged by the Department's environmental empowerment initiatives, particularly Bontlekebo to Clean and Green Army, the creation of more than 5,000 work opportunities through this program demonstrates how environmental interventions can simultaneously advance sustainability and poverty alleviation. Such programs provide much needed income, skills development, economic opportunities for vulnerable communities while contributing to the environmental improvement. Honorable members, the African National Congress remains deeply concerned about the management and monitoring healthcare risk waste in Gauteng. Poor management of medical waste poses threats to both environmental sustainability and public health. Improper disposal of practices exposes communities to hazardous materials, contaminate ecosystem, and create unnecessary health risks. We therefore call upon the Department of Environment, in partnership with municipalities and relevant stakeholders, to prioritize the following critical areas: strengthening monitoring system for healthcare, waste disposal, enhancing compliance and enforcement, measuring against unlawful disposal practices, improving waste destruction and treatment methods, reducing environmental contamination associated with medical waste, protection landfill sites and surrounding communities from hazardous exposure, and lastly, ensuring sustainable and environmentally responsible waste management system throughout the province. These matters require urgent intervention to safeguard public health, preserve environmental integrity, and strengthen climate resilience. Honorable Speaker, the Department's budget allocation reflects its commitment to environmental policy, planning and coordination, environmental quality management, compliance and enforcement, and biodiversity management. These strategic priorities are critical for protecting Gauteng's natural resources, preserving biodiversity, and promoting sustainable development. The Department's efforts to advance e-waste management and encourage technology innovation in environmental sustainability are particularly noteworthy. As technology continues to evolve, effective management of electronic waste will become increasingly important in reducing environmental harm and supporting the circular economy. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we recognize and commend the Department's continued commitment to environmental impact assessment, environmental protection, climate adaptation, and sustainable development. These initiatives contribute significantly to protecting our natural resources, promoting environmental justice, creating employment opportunities, and improving the quality of life of all Gauteng residents. Environmental sustainability is not a choice, it is a necessity. The decision we make today will determine the quality of life of our future generations. We therefore support continued investment in environmental programs that promote conservation, climate resilience, green economic growth, and community empowerment. As we look ahead to the 2026-2027 financial year, we remain confident that the Department of Environment will continue to drive the transformation agenda required to build a cleaner, greener, more sustainable, and more prosperous Gauteng for all. I thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Moketi. Honorable MEC, you may respond.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to also raise the fact that I am somewhat aggrieved by the fact that I was not allocated my full 10 minutes and instead received no more than 7.5. Speaker, I just want to make mention of the fact that I'm very appreciative of the comments that have come from the floor. Indeed, there is much to be done in terms of where we are as a department, but we have also achieved a fair amount. Last year, the Democratic Alliance through Honourable Miller, set out a plan of what they would do if they were in the position. And I had pointed out that they had simply repeated what I said I was going to do in this year. And we executed on that plan, Honourable Speaker, only to be criticised a year later of that same plan. But nonetheless, lower budgets, lack of resources seem to be the issues that Honourable Miller raised. We have reached out to the likes of the NBI, the National Business Initiative, because we understand that resolving climate issues, resolving environmental issues are not simply going to happen through government interventions. We must lead the way, we must create the path, we must ensure that we create a sustainable environment for businesses to operate, SMMEs to function, but at the end of the day, it must then become an economy on its own. Honourable McKenna raised the issue of the Green Army. Honourable Speaker, I do not want this House to be misled. The Green Army were short-term contracts. I too would love more capacity in this regard, and I certainly am not against employing people, but we cannot bring matters such as the Green Army to the House on a repeat basis, giving people false hope. These were short-term contracts. They were then asked to be absorbed, and we simply cannot do that. We agree with the waste minimization and the fact that municipalities play a clear role in terms of that waste minimization. Honourable Speaker, when landfill sites were created in the 1920s, no one in Gauteng thought that we would have 16.4 million people in such a small landmass with so much economic opportunity and so much industrial waste that's going to be created. We must now solve that problem. And that problem comes through the circular economy. We have got to move from a linear economy to a circular economy, and that is what this department is pushing. Honourable Speaker, I agree with Honourable Taba in terms of the EPWPs not being a sustainable solution. I believe that the EPWPs are our entrepreneurs. I believe that they are the way through to the circular economy. And the government must also then support those businesses. And that is the direction that we're heading in, particularly through our waste minimization regulations. I also, once again, Honourable Speaker, want to be very clear about the fact that we cannot come to the House and say to the residents of Gauteng that we must find out how many air quality stations are working, monitoring stations are working. We have repeatedly answered these questions. We have also spoken about our partnership with the Clean Air Fund. That's not being raised by the honourable members on the floor, and I'd like to know why. Because these things are in place, these questions have been asked and answered on a regular basis, both in portfolio committees and in the House. Honourable Moody, I agree with Honourable Moody in very many ways in terms of the wastewater treatment works. However, I believe that his debate is probably better suited for Parliament in terms of the Department of Water and Sanitation and the questions put to the municipalities, because that is where those competencies lie. We are able to issue Section 24G fines and Section 28 rehabilitation notices, and we do on a regular basis. There are many of them that go out. We heard about the issues of compliance and enforcement and the numbers that Honourable Diaga said were not adequate in terms of the arrests and in terms of the enforcement notices that have been given. Those are going to HODs, to city managers, and there is action. We had the municipal manager from Mfuleni in court on 66 environmental charges. I raised with the Minister of Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in a MINMEC the issue of creating an environmental court, because that is where these processes go to die. We have a family court, we have a tax court, we have a labour court. Why can we not have an environment court? I also want to mention that the constant reshuffling at that level does create some issues as well. We are also working very hard on the climate change matters. That is why I was appointed or voted in as the Vice President of Regions 4. We are working very closely with the Presidential Climate Committee. And so a lot of the issues that have been raised around sewerage as well become matters of municipal failures. And in terms of our competencies, in terms of our powers, we execute those, and we execute them vigorously. Honourable Speaker, it seems that from the floor, through Honourable Miller, that there seems to be doubt around whether or not the splitting of these departments were a good idea. And I want to be very clear about the fact that it was, and it is functioning, and we are moving in the right direction, and there have been some teething issues, but in the last year we have achieved a remarkable amount. And we will continue to do so as we continue to capacitate people in various economies in Gauteng. We are not just protecting the environment, we are not just conserving the environment, we are also creating economies. We are creating much needed industries to ensure that the matters of waste are dealt with, to ensure that the matters of sewage are dealt with. Unfortunately, they are not overnight matters, but they are being dealt with, and the matters such as the waste minimization regulations that are going to be coming into effect very soon are going to change the scope and the way in which this province and the municipalities in this province function and deal with these issues. Honourable Speaker, I think in that regard I have dealt with all of the matters that are in front of me, and I will pause there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Secretary, can we have the third order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Infrastructure, including its entity for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ndlovu.
Thank you again, Speaker. Greetings to yourselves and honourable members. I present before this House the oversight report of the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management on the fourth quarter performance of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2025-26 financial year. Madam Speaker, may I request that parts of the report that I will not read be regarded as read, as I will be focusing on a summarized version. The committee noted that out of 33 planned targets, 27 were achieved, representing 82% achievement, with a small proportion partially achieved and 4 targets not achieved. While this reflects generally satisfactory performance, the committee identified key areas requiring improvement. On Programme 1, administration, it achieved 88.9% of its target, 100% payment of service providers within 30 days. All preferential procurement targets achieved except for persons living with disabilities. The committee remains concerned about the non-achievement of this target of persons living with disabilities. On Programme 2, the Public Works, the committee noted that 17 maintenance projects awarded were achieved, 10 of them were completed. 6,290 movable assets were verified, 35 properties sold and 16 released, 3.4 million revenue generated. Progress was recorded in school infrastructure, including the practical completion of Nansfield Primary School. However, the committee is concerned about delays in infrastructure projects, challenges in land acquisition for health facilities, weak coordination affecting implementation. On Programme 3, PWP, 100% achievement of targets, about over 90,000 work opportunities created. The GIFA, which is the entity of the department, achieved 95% of its target and recorded no irregular or fruitful expenditure. But perhaps we need to stress that Health and Wellness Department and DIT should resolve their matters between them so that DIT can continue with the implementation of construction work. This is also in reference with 2 projects for GIFA, where the commencement of projects required the signature of health to proceed. On financial performance, Honourable Speaker, the committee noted with concern that the department spent 772 million against a budget of 614 million, reflecting over expenditure. The committee further noted the over expenditure in education facilities and under expenditure in health and stars program. This is concerning that the province is not investing much in sports and recreational infrastructure, and this reflects weakness in budget managing and planning. On governance and compliance, the department received an unqualified audit opinion with reduced fundings. However, 10.3 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure and 9.3 million irregular expenditure. On transformation, the committee commended strong triple BEE performance, but noted low participation, as I said earlier, of persons living with disabilities. On committee concerns, with respect to Program 1, the department overspent its budget across all 3 programs. The targets related to persons living with disabilities were not achieved. With respect to Program 2, the deviation was caused by delays in obtaining a municipal rates clearance certificate for one of the properties, as well as delays by the bond attorneys in receiving confirmation from the conveyancers to proceed with the lodgement process. In relation to Program 2, again, with respect to Program 2, low expenditure against budget allocations with the health facilities program, investing 7.1 million out of an annual budget of 56 million, and the STARS program investing 18 million out of the budget of 25.9 million. On recommendation, based on the information set up above, the committee therefore recommends that all responses, written responses, should reach the committee by the 15th of August 2026. 1, the department should implement enhanced financial monitoring and early warning system to detect potential budget overruns promptly and report corrective actions to the committee every quarter. The department should develop and implement targeted measures to improve procurement opportunities for enterprises owned by persons living with disabilities, thereby ensuring the achievement of the set target. The department should strengthen its coordination and engagement with the municipalities, bond attorneys and conveyancers to ensure the timely acquisition of municipal rates, clearance certificates and expeditious processing of property transfers and lodgement procedures. The department should provide the committee with a detailed explanation for the overinvestment recorded in the education facilities program. The department should submit a comprehensive report outlining the reasons for the slow expenditure on health facilities and STARS program, along with a recovery plan detailing interventions, expenditure projections, and implementation timelines to ensure that allocated funds are utilized effectively and that planned infrastructure projects are delivered within the approved financial year. On acknowledgements, I would like to thank MEC Mamabulo, Head of Department, and the entire executives for their efforts in the consideration of this report. I further appreciate the diligent deliberation of honorable members Makubela, Mhlagaza Manamela, Kumalo, Diache, Raslingwane, Masilela, Mahlabe, Po, Omure, Adams, and Van Dijk. I also like to thank the committee staff for their dedication and assistance. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management hereby presents before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development, fourth quarter report for the 2025-26 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Is there a second, honorable members? Honorable Mokgobe.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the report.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the report is adopted because the yeses have it. Secretary, can you read the fourth order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mokgobe.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Chair of the committee, Mzaifani Kumalo, Speaker, before I present the report, COGTA has got what we call civic education ambassadors. And in the House or in the gallery today, we have Nompumelelo Ndlazulwana, Premier. It's a birthday today. This is a young person you helped register to vote during the voter registration weekend. She's turning 18. She's going to be a first-time voter. She's alongside Tumelo Makalimele, Njabulo Mahlangu, Tato Nyoka Siabonga Polo, Lungile Ramafutula. These are all first-time voters registered by the President of the country, Mr. Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, the Premier, and of course alongside the Chairperson of the ANC Youth League in Gauteng. These are first-time voters who are with us today, and we acknowledge them. They are in the gallery with us today. And happy birthday, Nompumelelo. Speaker, I'll request that all other parts of the reports be taken as read and allow me to present the following. In terms of the summary, Speaker, the department incurred an expenditure of 184,656,000 against the quarterly allocation of 164,345,000 rands. The variance over expenditure reported as 20,311,000. In terms of the main appropriation of the expenditure to date, the department has spent 99% of its annual budget for the year 2025 and 2026 financial year. The department indicates that it has spent the total allocation of transfers to provincial and local municipalities conditional grants. In terms of expenditure management, the department processed 100% of invoices within the stipulated 15 days as prescribed by the legislation, and the 2 outstanding ones were finalized within 30 days. The department has finally attained its long outstanding target of supporting 47 community-driven initiatives through asset-based community development model in Tish wards across the Gauteng city region, namely in cities Johannesburg and of course in West Rand and Ekurhuleni. The overall performance during the period under review was 92% of achieved and 8% of the targets not achieved. Speaker, the summary, the committee concerns, the service delivery committee concerns, just a quick one, Speaker, my gadget has thank you so much. It's back. In terms of the committee concerns, Speaker, the committee is concerned about the service delivery and budget implementation plan. It is financially unviable, misaligned with the integrated development plan, IDP, and based on unrealistic targets without credible baseline data. 2, the committee concerns is about weak financial management capacity. Municipalities are unable to produce accurate financial statements and manage cash flow effectively, and continue to incur significant unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The committee recommendations is that we must strengthen planning, alignment, and credibility. The department should ascertain that there is alignment between SDBIPs and IDPs, ensuring that all targets are evidence-based, supported by the credible baseline and financial sustainable before approval. The other recommendation is that we must enhance financial management oversight and reform revenue management system. The department must support municipalities to modernize billing system and eliminate reliance on estimation, strengthen debt collection strategies, and implement robust controls to minimize revenue leakage. In terms of acknowledgements on behalf of the chair of the committee, we'd like to thank MEC for COGTA, Mr. J. Mamabulo, the head of the department, Dr. Butler, and his team. The chairperson wishes to appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the detail of the fourth quarterly oversight report for the 2025-2026 financial year on the Gauteng Department of COGTA, fourth quarterly performance report to all members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Musai, Honorable Mohove, myself, Honorable Msimanga, Honorable K. Raselengwani, Honorable Makene, Honorable Masoleng, Honorable Dilebi, and Honorable Nyati, Honorable Diega, Honorable Masel Masilela, and Honorable Ngoveni. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff and group committee coordinator, Ms. Panswa Mbalo, senior researcher, Dr. S. Nenweli, Ms. J. Nyembe, the committee researcher, Ms. Nene, the media officer, Ms. P. Buladiseho, information officer, committee administrators, Mam Tembu, the service officer, Netwa, and Mr. N. Bonani. In terms of Rule 117, to read together with 164, the Portfolio Committee of COGTA presents the oversight report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for the 2025-2026 financial year and recommend its adoption. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohove. Is there a second, honorable members? Honorable Simanga?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no? So the yeses have it, the report is adopted. Secretary, ke kopa tsamaiso ya botlhano.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Transport and Logistic Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including its NTT, for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask that the parts of the report that I do not read be taken as read. In the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 26.16% of its budget. Transport Authority for Gauteng spent 23.07%, whilst G-Fleet spent 24%, and this is across all programs. In terms of the expenditure per program, the Department of Roads and Transport transferred 25% of its allocated budget to the Gautrain in the quarter under review, whilst the other four programs, namely administration, spent 28.31%, transport infrastructure spent 32.09%, transport operations spent 19.9%, and transport regulation spent 30.94% of its allocated budget. As at the end of the quarter, the committee noted that the Department of Roads and Transport's remaining budget allocation amounted to 9 million rand, just over 9 million rand, or 0.10%. And I think that's a significant achievement and a milestone certainly worth celebrating. Transport Authority for Gauteng remained with an amount of a budget of 11.5%, whilst G-Fleet's remaining allocation amounted to 16%. On the payment of suppliers within 15 to 30 days, the committee noted that the department and its entities were able to pay 100% of SMMEs and township businesses within 30 days, whilst 100% of invoices were paid within 15 days. I therefore want to move to the concerns and recommendations. If I can just get there quickly. In terms of the committee's concerns, there are three, which are as follows. With regards to the transport infrastructure program, the committee is concerned over the delays in the completion of detailed designs, the rehabilitation of the P122 and the three BMS 1 and 2 bridges, noting the negative impact on planned timelines and budgets. The second one relates to the transport regulation program, and the committee is concerned about the continued underperformance on revenue collection target amounting to 900 million, taking into consideration the negative impact on the annual revenue targets. And the third concern relates to the transport regulation program, and the committee is concerned about the delays in the process of taking over the banking function at all registering authorities. I move to the committee's recommendations, and the committee is requesting that responses be provided by the 31st of July this year. The first recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the completion of 2 detailed designs, the rehabilitation of the P122 from the P361 Solomon Mahlangu Drive, Olifantsfontein, and the 3 BMS 1 and 2 bridges. The second recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the intervention measures in place on the surrender of revenue amounting to 900 million rand by municipalities as accrued in the quarter under review. And the third recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the appointment of a technical steering committee to oversee governance, coordination and monitoring of the initiative of timely surrendering of revenue by municipalities. I'd like to also express appreciation to all members of the committee for their participation in the process around the fourth quarter, as well as the MEC for Roads and Transport, MEC Dioli Tlabela, the HOD, and all officials of the department. Also like to express appreciation to the committee's support team for their work and an effort in arranging the meetings and preparing the reports as well. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management Fourth Quarterly Performance Report for the 25-26 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency and the G-Fleet Management Fourth Quarterly Performance Report for the 25-26 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Schneemann. Is there a second, honourable members? Honourable Skosana?
Seconded.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary Rukopa Tsamaiso ya Borataro.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Environment for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. I hereby present the report of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development on the 26-27 medium-term expenditure framework budget for the Gauteng Department of Environment. The department has been allocated 646 million for the 26-27 financial year, representing 3.8%, a decrease from the adjusted budget of the previous financial year. Despite being responsible for critical environmental functions, the department receives only 0.36% of the total provincial budget. The decrease of the adjusted budget for the previous financial year, making it the smallest departmental allocation in Gauteng. The department's mandate includes environmental protection. Apologies, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I think I've got the wrong report here. I must just correct myself. Correction, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Portfolio Committee for Agriculture and Rural Development considered the fourth quarter performance report of the Gauteng Department of Environment and its entities, namely the Cradle of Humankind, World Heritage Site and the Dinukeng Project for the period ending 31 March 2026. The department reported an overall achievement of 63% of its annual performance targets, representing a decline from 67% achieved in the previous quarter. Our 43 performance indicators reported on the 27 were achieved, while 16 were not achieved. The committee notes that despite of the operational challenges, the Department achieved significant progress in several areas. In environmental compliance and enforcement, the Department exceeded targets by issuing 25 administrative enforcement notices, conducting 84 compliance inspections, and finalising 10 criminal investigations that were referred to the National Prosecuting Authority for further action. The Department also achieved 100% compliance in processing waste licences within legislature timeframes and successfully maintained all environmental information management systems. In biodiversity management, the Department rehabilitated more than 4,000 hectares of land and maintained management effectiveness standards across protected areas. Furthermore, environmental empowerment programs exceeded expectations through extensive public awareness campaigns, the planting of more than 44,000 trees, and the creation of 2,600 work opportunities through environmental public employment programs. The committee further notes the positive contribution of the Department's entities. The Cradle of Humankind and Inuking collectively achieved 88% of their annual performance targets, improving on their previous quarter performance. Financially, the Department spent approximately 96% of its adjusted annual budget, demonstrating improved expenditure management compared to earlier quarters. The Department also achieved an impressive record in supplier payments, with 98% of invoices paid within 30 days and 87% paid within 15 days. The committee welcomes the fact that no irregular expenditure, fruitless expenditure or wasteful expenditure was reported during the quarter under review. However, several concerns remain. The Department continues to experience significant capacity constraints within the supply chain management and finance. These challenges have contributed to procurement delays, vacancies remaining unfilled, and the underachievement of several performance targets. The committee is concerned about the delays in filling critical funded posts, particularly within specialised environmental and administrative functions. Vacancy rates remain above desired levels, impacting service delivery and operational efficiency. The committee also notes the shortcomings in procurement transformation targets, although annual targets for historically disadvantaged individuals and women-owned businesses were achieved. The Department failed to meet quarterly targets relating to youth-owned enterprises, persons with disabilities and township-based businesses. The committee is concerned that bureaucratic inefficiencies continue to impede environmental conservation initiatives. The Department further failed to achieve its target for the processing of environmental impact assessment applications within prescribed timeframes, owing to delays in internal approval processes. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the committee acknowledges the Department's corrective measures, including the appointment of additional supply chain management personnel, the secondment of officials from Provincial Treasury, the development of mitigation plans to improve procurement outcomes, and efforts to address systems and process deficiencies. Having considered the Department's performance, the committee recommends that the Department urgently strengthen capacity within supply chain management, finance and environmental regulatory services. Critical vacancies be filled without further delay to improve institutional performance and service delivery. The Department accelerates efforts to achieve procurement targets relating to township enterprises, youth-owned businesses and personnel with disabilities. Measures be implemented to improve turnaround times, environmental impact assessment and applications, and conservation declarations. The Department continues strengthening environmental compliance and enforcement activities, particularly in relation to pollution control. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the committee recognised the progress made by the Gauteng Department of Environment during the fourth quarter. The committee will continue to monitor implementation of corrective measures and expects measurable improvements during the 26-27 financial year. The committee then wishes to thank the Honourable MEC, officials of the department, the honourable members of the committee and the staff for their hard work and dedication, and I hereby present this report for consideration by the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Mulder. Is there a seconder?
I'll rise to second, Chair.
Thank you. I now put the question. Those who agree say yes. Those who do not agree say no. The yes have it. Secretary, next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of E-Government and Research Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of E-Government for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Shope.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Allow me to stand in on behalf of Member Shope, as she's on an official study tour. So thank you very much, and greetings to the residents of Gauteng. The mood is the mood of qualifying for the round of 32. Alala bafana bafana alala. Alala bafana bafana alala. Yeah. We must indicate this mood resonates with the radiating spirit of the ANC, which is welcoming. And we want to welcome the residents who are here. The ANC welcomes you and it loves you. So thank you very much. Madam Speaker, allow me to present this report. Allow me to present this report in summary, in the interest of time. As would be known by the residents of Gauteng, the Department of eGov is responsible for implementing the Gauteng City Region e-government strategy through its ICT policy standards and the rollout of the Gauteng broadband network, which connects government facilities and public service access points across the province. So that context is quite crucial to mention. But as I stated, for the 2025-2026 financial year, the department was appropriated 1.94 billion. During the fourth quarter, it projected expenditure of 682.8 million, but spent 430.4 million, representing 63% of the quarterly budget and 97% of the annual budget. The under-expenditure was largely attributed to cash flow constraints arising from services rendered to the Departments of Health and Education, including CETA, GBN and Microsoft Enterprise Agreement commitments. Expenditure was primarily directed towards the transfers as well as the subsidies, the implementation of the Fourth Industrial Revolution strategy, CCTV projects and replacement of obsolete GBN equipment. Procurement spending reached 73% on women-owned enterprises, 54% on youth-owned enterprises, and 69% on township economy targets. The department achieved 32 of its 38 targets, resulting in an overall performance of 84%. Areas of underperformance were recorded in both Program 1, which is administration, and Program 2, which is the ICT shared services. Key challenges included procurement spending on companies owned by persons with disabilities, delayed payment on supplier invoices, vacant posts, youth unemployment targets, and the continued failure to meet Wi-Fi and VoIP rollout targets. The committee noted with a concern that underperformance relating to persons with disabilities has persisted despite previous commitments and interventions, and we're really hoping that the department would formulate itself specifically on this issue, because there are disability organizations and structures, even in our province of Gauteng. The committee further noted that challenges relating to Wi-Fi rollout continue to stem from poor project and stakeholder management, as well as the absence of a standardized service delivery model to ensure consistent procurement and utilization of ICT services across provincial departments, and that also includes the Department of Health. The committee found that the recurring failure to achieve Wi-Fi hotspots targets reflects weaknesses in project planning, stakeholder engagement, and implementation management, with reasons for non-achievement varying across the quarters. We're hoping that this would not be a recurring thing. At some point, the actualization of the ICT strategy needs to be achieved. Committee recommendation: the department should develop and implement a comprehensive stakeholder engagement plan, and that includes engaging the youth segment in Gauteng. I think robust engagements with the youth of Gauteng in respect of this specific area. The plan should also include clear timelines, responsibilities, and risk mitigation measures to improve procurement coordination, address community access challenges, and ensure the completion of outstanding Wi-Fi hotspot installations. A written report including stakeholder engagement plan and a list of Wi-Fi sites planned for the 2026-2027 financial year should be submitted to the committee by the 30th of July of the present year. On acknowledgements, the committee extends a gratitude to MEC Dlamini, the head of the department, Ms. Masavata Mutlane, and all of the officials of the department. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the fourth quarter performance goes to all the members of the portfolio committee. That is Honorable Lebekwe, Honorable Gentile, Honorable Silias, Honorable Waters, Honorable Abrams, as well as Honorable Miss. The committee's gratitude is further extended to the support staff. On adoption, in terms of the Rule 117, subsection 2, Proviso C, read together with the Rule 164 of the standing rules of this House, the E-Government and Research Portfolio Committee presents this oversight report and recommends its adoption. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Salo. Is there a seconder?
I move to second, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I now put the questions. Those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, may we please have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Musai.
Thank you, and Dumelang baahi ba Gauteng. Let me also add to the congratulatory voice to Bafana on your excellent and classic performance this morning. I want to add also and congratulate the player of my region, Tapelo Maseko, 18 Emoyeni from the Val region. I want to congratulate you for that sterling goal. Deputy Speaker, I would like to request that all the items that I would not have read be regarded as having been read. I'm going to go through the executive summary, the concerns and recommendations, and I'll then move for the adoption. The Finance Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the GPT fourth quarterly report seeks to monitor and assess the department's performance as reflected in its quarterly performance report. In evaluating quarterly performance, the Portfolio Committee considers both financial and non-financial performance against predetermined targets, as well as expenditure trends and patterns. In line with the sector oversight model, in-year monitoring reporting, it provides the committee with the necessary information to track the effective implementation of programs and the utilization of the allocated resources. So against this backdrop, Deputy Speaker, the evaluation of the GPT's fourth quarter performance report for the 2025-26 financial year indicates a generally satisfactory outcome. The department achieved 31 out of 35 performance targets, and it recorded 98% expenditure against the overall adjusted budget. Although spending is slightly below full budget use and just under the 100% quarterly target, it still shows that the department made good use of its budget. This is further supported by the 89% achievement against annual performance plans, indicating largely effective delivery of planned outputs. At program level, the administration program demonstrated strong and generally sound performance, characterized by full compliance in key administrative and financial processes, including 100% payment of suppliers within 30 days. Timely submission of the 2026-27 annual performance plan and approval of the departmental risk register. The program also maintained oversight of GIODI implementation through reporting to the Office of the Premier. However, performance was slightly below target in respect of gender representation at SMS level, achieving 47% against a target of 50%. More significantly, the planned establishment of the state-owned bank and state-owned pharmaceutical company was not achieved, reflecting delays in strategic institutional implementation. From a financial perspective, the program overspent its quarterly budget allocation, with expenditure reaching 119% of the allocated amount. Year-to-date expenditures similarly exceeded the budget standing at 106%. The Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Program demonstrated satisfactory performance with strong adherence to budget processes, fiscal planning frameworks, and statutory reporting requirements. And key achievements included the timely tabling of specially referenced and gender-responsive MTEF and adjustment budget, the medium-term budget policy statements, and the socio-economic review and outlook, as well as the publication of the provincial gazettes on allocation to schools and hospitals. I'm going to emphasize. It has timely tabled a specially referenced and gender-responsive MTEF, which is what, as the Women Caucus, we went to Italy for. The financial governance program demonstrated strong and consistent performance, achieving all planned targets and recording one notable overachievement. The program strengthened financial oversight through the production of quarterly supplier payment compliance reports. Similarly, Provincial Supply Chain Management Program demonstrated strong performance by achieving all performance outputs earmarked for the quarter. In the same vein, the performance of Municipal Financial Management Program is noticeable, as it strengthened oversight, accountability, and supported municipal governance and financial management in Gauteng. Under Gauteng Audit Services, GPT also showed strong and consistent performance, achieving all planned targets and exceeding expectations in key areas. In terms of concern, Deputy Speaker, with respect to Programme 1, the Portfolio Committee expresses its concern regarding the failure to establish the state-owned bank and the state-owned pharmaceutical company as planned. With respect to Programme 2, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the underperformance in own revenue collection, as provincial owned revenue is a critical component of fiscal sustainability, and it provides the province with greater flexibility to fund priority programs and respond to emerging service delivery pressures. And with respect to the financial performance, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the administration program's overspending of 19% against its fourth quarter budget allocation, particularly as it was driven by higher than anticipated expenditure on goods and services and transfers and subsidies and capital assets. The committee therefore recommends that the department should submit a detailed implementation plan for the establishment of the state-owned bank and the state-owned pharmaceutical company, outlining clear milestones timelines, responsible stakeholders, and identified regulatory or operational constraints. The department should develop and submit a revenue enhancement and recovery plan that identifies practical measures to address the underlying causes of their own revenue shortfall, including challenges related to the MVL revenue collection and gambling revenue, and sets clear, measurable annual revenue collection targets to improve revenue performance and strengthen political provincial fiscal sustainability. The department should also submit a detailed report outlining the causes of overspending, the corrective measures implemented to improve expenditure forecasting and budget management. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honourable MEC Ndunga, the Head of Department, Ms. Mnyani, as well as senior officials from the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. The committee also extends its gratitude to all the support staff and the members of the committee, of the Finance Portfolio Committee. After due consideration, Deputy Speaker, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the fourth quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2025-26 financial year in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2025-26 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musai. Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Power. I now put the question. Those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Thank you, Secretary. Next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Government, GPG-wide, for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once more, I want to greet the people of Gauteng and all their members. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to request that all the items that I have not read be regarded as having been read. The Gauteng Provincial Government Quarterly Financial Performance Report, tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, serves as an important oversight instrument for the Finance Portfolio Committee. It enables the committee to assess the financial position and expenditure trends of provincial departments. It scrutinizes budget utilization, identify emerging fiscal risk, and hold departments accountable for the implementation of their budget. Through this process, the report strengthens legislative oversight and accountability to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. For the period under review, GPG received total revenue of 177.19 billion, comprising an equitable share allocation of 138.73 billion, the conditional grants of 29.52 billion, provincial financing of 1.8 billion, and own revenue collection of 7.7 billion. The revenue structure remains heavily dependent on national transfers, which account for about 95% of total receipts, while own revenue continues to provide a relatively small but important supplementary funding source. Overall, provincial expenditure amounted to 174.4 billion, representing 99.2% of the adjusted budget of 175.9 billion, resulting in underspending of 1.4 billion. Most departments spend above 98% of the adjusted budgets. The best performing departments were education, roads and transport, economic development, and infrastructure development, all exceeding 99% expenditure. In contrast, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, recorded the lowest expenditure levels at 88.4% and 85.0% respectively, reflecting significant implementation and spending challenges. Compensation of employees amounted to 105.3 billion, or 99.6% of the budget, with a slight underspending of 472 million. The Departments of Health and Education, as the largest employers, remained close to full budget utilization, while underspending was mainly concentrated in departments such as the Office of the Premier, Social Development, Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and Environment due to vacancies and delayed recruitment. In contrast, DED and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs recorded overspending, reflecting continued wage bill pressures. Goods and services expenditure totaled 35.4 billion, which is 100%, with a marginal underspending of 85.7 million. Overall, spending remains stable. However, there are persistent pressures in property payments and agencies and support services due to securities, utilities and outsourced services across several departments. At the same time, underspending is evident in contractors, computer services and operating leases, largely driven by delays or lower than planned expenditure on maintenance, ICT licenses and lease commitments. Expenditure of the Department of Health remains stable, with reduced overspending on medical items attributed to accrual adjustments. Conditional grants expenditure reached 29.2 billion, or 98.8% of the adjusted budget, demonstrating effective utilization of earmarked funds. Spending was primarily driven by the education, health, human settlements and road transport sectors, which collectively accounted for most of the conditional grant expenditure and reflect the province's key service delivery priorities. Infrastructure spending amounted to 13.0 billion, representing 99% of the adjusted budget, indicating strong spending performance on infrastructure programs. The expenditure was mainly funded through conditional grants and equitable share allocations, and it was concentrated in the health, education, human settlements, roads and transport sectors. This spending pattern underscores the province's continued commitment to investing in infrastructure to support service delivery and socio-economic development. Performance on the payment of service providers improved during the 2025-26 financial year, with 9 of the 15 provincial departments achieving full compliance with the legislated 30-day payment requirements. Provincial compliance improved to 90% when the Department of Health is excluded, suggesting that payment delays remain concentrated within a limited number of departments. Performance against the non-legislated 15-day payment target was less consistent, with only 4 departments achieving full compliance and a further 4 departments exceeding 90% compliance. The Department of Education was the primary contributor to provincial non-compliance, highlighting the need for targeted interventions to strengthen payment efficiency and support the sustainability of service providers. The payment performance of township-based suppliers remains a key indicator of the province's commitment to the township economic revitalization strategy. Overall, the province's fiscal performance reflects sound revenue collection and expenditure management, with spending largely aligned to budget allocations and service delivery priorities. While progress is evident in the utilization of conditional grants and the infrastructure spending and supplier payments, persistent underperformance in certain departments remains a concern. The Portfolio Committee therefore emphasizes the need for strengthened in-year monitoring, improved revenue collection, targeted support to underperforming departments. The Department of Education must therefore work on its significant fiscal pressures during the financial year, particularly within goods and services, where accruals amounting to 14.4 billion were declared. The Portfolio Committee is concerned under the Department of Health that the outstanding accrual balance continues to place significant pressure on the department's fiscal position and may adversely affect future services delivery. On the Department of Human Settlement, the committee is concerned by the reduction of 150 million from the Human Settlement Development Grant by the National Department of Human Settlements. The Department of Community Safety, the Portfolio Committee, expresses concern regarding the outstanding central claim of approximately 74 million, which has resulted in cash flow pressures for the department. The Department of Roads, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the administration program's overspending of 897,000. The committee is also concerned about the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development on its persistent underspending and weak grant performance within GDAT. Under the Department for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that persistent underspending on infrastructure pertaining to community library services grant reflects weaknesses in planning, procurement, project implementation and expenditure management. The committee therefore recommends that the Department of Education should report on the factors that contributed to the accumulation of accruals amounting to 1.4 billion. The Department of Health should develop and implement a clear accrual reduction strategy. The Department of Human Settlement should report on the corrective measures being implemented to improve grant performance. And the Department of Community Safety should engage SANRAL and the Provincial Treasury to resolve the outstanding claim and mitigate associated financial risk. The Department of Roads should develop and submit budget control and expenditure monitoring system. The Department of Agriculture should submit a corrective action plan with clear milestones. And the Department of SACR, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, should develop and submit an infrastructure and conditional grant expenditure improvement plan to the committee. We like to extend the gratitude to Honorable Dunga, the head of departments and officials, and also want to appreciate diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberations by the members of the Portfolio Committee. And also our gratitude is extended to the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the oversight report, and in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee thereby presents the report to the House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Honourable member at the back.
Thank you, Chair. Second.
Sorry?
I second, Chair.
Okay. I request that you rise in future when you second. Ne? Yes. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes?
Yes.
Those not in favour say no? Thank you. Report adopted. Secretary, next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget Vote number 15 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Ndlovu.
Greetings to yourself, Deputy Speaker, and once again, greetings to the people of Gauteng. This report presents an assessment of the budget allocation for the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the 2026-27 financial year. Deputy Speaker, may I request that parts of the report that I will not read be regarded as read. The committee noted that in the current financial year, the department has a total budget allocation of 3.6 billion distributed across three main programs, which is administration, public works, and expanded works program. In addition, there is Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, which supports this framework through its own three programs, which is administration, project development and compliance, and structure finance, focused on enabling infrastructure delivery and investment facilitation. The administration program received 453 million. Public works program received around 3 billion. The increase under public works is due to additional funding of 100 million allocated to GIFA and expanded public works program with an allocation of 175,554,000. The committee further noted the ongoing operational challenges within the department, with concerns including delays in payments to service providers, inadequate coordination between the Department of Infrastructure and client departments, weaknesses in reports in project and contract management, and poor contractor performance. These issues continue to affect service delivery and project implementation. The committee also acknowledged a 32% decrease, which is about 215 million, in the department's overall budget. Despite this reduction, corporate support received the largest share of the budget, accounting for 95% of the total allocation. The Office of the MEC decreased by 54%, while under Program 2, management of the department received 3% of the total budget, amounting to about 22 million. We noted a significant increase in the construction sub-program allocation of 459 million, but expressed concern that the department did not provide details on the projects to be funded. The maintenance sub-program received 754 million to support facility assessment and maintenance projects, including health infrastructure. The committee also noted a 3.5% increase in the immovable asset register, while raising concerns about the lack of progress and budgetary provision for the Kopanong precinct project, despite previous commitments and announcements. With regard to Program 3, the committee noted that the financial year budget totals 175 million, as I said, with program support reduced by 14% to 45 million, and community development reduced by 10% to around 130 million. It further expresses concerns that while the vacant land and health programs were initiated in 2023-24 financial year to support employment and development, and the expanded public works program beneficiaries was deferred in 2025-2026. There is no reference to these programs in the current budget documentation provided by the department, raising questions about continuity and prioritization. Budget Vote 15 was formally referred by the Speaker on the 17th March in terms of the standing rules to the Committee for Consideration and Reporting. During a meeting held on the 14th of May, the committee received an analysis of the department's Budget Vote 15. Questions arising from the analysis were subsequently forwarded to the department for written responses. The department presented its budget vote report to the committee on the 15th of May during a meeting held at Emperor's Palace. The committee deliberated on and adopted the oversight report on the departmental budget vote during its meeting held on the 20th of June 2026. The committee noted that the department's main sources of funding are its equitable share allocation and revenue generated from the sale of goods and services other than capital assets. The department has projected revenue collection of 37.5 million in the 2026-27 financial year, representing a marginal increase from the planned revenue of 35 million in the 2025-26 financial year. In accordance with Section 118, subsection 1A of the Constitution, Act of 108 of 1996, provincial legislatures are required to promote public involvement in legislative processes and the work of their committees. This is essential for ensuring that the voices of the community are heard and considered in decision-making. During this period, stakeholders formed part of our engagements, and there were no formal submissions received. On concerns, the committee is concerned that the department did not provide details on the projects to be funded in the current financial year. The committee is concerned with the lack of progress and budgetary provisions for the Kopanong Precinct project, despite previous commitments and announcements. The committee is concerned with the past due payments to the service providers, the delays in coordination between the DID and client departments, inefficiencies in project and contract management resulting in delays, cost overruns, and weak oversight of deliverables, as well as substandard contractor performance. The department did not provide details explaining the significant increase in the construction projects covered by the budget. The committee is concerned with the exclusion of Lakeside Primary School from the prioritized list of schools projects stated for completion in the current financial year. The committee is concerned that the vacant land and health programs and EPWP beneficiaries deferred in the 2025-26 are not reflected in the current budget. On recommendations, the department should submit a comprehensive list of the 13 construction projects, 3 refurbished projects and 1 rehabilitation project as outlined in the APP for the current financial year, including project names, locations and timelines. We must provide a clear implementation plan and budget allocation for the Kopanong Precinct project, including timelines and funding sources. Must prioritize the resolution of issues related to late payments by implementing measures to ensure that invoices are processed and settled within the prescribed payment periods. It must develop strategies that the department will employ in enhancing coordination and communication between the DIT and its client departments to reduce delays and improve project and contract management effectively. Develop and strengthen project and contract management systems by improving planning, procurement, coordination, and oversight mechanisms to eliminate inefficiencies. It must introduce stricter performance management measures to address poor contract management performance and ensure timely project completion through clear targets, monitoring and enforcement of consequences for non-performance. It must provide a detailed explanation for a significant 56% increase in the construction sub-program budget. About Lakeside Primary School, the department should urgently reconsider its inclusion in the implementation plan to ensure equitable infrastructure delivery and alignment with identified priorities. The department must account for the status of the vacant land and health programs and the EPWP beneficiaries program that was deferred. On acknowledgements, I would like to thank Ms. Mamabulo, HOD, and the entire department executives for their efforts in the construction of this report and its consideration. I further appreciate the diligent deliberations of honorable members. I also would like to thank the committee staff for their dedication and assistance in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management presents before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure budget for the 2026-27 financial year for consideration and adoption by the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Ngovu. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Bishop. I now put the questions. The question. Those who agree say yes.
Yes.
Those who do not agree say no. Thank you. Report adopted. Secretary, next order, please. Colleagues from the gallery, Infrastructure West Rand, you are welcome to the sitting. Please enjoy the sitting. Hope it's incisive for you, but no participation. Order. Yes, no participation, but you are welcome. You are gladly welcome to the House. Aye, aye. Secretary, next order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Budget, speech and debate on the details of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget Vote number 15 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ms. Mamabulo.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Premier in absentia, the members of the Executive Council who are here, all of them, the Chief Whip, one and only Chief Whip of the majority party, the leaders of all the political parties, honorable members, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to acknowledge the HOD of our department and the CEO of GIFA, the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, and their management teams. I'm deeply honored to welcome the multidisciplinary team, our infrastructure A team, who are here. I'd like to welcome them and appreciate them. We have also invited
Honorable Mama Bulo,
the
just a
EPWP
second.
team.
Colleagues. Don't get inspired also. Colleagues, you were welcomed by myself. So, order, Memorandum Fig. I'm still on the podium and on this mic. Honorable Mfikwe, thank you very much. I said you do not participate. You are welcome. You do not participate. You just observe. So, Honorable Mama Bulo was right to welcome you, but do not participate.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy
Re ka se
Speaker.
vote for budget.
I really want to just emphasize my sincere appreciation to our A team that is here. We have also invited the EPWP team that cleans the Joburg CBD, where we are sitting, the provincial office precinct, and I'm not sure if they're here. I'd like to welcome them as well. Let me also acknowledge that the chairperson of COSATU, Comrade Amos Munyela, is in the house. I would like to greet the workers led by Comrade Amos Munyela. I know he's sitting somewhere this side, and there he is. The militant Amos Munyela, welcome to you. He's sitting there, Madam Deputy Speaker, there he is. My time, I hope, will be adjusted, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to also join the House in congratulating Bafana Bafana for an excellent and sterling performance. It is indeed a great honor and a privilege to rise in this House to table the 2026-2027 budget of the Department of Infrastructure Development and that of GIFA. This budget vote is about building a capable state, accelerating infrastructure delivery, preserving public assets, tackling unemployment, and building a modern infrastructure system capable of supporting Gauteng's growth and development ambitions. Madam Deputy Speaker, the department has been allocated a total of 3.6 billion for the financial year 2026-2027. Of this amount, 3 billion is allocated to the Public Works Program, 453 million to administration, and 176 million to EPWP. This budget reflects government's commitment to building a capable developmental state through infrastructure investment, asset preservation, job creation, and of course, improved service delivery. The department's budget is primarily driven by 7 key expenditure areas, namely rates and taxes, compensation of employees, office accommodation, infrastructure projects, expanded public works programs, legal services, and of course, security of our assets. The balance of the budget is directed towards operational requirements, including information and communication technology, provision of tools of trade, government fleet management, and of course, other critical support functions. A total of 1.2 billion has been allocated towards the payment of municipal rates and taxes, ensuring compliance with statutory obligations and supporting the financial sustainability of municipalities across the province. To preserve and safeguard government assets, 183 million has been budgeted for the rehabilitation, maintenance, and upgrading of public infrastructure. An amount of 308 million has been set aside for office accommodation, with 101 million being allocated to make sure that we protect government properties and strategic assets across the province. In line with government's commitment to poverty alleviation, skills development and job creation, the department has allocated 128 million towards short-term employment opportunities under EPWP. This allocation includes 101 million for National Youth Service stipends, 12.6 million for EPWP incentive grant program, and 15 million for skills development and training interventions aimed at enhancing employability and creating sustainable livelihoods and better opportunities. Honourable members, while these allocations are important, budgets alone do not deliver infrastructure. Institutions, systems and leadership does. I am pleased to report to the people of our province and this August House that by the end of July, we will have stabilized the entire top management leadership of the department, because when all is said and done, it is important to have stable, good leadership, because that's the most decisive factor. Also, allow me to report to this House that we announced the implementation of the DID turnaround plan in August 2025 since the appointment of our HOD. And it is now, we are now approaching almost a year since the turnaround has been implemented and introduced. And I'm very much happy to say all the key elements of the ecosystem in the turnaround are working very well, and we are beginning to see results in this regard. And to this extent, we are pleased to report that already just in this year alone, we have seen the delivery of some of the projects that were actually stubborn, very difficult and very complicated. And we are pleased to report that at least to date, about 5 infrastructure projects since January have been unveiled, given to communities with occupation certificates, clearly demonstrating performance, safety, and of course security of those assets. I'm also pleased to indicate that GFA is doing an excellent job in supporting our municipalities and of course in leading our initiatives to drive the private-public partnership that is critical for the turnaround of the government precinct in the CBD of the city of Joburg, but also for commercialization of our assets. And I'm happy that GFA is finding expression and support working with our municipalities. I'm happy that GFA has managed to drive investments through alternative funding to the city of Joburg of about 2.5 billion project that is going to help with alternative landfill sites, converting current landfill into energy projects. So we also want to say that we are very much pleased that we are building a new pipeline of projects to be delivered in the most efficient and effective way as we move forward. To that extent, I would like to say to the people of Rustenburg, to the people of WK Du Plessis in Springs, Nansfield, in El Dorado Park, Semunya Primary School in Western area, that we have delivered these projects. And just to the people in Midval, we are very pleased to announce that Bantu Bonke has been completed, and we have an occupation certificate that has been issued and will be unveiling this project. On the Living Women's Monument, honorable members, the construction is done. All what we are waiting for is for the city of Tshwane to confirm that all the complex matters about compliance are done, but the construction has been completed. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Masilela.
Greeting, Deputy Speaker, and the residents of Gauteng. Every year, the Department of Infrastructure Development looks to shock us without fail. Every year we must stand in this House gun blazing over the unsatisfactory performance of this department. As at this point, the honorables and the rest of the department must prepare headache pills in advance before DID budget speech debate, because nothing seems to be done in that department. Speaker, before we debate this budget vote, we must first reflect on department performance, because budget must be judged against delivery. What ends up happening that when allocate billions to a department that continuously fail to meet its commitment, with Gauteng residents suffer the most. The department would like us to celebrate its reported achievement in maintenance, asset verification, property disposal, and land releases. The department would like us to celebrate its reported achievement in maintenance, asset verification, property disposal, and land releases. Yet, the committee itself found the department reported achievement incomplete project. Honourable Speaker, beyond the projects the department claims progress on, we still have legacy projects such as Mpato Secondary School, Tubelihle Secondary School, and Simunye that he just mentioned, that they are incomplete despite years of intervention. The department will have us believe that it has turned a corner through it. The A-team, so they say, and the host intervention mechanism, yet the department's own project list shows that Simunye Secondary was expected to be completed October 23rd. Yet in 2026, it remains under construction, MEC. If all these interventions are working, why are they incompleted projects? While the department wants us to believe that delivery is improving, it simultaneously admits that it cannot fund full financial year. Its goods and services budget of 797.374 million fails for a shortfall of 1.147 billion required to sustain operations, resulting in a funding shortfall of 349.2 million. The department admits it can only sustain operation for approximately 9 months, MEC. The department wants to take Gauteng from April to March, yet its own figures suggest that the fuel in the tank runs somewhere out in December, MEC. The department further acknowledged overall funding pressures of 1.739 billion, while accruals brought forward amount approximately to 251.5 million. The department begins the financial year burdened by liabilities from previous years. The crisis in particular evident in municipality rates and taxes. The department admits funding pressure of approximately 1.39 billion, including shortfalls of roughly 688 million in Johannesburg, 420 million in Tshwane, 186 in Ekurhuleni. Honourable Speaker, perhaps the clearest example of department's misplaced priorities is office accommodation. Despite years of criticism over the province's dependence on leases offices, office accommodation remains one of the major cost drivers within the public works and infrastructure. In fact, in addition of 19.6 million has been allocated specifically towards office accommodation. Alone department admits to have 349.2 million operation shortfall. At the time when school remained incomplete, legacy project remained unfinished, infrastructure delivery is under pressure. The department continues to fund money leases, more money for office accommodation, less money for completed projects. While the department suggests fund of its own obligation, DIPA's allocation increases to 65 million, 168 million, including additional of 100 allocation bulk infrastructure. DIPA increases performing functions that DID should perform. Thank you.
House Speaker, Madam Francis.
Thank you. Order. Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Masilela, Kamkhola, we listened, you are going to listen. Eh? I was not worried about the overtime because I knew that the MC is up to the task. He will tackle everything that was spoken. So I was not panicking. Those who want to co-chair with me, relax and mandase, I've got this. I've got this. Honorable Matlawe.
Kunjani MC?
Honorable MEC, Asmani Simane, Siamba. Thank you. Sengai Susan Ezra Inga Toptone.
Honorable Speaker, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party rises to participate in the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure and Development. While we note the department's allocation of 3.6 billion for the 2025-26 financial year, but the true budget review does not happen in this House. It happens when a mother walks her child past a school that should have been built 3 years ago. That mother's verdict on this budget is the only one that matters. Across our province, the reality is visible for all to see. Hospitals deteriorating, schools remaining incomplete, roads riddled with potholes, critical bridges require urgent attention, water and sanitation infrastructure is aging, and numerous housing projects have been abandoned before completion. Honorable Speaker, infrastructure is not merely about bricks and mortar. It is the foundation of economic growth, service delivery, and human dignity. When infrastructure fails, communities suffer, business struggle, and opportunities disappear. The persistent delay in completion of projects exposes serious weaknesses in project management, oversight, and accountability within this department. Honorable Speaker, finish the schools, fix the hospitals, repair the roads, pay the suppliers, hold the contractors accountable. That is not a political demand. That is a minimum this department owes the peoples whose taxes funded every rand of this budget. Somewhere in Gauteng tonight, a child is doing homework by candlelight. In a school this department was paid to complete 3 years ago. That child is not interested in our budget debates. That child is waiting for a classroom. We owe that child a government that delivers on its promises. Those who sacrificed for the freedom of this province did not imagine crumbling schools, broken roads, abandoned housing projects. They imagined a government worthy of their sacrifice. This budget must begin to honor that imagination. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Honorable members, the banter, the jokes, the talking must end a bit now, because we end up having to overlap, because we take time from speakers and the clock is not stopping and. So let us now stick to the time allocated and the jokes are done. I think we're fine now, we're all happy. Honorable More.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of Action SA to debate the budget vote for the Department of Infrastructure Development for the current financial year. Let me be clear from the outset. Imatata. While the department presents a strategic theme of improving lives through quality infrastructure, the reality on the ground is a story of stagnation, financial mismanagement, and a staggering failure to deliver on its core mandate. Firstly, let us look at the department's dismal performance in infrastructure delivery. In the year 2025-26, they plan to complete 18 infrastructure projects. However, only 7 were actually reported as completed. This represents a 60% rate in terms of failure. We see grand announcements about the Kopanong project, yet despite funds being reprioritized for this initiative, yet there's no funds reprioritized. There has been no reported development, leaving 18 government-owned buildings to continue gathering dust while we pay for expensive private leases. Secondly, the financial health of this department is in ICU. The budget for Program 1 administration has decreased by 32%, and the budget for Program 3 EPW has been slashed by 10%. While the department claims to be tightening its belt, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure continues to rise, particularly due to poorly managed operating leases. It is unacceptable that while the people of Gauteng suffer from crumbling infrastructure, this department is drowning in debt, prioritizing 1.27 billion just to pay off municipal rates and taxes areas. Thirdly, we are failing the most vulnerable through the mismanagement of EPWP. Gauteng faces a youth unemployment crisis, yet this department deferred the implementation of EPWP beneficiaries program, such as the Vacant Land and Health Maintenance Initiative. The youth participation rate in this project stood at only 44%, missing the 55% target. The cutting the EPW budget and dissolving these initiatives, the department is stripping away the last remaining safety net for the unemployed in our province. Fourthly, the department is administratively paralyzed. Worse still, many of the staff currently employed lack basic tools of the trade needed to do their job, leading to redundancy and below par productivity. How can we expect to build a Gauteng of our dreams in such a department? Finally, the integrity of the immovable asset register remains at a high-risk area. The department continues to struggle with illegal occupations and land invasions, yet anti-land invasion strategy remaining a mitigating action on a spreadsheet rather than reality on our street. Speaker, finally, we cannot reward failure with more funding. This budget does not serve the people of Gauteng. It serves to sustain an inefficient bureaucracy that has proven it. Okay, and then actually they reject this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. You were not even disturbed, so I did not even give you some grace. Honorable Diaga.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today we are asked to support a budget for a department that has spent years failing the people of Gauteng. We are asked to support a budget for a department that has become synonymous with delays, deteriorating infrastructure, poor maintenance, weak oversight, and a culture of accountability avoidance. The Department of Infrastructure Development has one fundamental responsibility: to plan, to build, to maintain and to protect public infrastructure upon which our province depends. Yet, year after year, Gauteng residents see the exact opposite. Projects that should take months take years. Schools are delivered late. Clinics are delayed. Public buildings stand unfinished while costs escalate and communities are left waiting. Now, in his response, the MEC would tell us that the department delivered 4 schools in this financial year. But what the MEC is not going to tell us, that those schools have been delayed for absolute years, running over budget, etc. The reality is that Gauteng residents are paying the price for a department that consistently misses its own deadlines. And when projects are delayed, the consequences are severe. Costs increase, contractors submit variation orders, and budgets are stretched. Taxpayers pay more while receiving less. Every delay is a tax on the people of Gauteng. The department speaks endlessly about infrastructure delivery, yet delivery remains its greatest weakness. Especially concerning is the shocking state of public asset maintenance. Across Gauteng, government buildings continue to deteriorate because preventative maintenance has been neglected for years. Instead of maintaining assets before they fail, the department waits for a crisis to arise and then spend much more money on emergency repairs. This is not asset management, it is asset destruction. Every building allowed to decay represents a failure of stewardship and a waste of public resources. The MEC spoke to us about the breakdown in relationship between Gauteng Department of Health and the Department of GDID. Now, the problem is not only with GDID, but one needs to visit the projects that DID worked on to understand why the relationship with the health department broke down. At the same time, infrastructure backlogs continue to grow, communities still lack adequate facilities, and demand continues to increase while delivery struggles to keep pace. The result is that residents are denied the infrastructure that is needed for education, healthcare, economic development, and service delivery. The province cannot continue to announce ambitious plans while failing to further implement on these plans. A department that cannot comply with GIAMA and cannot even maintain a credible asset register cannot claim to be a managing infrastructure. It is merely presiding over the decay of the infrastructure while operating blind to what it owns, what conditions these assets are in and what they are worth. Madam Speaker, perhaps the greatest indictment on this department is contained in its very own turnaround strategy. Let us be clear, the very existence of a turnaround strategy is an admission of failure. A department that is functioning effectively does not require a turnaround strategy. A department that is delivering on its mandate does not need a comprehensive plan to fix project delivery or governance or maintenance or financial controls and property management. The turnaround strategy is effectively a catalogue of the department's failures. The question before this House is not whether the turnaround strategy sounds impressive. The question is whether residents can see the turnaround. And the answer is no. Residents cannot experience governance frameworks or management presentations. They can experience whether the clinic is finished on time. They experience whether the school is completed. They experience whether government buildings are maintained. They experience delivery. And far too many Gauteng residents still cannot see the results promised by this turnaround strategy. The department is good at producing plans. It is far less successful in producing infrastructure. The uncertainty surrounding the transfer of functions from to the Department of Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, or GIFA, raises more concerns. We are told that GIFA is the future. We are told that this restructuring will improve delivery, yet accountability remains unclear. Who is responsible when projects fail? Who is accountable when facilities or deadlines are missed? Who answers when budgets are exceeded? The department has failed to provide sufficient clarity. Changing the organizational structure does not automatically improve performance. Changing the letterhead does not fix the problem if accountability remains weak. There is a real risk that Gauteng is moving problems from one institution to another. Perhaps most troubling of all is the absence of meaningful consequence management. For years, projects have been delayed, costs escalated, infrastructure has deteriorated. Yet, where are the consequences? How many officials have been held accountable? How many managers have faced disciplinary actions for failed projects? How many executives have have been required to answer for years of underperformance? The turnaround strategy focused extensively on accountability, yet accountability without consequences are meaningless. The Democratic Alliance supports infrastructure delivery. We support reform. We support modernization. We support efficient government. What we do not support is rewarding failure. What we do not support is the extensive allocation of more resources without measurable performance improvements. What we do not support is making taxpayers to continue funding promises while waiting endlessly for results. Madam Deputy Speaker, infrastructure is the function of economic growth, service delivery and human dignity. Yet Gauteng continues to suffer from delayed projects, neglected public assets, weak accountability, growing backlogs and uncertainty about the future of the department's direction. The department's turnaround strategy tells us what has gone wrong. What it does not demonstrate is whether those problems have been fixed. Until this department can show measurable improvements in delivery, until accountability becomes more than a slogan, and until residents can see real results on the ground, the DA cannot support this budget. I thank you. Viva Bafana!
Viva. Honorable Devu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand in this August House proud to debate the budget of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the 2026-27 financial year. I do so just over a week after the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of June 16. The month of June is a very significant calendar period in the history of South Africa. This month serves as a reminder to all South Africans about the sacrifices made for this democracy and to address the reality of structural inequalities that confront our democratic dispensation. The year 2026 also marks 3 decades of the adoption of the Bill of Rights as the cornerstone of the nation's democracy. It is therefore imperative that the rights enshrined in the constitutions are not only appearing on paper, but rather a deeply felt experience that is practical in the kind of infrastructure service we provide on a daily basis to the electorate. DS, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan identified infrastructure investment and related reforms as critical for supporting higher economic growth, job creation, and poverty alleviation in line with the national and Gauteng provincial priorities. To grow the economy and reduce unemployment and poverty, as outlined in the SOPA address by Premier Lesufi early this year, requires serious capital investment by the public and the private sectors. Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng Premier outlined a bold plan framed as G13 challenges. The G13 challenges are the mostly critical service delivery, economic and infrastructure challenges currently confronting the people of Gauteng in their day-to-day lives. They constitute an agenda that the ANC-led GPU has been working to advance and deepen during the 7th administration and beyond. Under the ANC-led GPU, efforts have been made to continuously and consistently focus the government to addressing these G13 challenges, particularly the building of new infrastructure, urban renewal, and maintenance of existing infrastructure to keep our cities and people working. Deputy Speaker, let me remind this House that the budget vote we are debating today is the product of the hard work of the ANC-led GPU government under the stewardship of MEC Maile, who tabled the progressive 2026-27 budget vote in March 2026. MEC Maile defined and framed this budget under the theme called the audacity of hope, a collective commitment to building a resilient Gauteng. He defined this audacity of hope as a courageous act and stubborn refusal to succumb to cynicism, despair or fear in the face of daunting challenges. Today I stand here to reaffirm that call to action in which the Department of Infrastructure dares to hope and refuse to accept that internal and external factors are insurmountable. Deputy Speaker, today again we reiterate our commitment to addressing the G13 challenges that we have collectively identified during the commencement of the 7th administration under the ANC-led GPU government. The Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan 2024-2029 forms the basis of the 3 priorities of the 7th administration, summarized as follows. Firstly, driving inclusive growth and jobs as means of rebuilding confidence, crowding investments, and unlocking opportunities for work. Secondly, improved living conditions and the well-being through reliable services, safety, and functioning social services. Thirdly, building a capable and ethical developmental state through ensuring clean administration, discipline, and consequence management. Deputy Speaker, infrastructure is the bridge between hope and visible service delivery. It is the most tangible testament of where residents of Gauteng can judge and see for themselves whether government of the day can do what it contained in its manifesto commitment or not. During the national budget tabled by the Minister of Finance, an emphasis was made that infrastructure investment is the basis for long-term growth, improved service delivery, and job creation. And the government is shifting spending toward growth-enhancing infrastructure. This principle has been emphasized and reflected by the MEC for Finance during the tabling of the 2026-27 budget in March. In the context of infrastructure development and property management in Gauteng, we are practically commending the conclusion of the following projects intervention, the completion of 7 infrastructure projects under education and STARS, the Dr. W.K. du Plessis LSEN, and the Nansfield Primary School. This and many other infrastructure-related projects are a clear demonstration and track record of the fulfillment of our manifesto commitment for implementation during the 7th administration and beyond. Deputy Speaker, standing here in this platform, MSC Mamabolo made a bold commitment to address certain institutional challenges affecting the conclusion of projects on time and on budgets. We take this opportunity to commend the work done by the A-team under the turnaround plan anchored around the IDEP system. It is this intervention that has led to the recording of much improved performance of many of the slow and delayed infrastructure projects under this portfolio. Practically, we have seen the introduction of early warning systems to flag all the planned projects which will not be able to be delivered to ensure that the reasons for non-delivery are clear, analyzed, and for long-term solutions are explored. In the period of 2026-27, a total of 3.6 billion has been committed to infrastructure development, a slight increase of about 30 million. With this allocation, it is our strong belief as the ANC that the path towards economic recovery through direct infrastructure investment will continue to receive much needed support. We note the infrastructure delivery as a cornerstone of this vision. The funding made available in this budget vote will go a long way in delivering on the mandate to do the construction and maintenance of schools, clinics, hospitals, libraries, and other essential facilities. The department will continue to act as Gauteng provincial government's implementing agent, continuing to reshape the province's infrastructure landscape to improve the lives of ordinary residents and the creation of jobs. Deputy Speaker, the department continues to play an important role in addressing triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment as guided by the National Development Plan. In order to advance the GGT 2030 vision and the program of ensuring that provisioning of infrastructure translates into social transformation, it is imperative that we accelerate the provision of infrastructure in a manner that is integrated and inclusive in addressing outcomes such as creation of jobs and economic inclusion. Part of the intervention to be considered is the use of immovable property portfolio to support developmental and spatial transformation objectives as resolved in successive conferences of the governing party, especially when it comes to infrastructure provision to the undeserved communities. The provision of social infrastructure, among others, is key in meeting the government objectives of redistributing wealth to the poor. We therefore commend the progress achieved by our deployees in the executive in an availing of strategic land parcels to help carry and advance the struggle to transform the economy using the infrastructure portfolio. Infrastructure provision must be understood in a broader context to include economic, social, and institutional infrastructure. In all these accomplishments made during the previous financial year, we also note the ongoing operational challenges affecting the department to perform optimally and efficiently. We note, Deputy Speaker, the issues of delays of payments to service providers, poor contract performance, cash flow challenges, and are pleased that these are receiving attention from the top echelons of the department. We urge the department to address the inadequate coordination between the department and their client departments. This plan encourages us to invest more in social and economic infrastructure to stimulate growth and identify new opportunities for growth using infrastructure as an anchor. The province has been under tremendous pressure, facing serious challenges of growing population, which is the result of a net increase from migration of about 1 million people in 2019. Consequently, the ever-growing demand for social and economic infrastructure in the province has been an enormous and daunting task for the governing party. Our members on the other side, I'm not sure, Member Diakhe, if you want us to all continuously use history to judge the current work of the department. It is not assisting. It is not assisting, and it will not assist. I'm not also sure whether Member Mure read the current report, because the issues raised seem to look into also the previous times. Member Mahlaga, ukwazile mkhonto siswile. Member Masilela, to you said the rates will support on performance. Maybe let me also again brief you, because you might have not read our report on issues relating to the performance of the department. That the department had targets of 33 planned targets, and they achieved 27. That's 82% achievement. Yes, yes. The A-team work has shaken the establishment, and we know contractors are now moving, and things are indeed changing. So if the reasoning was around the performance, then you are going to support us, because on program 1, the department achieved 88.9%. On program 2, out of 17 planned targets, they achieved 10 completed projects. GFI has achieved 95% of its target. The EPWP program has achieved 100%. Which performance are you relating to? Please support as we continue. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Missy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by appreciating the debate, and thank you very much to Honorable Ndlovu. I think you have correctly represented the committee, and I must say that in the committee meetings, we know what they say, which they can't say here in a public platform. But let me say this. Let me say this, honorable members, that Honorable Masilela, because we share, and I like the colors you are wearing, I think you'll hear me. The Chinese communists would have said to you, the Chinese communists would have said to you that we must seek the truth from facts. And I'd like to say to the members in the House that let us seek the truth from facts and not from what opposition parties are saying, but purely from facts. And I'd like to share some of the facts that are very important to confirm this. Just in 6 months, this department has delivered, starting in January, Dr. Du Plessis, the learners are in class. It is a fact. In Nansfield, the learners are in class as we speak. That is a fact. In Rustenburg, the learners are in class as we speak. In Simunye, the learners are in class as we speak. In Bantu Bonke, we are done. And in the Women's Living Monument, we are waiting for an occupation certificate. All these projects, honorable members, have got occupation certificates issued by municipalities confirming quality and safety of this project. 6 months we have achieved this. Now, I can ask you this question.
where in this country is there any province, let's say the Western Cape, which you always tell us about, they cannot achieve this, what we have achieved in the period that we have achieved it. So I'd like to say, honorable members, these are the facts. These are the facts and not what they have said. So for that, honorable members, I would like to thank you very much. You know the truth, you know the facts, you know how we work, and that is the fact. Now, I would also like to say to honorable members that, by the way, can I ask for the apology? Can I yeah. Can I?
To clap. Honorable, continue.
I've lost a bit of time. I
No,
just
no,
want
at
to
least
also
stop your
say,
time,
honorable
continue.
members, one of the facts which is very important is that our department has received an outstanding award issued by the National Department of Public Service and Administration in gold for our technological innovation that we received, beating all 9 provinces, and this was last year in November, saying and confirming that our turnaround is working and we are building the capacity of the state for sustainable infrastructure delivery. So where are we going to from here? We are going to reaffirm, continue, sustain the ecosystem, all the 5 pillars of our ecosystem. We are going to focus on property management, to transform the property space, to give access to the people working with GIFA. We are very much pleased that the Department of Health, the MEC, has affirmed and confirmed that they will be concluding a service delivery agreement, appointing DID again as their delivery agent, and the HODs are concluding that. We will be looking towards health and making sure that we can improve. Otherwise, honorable members, we will be sustaining our infrastructure delivery, and this is a fact, not what the opposition parties are saying, but the facts are loud and clear, and let us keep to the facts, not what they are saying. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lebisi. I've noticed a trend that seems to be looming, colleagues, or rather honorable members. We do not wear sneakers in the house. Techies, sneakers, and all those matleb or whatever it is, we do not. I've seen a pattern and a trend. I do not want to mention people by names. Or some are my forces on the left. On my left, there are forces that I don't want to mention. But colleagues, we don't wear sneakers in the house. Honorable Kaba, please pass the message to your next door neighbor. He's not here. Please pass to your next door neighbor as well. But yeah, I'm serious. We don't do that. We don't bring drinks. We don't bring cups. We don't bring glasses. I'm the only one who can bring a glass because I chew ice. But otherwise, all those things are not allowed. I just thought I should say that. Secretary, let's go to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote number 7 of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for 2026-2027. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I'll request that all other parts of the report be taken as read and allow me only to present the following. Deputy Speaker, as the Executive Authority tables the 2026-2027 financial year budget, The current local government political term enters its final financial year. This follows the official announcement by the President, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, that the 2026 local government elections are scheduled for 04 November 2026. The third and fourth political administration for local government has presented its own unique challenges. Most municipalities face challenges of political instability due to coalition governments. Political leaders are responsible for ensuring that communities receive basic services, but the political instability has negatively affected the delivery of public services. The National Treasury analysis also identified the political instability and poor political governance as some of the primary drivers of municipal dysfunctionality. This is confirmed by the recent State of Local Government report, which indicates that political instability and factional disputes and infighting all lead to frequent council disruption, negatively affecting stability and public service delivery. The report also identifies excessive political influence as one of the factors impeding effective public participation and transparency. It is against the above background that the department should ensure that functional municipalities are at the core of the department's efforts, interventions, and initiatives. This comprises of intensifying efforts to prioritize focus areas of service delivery like revenue collection, financial management, and development. Service delivery interventions must include the improvement of access to water, sanitation, electricity, housing, and roads in deprived areas, including completing the urban renewal projects. Above all, the Portfolio Committee of COGTA will continue to play a purposeful oversight responsibility to monitor the executive authority in charge of local government, including municipal performance ahead of the 2026-2027 financial year. The Portfolio Committee concerns are the following: that continued regression or slow improvement in municipal audit outcomes despite departmental interventions, that we have inadequate revenue collection and increasing levels of municipal debt which threaten financial stability, sustainability, aging infrastructure and insufficient maintenance budgets leading to frequent service delivery disruptions, delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects which hinder the achievement of service delivery targets, weak monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to assess the impact of departmental support and interventions, inconsistent functionality of ward committees which limits meaningful community participation, the readiness and responsiveness of municipalities to manage disasters and emergencies effectively. These are the concerns that the committee noted. Then we proposed the following recommendations: that the department should provide responses to the following by at least the 30th of July. The department must ensure that there is improved accountability and oversight through stronger internal controls and enforcement of consequence management in regressing municipalities, and furthermore, strengthen financial management capacity with skilled personnel targeted at training. The department must support municipalities to enhance revenue collection by improving billing systems, enforcing credit control, and expanding the revenue base, and also promote a culture of payment to support financial sustainability. The department must ensure that municipalities prioritize infrastructure maintenance and long-term planning to reduce service delivery disruptions, and furthermore, build technical capacity and ensure more sustainability. The department must ensure that municipalities prioritize infrastructure maintenance and long-term planning to reduce service delivery disruptions. The department must ensure improved project planning, coordination and oversight in municipalities to ensure time delivery. The department must also strengthen M&E systems and use data to track impact and improve accountability in municipalities. The department must maintain functional ward committees in municipalities to provide support and capacity building to ensure effective and consistent community participation. The department must ensure enhanced disaster preparedness, planning and response capacity at municipality level. We would like, of course, Deputy Speaker, to acknowledge the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs wishes to thank the MEC for COGTA, Honorable J. Mamabulo, the Head of Department, Dr. D. Batley, and of course his team. The Chairperson wishes to appreciate the diligence, dedication and commitment shown during the deliberations on the detail of Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation of the 2026-2027 financial year. To all members of the Portfolio Committee, on behalf of the Chair, we thank Member Musai, Honorable Member Musai, Honorable S.T. Msimang, S.K. Raselengwane, Honorable Member Makene, Honorable Member Masoleng, Honorable Member Dilebi, Honorable Member Nyati, Honorable Member Diahe, Honorable Member Masilela, and Honorable Member F.R. Ngoveni. The committee extends its gratitude to Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. S.Z. Mpanchwa Mbalo, Dr. Neneli Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Nyembe, the researcher, Mr. S. Nene, the media officer, Ms. P. Bulasi Hobo, information officer, Mr. L. Ngume, committee administrators, Mem Tembu, and Ms. C. Mtetwa, and Hansard, on Hansard record, Mr. N. Bonani. In terms of Rule 117, to read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables its oversight report on the budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2026-2027 financial year for adoption by the House, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations made in the report. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Member, Dr. Mzai?
I rise to second, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those not in favor say no. Thank you. The yes have it. MEC, the message, or rather the rule that I mentioned earlier, also applies to your staff. There's a gentleman who's wearing techies as well, who are strutting around. So I'm saying, when you get the time, you must communicate my message when they come to the House sitting. You'll get it as you go. I just thought you must pass on the message to members of staff. No techies. We don't want techies and makap or what is it? Yeah. Makap, maklep. Techies, sneakers, maklep. So one of your team members is wearing them. So I'm saying, please communicate the rule that I mentioned, that we do not wear those here when we come to this precinct. You didn't see, I saw. So I'm communicating to you, to communicate to your staff as well. It goes to all of you MECs, because they might not know your people when they come in. Thank you. Secretary, let's go to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Budget, speech and debate on the details of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote number 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by profusely apologizing on those matters that you have raised. I'll talk to the teams. And at this point, I would like to greet our Honorable Premier. Let me greet all members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip, all the leaders, all honorable members, all MMCs, councillors, and of course, the leaders of traditional houses that are here. Let me greet our HOD and the entire management team that is with him, including the head of our provincial disaster management team. Let me also just take the opportunity, honorable members, to say that in the House, we have been joined by a very important team that is sitting right here, well-dressed, ready for work. This is our urban search and rescue team from the disaster management teams across the province from our municipalities. I thought I should invite them to thank them for the excellent work they continue to do and for the work they did during the floods in Limpopo. And we invited you to the House to say, thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you. We do appreciate your bravery, self-service, and of course your commitment to save the lives of the people. Thank you, thanks a lot to the team. Honorable members, we are also pleased to have in the House who are joined by one of our traditional leaders, Nkosi Mahlangu is here with a delegation. Nkosi Mahlangu is seated there. Bayete. Bayete Ndabesi. And welcome to you and feel at home, Nkosi Mahlangu. We are happy to have you in the House. I also just want to acknowledge MMC Khomia Sera, who is also with us here, one of the outstanding leaders supporting the turnaround teams in the work streams, is here to support us. Thank you very much, MMC, and thanks for coming. Now, honorable members, let me also just, on this note, continue to join the rest of the people of our country to appreciate the excellent performance by Bafana Bafana. Honorable members, for the 2026 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs allocated a total budget of 680 million, forming part of a medium-term expenditure framework, allocation growing to about 1.9 billion over the next 3 years. This allocation reflects the strategic importance of local government in achieving the objectives of growing Gauteng together and achieving the developmental aspirations of our province. The largest allocation of 295 million is directed towards local government. These programs support municipal administration, municipal finance, public participation, capacity development, stakeholder engagement, and municipal performance monitoring. A further 197 million has been allocated to development and planning. This program drives integrated development planning, disaster management services, infrastructure support, and municipal infrastructure interventions. Importantly, this allocation includes the 80 million dedicated to addressing municipal energy challenges through the implementation of the Gauteng Energy Response Program. An amount of 165.6 million has been allocated to administration to ensure that the department remains capable, professional, and responsive in supporting municipalities, whilst 21.6 million has been allocated to traditional institutional management ndabezitha. Iyenu le baba yokusupporta Nkosi Mahlangu le Kgoshikekana traditional houses. Yenu le baba ikhona. Yenu baba. Now, let me also say that while municipalities across Gauteng continue to demonstrate resilience in maintaining essential services, the truth and reality, of course, is that local government is facing serious challenges, honorable members. And our approach is to promote integration and, of course, good intergovernmental relations with the three spheres of government working together. Our constitution says, open quote, in the Republic, government is constituted as national, provincial, and local spheres of government which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated, close quote. Honorable members, this clearly shows that the drafters were not confused about the interrelated nature of our spheres of government. In other words, they knew then that we can never resolve the complex challenges facing government without leveraging on each other strength, skills, technical know-how, and the resources. Gauteng, of course, we have promoted the principle, as I said, of intergovernmental relations, working with all our 11 municipalities, national departments, entities to resolve, plan, and deal with the challenges that we face. Honorable members, allow me to also say to you, last month we presented a very detailed public account going work stream by work stream about the work that we are doing with our municipalities, and due purely to time, we may not be able to go into each one of them, but we are working with all our municipalities. And I would like to thank that all our municipalities are working with us, and there are no tensions, problems in our intergovernmental ecosystem. We are working together with all our municipalities. It is for this reason that I would like to thank the city of Ekurhuleni for remaining to be the best champion on water, doing an excellent job, and we say thanks to the city of Ekurhuleni. I would like to thank the city of Tshwane for being our champion on law enforcement and community safety. They continue to do an excellent job, and we are relying on their expertise and knowledge across the province. Mogale City is assisting us with peer management, engaging municipalities, providing technical know-how leadership and coordination on disaster management, while the city of Joburg is championing our good governance, engaging and working with all the municipalities to make sure that we can work together. Honorable members, let me also assure you, as you know, one of the challenges that we have is with respect to water. But I'm pleased to announce that working with the CSIR, we will be, and of course the Department of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Premier, we will be putting a solution on the table to deal with the serious challenge of water losses, but also to make sure that we can support our municipalities so that they can direct their resources to be able to deal with the challenges of water in the province. I'm also pleased to say we have worked very well with national government during the most difficult time, and thanks to your leadership, Premier, we have managed to deal with the challenges of water disruptions in the province. I also want to take this opportunity to appreciate the partnerships that we continue to enjoy with a number of stakeholders across the province in working together to resolve our challenges. Let me also thank the President of our Republic for leading us on turning around the situation in the city of Joburg. And I think we must say to the President, that is the best example of the three spheres of government working together, and we are very confident that we will be able to get to the bottom of the challenges facing the city of Joburg, and we can roll out that to the rest of the municipalities across the province. I would like to also say to honorable members who are addressing the challenge of the debt of municipalities, we have entered into an agreement with the AG that just before the end of this financial year, we will be unveiling our approach to making sure that audits can be done in the middle of the year so that we can have interim financial statements, interim audits, promote, strengthen good governance, and make sure that we have got good public financial accountability, but overall good governance, and we appreciate the relationship we have with the AG. On that note, honorable members, we are quite confident that the integration, good IGR we are doing with our municipalities will be able to improve the service delivery across all our municipalities. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Time is up. There was peace before you came back. Honorable Maluka. Honorable Maluka Glungile will come back to here. Honorable Dilebo.
Greetings to you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the House at large. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Umhlonitshwa Inkosi Mahlangu. As umkhonto wesizwe sithi mtshata ndabezitha. Umkhonto wesizwe rise today to debate the proposed budget allocation for Department of Corporate Governance and Regional Affairs. This budget appears disconnected from the reality facing communities across Gauteng. At a time when municipalities are struggling with financial instability, deteriorating infrastructure, poor service delivery, and declining public confidence, this budget offers very little that addresses these urgent challenges. Firstly, there's a concerning lack of accountability. Several municipalities continue to face severe financial distress with mounting debt owed to Eskom and Randwater. Yet this budget does not clearly demonstrate how municipalities will be compelled to improve governance, strengthen revenue collection, or cap wasteful and irregular expenditure. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, communities continue to experience daily service delivery failures. Residents face water shortages, deteriorating roads, electricity disruptions, and inadequate municipal services. The core responsibility of COGTA is to support municipalities in delivering these basic services. Yet this budget appears to place greater emphasis on administration than on the infrastructure investment required to improve people's lives. We are particularly concerned about the state of municipal infrastructure. Aging systems, poor maintenance, and water losses continue to place immense pressure on communities and local economies. Gauteng cannot afford to continue managing crises instead of preventing them. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, disaster management remains under-prioritized despite recurring floods, severe storms, and fires in vulnerable communities. We need a proactive approach that strengthens the resilience and protects lives. Honorable Deputy Speaker, year after year, the Auditor General highlights corruption, financial mismanagement, and weaknesses in municipal governance. The people of Gauteng are demanding accountability, consequence management, and responsible leadership. What Gauteng needs is a budget that prioritizes infrastructure renewal, strengthens financial discipline, improves service delivery, and places communities at the center of governance. As the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party will continue to hold the department accountable and advocate for municipalities that are responsive, effective, and capable of meeting the needs of our people. Gwaza Mkhonto, Gwaza. Gwaza.
Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Tulebu.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable Ngobeni. Oh, yes, Honorable.
can I speak on behalf, can I debate on behalf of Honorable Maluka, please?
Okay, you'll do it after.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this budget, Deputy Speaker, is not simply to fund the department. It is to strengthen municipalities so that they can deliver services to the people of Gauteng. That is the constitutional responsibility placed on COGTA. There are indeed encouraging signs, Deputy Speaker. The department has put in place support programs, there's governance interventions, and there's municipal turnaround initiatives that has been introduced by the MEC. The committee also acknowledged that these efforts in their own report. But the real question is whether those interventions, MEC, are changing what residents experience every day. Are municipalities becoming financially stronger? Are they governing better? Are communities receiving more reliable services? That is the real test, MEC. One area that remains deeply concerning for us as Action SA is accountability. The department's own information shows that municipalities have written off approximately 31.6 billion in irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, while only about 554 million has actually been recovered. That should concern all of us. It suggests that identifying problems is no longer the biggest challenge that we have as government. The biggest challenge is making sure that there are real consequences when public money is misused. The committee's report also raises concerns about weak revenue collection, aging infrastructure, delays in infrastructure projects, inconsistent municipal performance, and weak monitoring of the department's own support interventions. We must agree that these are not new problems. The question is whether this budget gives us confidence that they will be finally addressed. I also note, Deputy Speaker, that approximately 197 million, or about 67% of the budget of Program 2 is allocated to public participation and stakeholder engagement. Don't get me wrong, public participation is important. It's a constitutional requirement, but municipalities are also battling poor revenue collections, infrastructure failures, financial distress, and critical skill shortage. So spending 67% of this budget on public participation, I'm not sure whether it's actually correct. But municipalities, as legislators, we must continuously ask whether our spending priorities are aligned with the biggest risk facing local government. Section 154 of the Constitution requires the province not only to support municipalities, but to strengthen them. And that is important that we must take this department to task if they fail to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. While COGTA's work is measured through governance and oversight, its success is ultimately measured through service delivery. When municipality cannot maintain its infrastructure, residents experience water outages. When governance fails, roads deteriorate. When financial management collapses, communities experience declining services. It is therefore impossible to debate this budget without debating service delivery, because the effectiveness of COGTA is ultimately reflected in the condition of Gauteng's municipalities. The Constitution envisions municipalities that are democratic, accountable, financially sustainable, and capable of promoting social and economic development. Yet the sewer spilling into the streets of Mfuleni, recurring water disruptions across Gauteng, and municipalities struggling under debt, governance failures, and aging infrastructure tell a different story. The State of Local Government report acknowledges that municipalities face governance failures, financial distress, weak financial management, service delivery backlogs, aging infrastructure, and declining public confidence. The department's own oversight report paints a troubling picture of local government in the province. Municipalities recorded 8.4 billion in unauthorized expenditure, 1.5 billion in fruitless and wasteful expenditure and an average creditor payment period of 368 days. It is against this backlog that we must assess the department's budget. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department receives 380 million in the 2026-27 financial year. Of this amount, 295 million is allocated to local governance and 197 million to development and planning. Combined, these two programs consume almost 493 million, representing more than 72% of the department's budget. Despite the reporting performance levels above 90% across its major programs, municipalities continue to record 8.4 billion in unauthorized expenditure, 1.58 billion in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and creditor payment periods of 368 days. This raises a fundamental question. Are we measuring activities or are we measuring outcomes? How does a department allocate almost 493 million to municipal support, governance interventions and planning, while municipalities continue to record these outcomes? Perhaps it's time we start to question the efficiency of these programs. In the previous financial year, the department spent almost 396 million on compensation of employees, yet municipalities facing governance failures, labor disputes, financial distress and compliance challenges were supported by only one legal expert and one labor relations expert across the entire province. One would expect a department spending hundreds of millions on personnel to deploy technical expertise at scale. For years, the department has introduced dashboards, monitoring systems and interventions planning plans aimed at improving water management. The department now points to improved reporting, improved coordination and improved stakeholders' collaboration as evidence of progress. Yet when asked what measurable reductions in water losses had been achieved through the Gauteng Water Dashboard, it could not provide figures, while municipalities like Johannesburg continue to lose approximately 46% of its water through leaks and system inefficiencies. The same pattern is visible in the development of and planning, which receives 197 million. Despite this allocation, the department failed to finalize a critical level 3 disaster management plan, only supported 4 municipalities instead of the plan 6 through technical multidisciplinary teams, and replaced only 41 of the plan 60 transformers. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Mamabolo, other MECs, honourable members. The constitutional mandate of the Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs is clear. The province must support, strengthen, monitor and, where necessary, intervene in municipalities to ensure that they fulfil their constitutional obligations. The question that Gauteng residents and citizens are asking today is, are we doing enough? Because when we look around Gauteng, the answer from many residents is a resounding no. We see municipalities struggling with mounting debt, declining revenue collection, ageing infrastructure, water losses, poor audit outcomes, service delivery failures, and increasing public frustration. Honourable MEC, this is in spite of all the positive aspects that you've highlighted. The committee's own report identifies inadequate revenue collection, increasing municipal debt, ageing infrastructure, delays in projects, and weak monitoring as major concerns. Communities are tired of reports, they are tired of plans, they are tired of promises. They want functioning roads, reliable water supply, electricity, clean environment, and municipalities that work. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Department correctly recognised that political instability, weak governance and poor administration are amongst the key drivers of municipal dysfunction. But recognition alone is not enough. The Constitution does not require the province merely to observe municipal decline. It requires support, strengthening and intervention where municipalities are unable to fulfil their obligations. And that brings me to the Honourable MEC Mamabolo, for whom I have respect and value our good friendship and relationship. There comes a time when extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures. The state of local government in parts of Gauteng is no longer a routine governance challenge. It's a crisis that demands a decisive leadership, firm oversight and visible consequences. In the words often associated with the approach of the Honourable Minister Pieter Groenewald, Freedom Front Plus Minister for Correctional Services, there comes a time where government must stop making excuses and start to skop gat. Not through rhetoric, but through discipline, accountability and results. Officials responsible for financial mismanagement must be held accountable, and where interventions are required, they must be persistent, measurable and relentless. Honourable Deputy Speaker, on 4th November, people will once again have an opportunity to make their voices heard through the ballot box, a test of whether citizens are satisfied with the current trajectory of local government. The messages from residents will be clear. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Raslingwane.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, Wazulepo, Gauteng Province, Ngamanda Mandava Ekurhuleni di Masiari. Madam Speaker, we meet today not to debate theory, but we confront a hard reality. Local government in Gauteng province is failing. And when local government fails, it is not an abstract policy failure. It is felt where government matters the most. It is the taps that runs dry, the traffic light that no longer works, and the refuse that goes uncollected, and the child or the clinic that cannot provide basic services. Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me start with what you can see and smell. In Emfuleni, raw sewage has been polluting the Vaal River for 8 years. The Minister of Water and Sanitation declared it as a disaster since 2021. In 2026, families in Sharpeville still wake up to the stench, yet nothing has been done. Wastewater treatment plants remain dysfunctional, while the provincial government offers little more than the promises and press conferences instead of a coordinated plan to fix the crisis. Johannesburg receives at least 1.7 billion litres of water every day, yet nearly 49% of that water, which is around 833 million litres, is lost through leaks. Meanwhile, the City of Johannesburg pipes replacement budget cuts is significantly removed. You cannot repair leaking pipes with press conferences, and you may repair them with engineers, investment, and competent government. The City of Tshwane has 2,500 kilometers of roads in poor, not just poor, but in a very bad state condition, and this is according to our latest pavement report. Water tankers led by ANC cronies in the City of Tshwane continues to rob the resident of an opportunity to get clean drinking water out of the taps. That is not government. This is a crime scene. Ekurhuleni faces 14 billion in infrastructure backlog for electricity alone. Substation bans, cable thefts thrives, and the response is ad hoc repairs with no citywide grid resilience plan. What is very clear, Honourable Speaker, is there is no coordinated provincial infrastructure turnaround plan, and the Gauteng Department of Corporate Government and Traditional Affairs has done little beyond convening meetings to discuss the crisis. There is nothing published to turn around the problems. There is no funding or the roadmap and no time-bound program to replace failing water, electricity, and no roads infrastructure across all these metro. Each city fights alone and loses alone. Honourable Speaker, the financial collapse in our municipality is a serious cause for concern. No municipalities can deliver service on a broken balance sheet. Johannesburg tabled a total budget of 97.1 billion for the 2026-2027 financial year, yet it owes Eskom 5.3 billion according to the utilities recently released media statement. The City of Tshwane carries 5.4 billion Eskom debt and faces a recurring threat of blackout for ratepayers, yet its collection rate sits at 83%, meaning nearly one-fifth of all revenue is never recovered. The city of Ekurhuleni recorded 1.1 billion in unauthorized expenditure and holds cash reserves that covers less than 30 days of operation. And Honorable Dunga can attest to this. This is not a sustainable, it is a collapse waiting to happen. Emfuleni is a technical insolvent, owing 8 billion to Eskom and Rand Water. It cannot repair leaks because it lacks the funds to purchase parts, and it lacks the funds because it cannot generate revenue. Honourable members, the Auditor General 2024 and 2025 Municipal Financial Management Act report found that 73% of Gauteng municipalities required material correction to their financial statement. This is not an accounting issue. It is a systematic failure that has been led by the ANC government together with the EFF. Honourable Speaker, you cannot have the money in the pipes without engineers. It is useless to do that. Honourable Speaker, Cocktail's 2025 capacity report shows technically vacancies rate above 40% across Gauteng municipalities, and Emfuleni has 5 municipal managers in 6 years. Johannesburg had 3 city managers since 2021, and Tshwane went from 11 months without a CEO. We have driven out our skills through political interference, instability, and cadre deployment. We advertise for engineers, yet we appoint the political allies. Honourable Speaker, across Gauteng, the Auditor General has recorded 12.8 billion in irregular expenditure and 1.9 billion in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The city of Ekurhuleni have spent almost 430 million on CCTV cameras that were never installed. Again, Honourable Dunga can attest to this. Johannesburg has squandered 95 million on broadband project that connected no buildings. Emfuleni paid millions for security while substations were stripped bare-hand. The Auditor General has raised these fundings year after year, but the Department of COGTA yearly responds with plan and no consequences management. Corruption is not a mistake, it is theft and stealing from the very same people that you claim to represent. Honourable Speaker, I do not only condemn, but I come here to also show that municipalities can be a success, and Midvaal local municipality has shown that it can be done. This DA-led municipality has received at least 11 consecutive clean audits in 2025. It has 99 water access, 96 of refuse is collected weekly. Its revenue is getting collected, and it has cash reserve of 4 months. That is the DA difference, and you can only learn from that. The difference is simple, is that we prioritize professionalizing our institution over politician. We prioritize zero tolerance for corruption, and we ensure that there is proper maintenance. A typical example being that Midvaal spends 8% of its budget on repairs above national treasury norms. Midvaal is not rich, it is well governed. Midvaal, it is not rich, it is properly governed. It is well governed, and that is the difference. Whether you like it or not, the EFF and the ANC-led government in this province can learn a thing from us.
Hang on. Colleagues. You are drowning the speaker. We are not able to hear the speaker. You are left with a few minutes. I stopped your time. You are left with a few minutes. You can continue, but you are drowning the speaker. We can't hear. Continue, members. Yes,
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Don't worry, I've got this. She's going to continue. So you're calling order for that? You're calling order for that? I've got this. I know what I'm doing. I'm saying I've got this. I knew what I was doing here. I'm protecting Wrestling One.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As I was still saying, the city Midvaal is not rich. It is well governed by the DA-led government, and that is the DA difference between a collapsed government and delivery. The DA is the only party with a credible plan to turn around Gauteng municipalities around. And I agree, Honourable Speaker, that Member Masilela does agree to this. First, we will ensure that within the first 100 days, we will establish a provisional municipality task team to coordinate of water, electricity, and road infrastructure. We will prioritize that we give Mfuleni wastewater crisis and ensure that Johannesburg water losses are dealt with within monthly public and ensure that there is monthly public progress report. Secondly, we will ensure that we end unfunded budget and enforce meaningful section through Section 139 intervention by deploying engineers and not comrades, CFOs that are highly skilled, and revenue specialists that will be administrators.
Now it's fine, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, can I be protected?
No, you were protected. It's me who took your time, and I know how much time I took.
Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Municipalities will also be required to ensure that they implement repayment plans with ESCOM and water boards. Thirdly, we will ensure that we end paid deployment in technical posts and appoint qualified professionals based on merit.
You are pushing it now. Thank you. It's me who took your time, and I protected you.
My time was wasted by them.
Yeah, they were crowning you. I protected you.
Wow, they really took my time.
Okay, order, order, order. Okay. All right. You cannot protect you, you push the envelope. Your protector, you are doing this. Eh? There was a nice break. Member Ndlovu. Sorry. Mukobe, yeah. Sorry. Member Mukobe. I'm going to send you page.
Am I called in, Deputy Speaker?
Yes, it's your time.
Thank you so much, Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and distinguished guests, and the people of Gauteng. Speaker, refuse not collected in municipalities started in 2016 when the DA led coalitions in municipalities across the province. Speaker, Tshwane is recovering from 8 years of bad governance, 8 wasted years of bad governance in the city of Tshwane. Speaker, allow me at the outset to convey our heartfelt condolences to the royal family and the people of the Ndebele Manala Kingdom following the passing of His Majesty King Enoch Makosonke Mabena. We join the people of Gauteng and South Africa in mourning the loss of a traditional leader who dedicated his life to preserving the rich cultural heritage and traditions of our people. Speaker, today we gather in this August House to debate the budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs at a moment of profound historical significance. We do so in the year that marks 30 years since the adoption of our democratic constitution, 50 years since the historic June 16 uprising, and a mere months before South Africa returns to the polls in the local government elections scheduled for the 4th of November 2026. Speaker, the great African literary giant Chinua Achebe reminds us that the world is like a mask dancing. If you want to see it well, you do not stand in one place. I close quote. The profound wisdom speaks directly to the challenges of governance in our time. We cannot govern from a distance. We cannot understand the needs of our people if we remain detached from their lived realities. We cannot strengthen democracy if we engage communities only when elections approach. We must move amongst the people. We must listen to the people. We must organize the people. We must continuously adapt our interventions to the realities confronting our communities. This principle is particularly relevant to the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Too often discussions about COGTA focuses on municipal support, governance and interventions, infrastructure coordination. While these functions remain critically important, we must equally appreciate the department's responsibility in strengthening the democratic participation and civic consciousness of our people. COGTA is not merely a department responsible for municipalities. It is one of the custodians of our local democracy. Its mandate includes ensuring that communities participate meaningfully in governance processes, strengthening public participation mechanism, and cultivating active citizenship amongst our people. A developmental state requires informed citizens, responsive municipalities that require active communities. Democracy requires citizens who understand both their rights and responsibilities. Earlier on, Speaker, we acknowledged young people who came here into this gallery. These young people were mobilized by amongst efforts of activists, community organizers, and leaders of our movement, including the President of the Republic and the Premier of Gauteng. Their presence here today should inspire confidence in all of us that it demonstrates that the youth of South Africa have not abandoned the democratic project. They remain determined to shape the future of their communities, municipalities, and the country. They understand that democracy requires active participation and that local government remains the sphere of government closest to the people. Speaker, the reality remains that local government is at the coalface of service delivery. It is through municipalities that communities access water, sanitation, electricity, roads, refuse removal, and a range of other services that impact directly on their daily lives. It is therefore encouraging that the governing party has declared 2026 the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy. This declaration reflects an understanding that local government must be strengthened if we are to accelerate development and improve the quality of life of our people. We acknowledge both the progress achieved and challenges that remain. Through the various interventions, support programs, and cooperative governance mechanisms, important steps have been taken to improve municipal performance and service delivery. The adoption of Accelerated Service Delivery Action Plan reflects a clear commitment to restoring public confidence in local government and ensuring visible improvements in communities across Gauteng. The 7th Gauteng Provincial Administration has committed itself to 5 elevated priorities: accelerating economic recovery, strengthening the fight against crime, corruption, and vandalism, and of course, lawlessness. Of course, also to improve health and wellness, strengthening the capacity of the state to deliver services and addressing incomplete infrastructure. The budget before us today contributes directly towards achieving these objectives. For the year 2026 and 2027 financial year, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been allocated more than 680 million, increasing significantly over the medium-term expenditure framework period. These resources are intended to strengthen municipal governance, support services delivery, improve planning and coordination, and build institutional capacity. We welcome the manner in which the department has aligned its programs with the priorities identified by the provincial government and the medium-term development plan. Speaker, one of the most important interventions produced by the government in recent years has been the district development model. The district development model represents a fundamental shift in the way government plans and delivers services. It seeks to break down silos and ensure that all spheres of government work together in a coordinated and integrated manner. Through the DDM, municipalities, provincial government, and national departments are able to align resources, accelerate infrastructure investment, improve planning, and strengthen local economic development initiatives. We therefore welcome the continued support for this program and recognize its contribution towards improving coordination and enhancing service delivery outcomes throughout Gauteng. We also note the interventions aimed at addressing the water security challenges, revitalizing central business districts, and accelerating service delivery in strategic economic corridors. We further welcome the ongoing efforts to support political stability within the municipalities and strengthen governance systems throughout the province. Stable municipalities are better positions to focus on development, service delivery, and community needs. It is therefore important that all efforts aimed at ensuring effective governance continue to receive support. We also welcome progress made regarding the traditional leadership matters, including the conclusion of the work undertaken by the Gauteng Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims. Traditional leaders continue to play an important role through this particular department. Speaker, as representatives of the people, our responsibility does not end with the approval of budgets. We must ensure that every allocation is matched by implementation, accountability, and measurable outcomes. We remain committed to supporting all initiatives aimed at strengthening local government and enhancing service delivery and improving the capacity of municipalities to fulfill their constitutional mandate. Working together with communities, municipalities, and all spheres of government, we can overcome these challenges and confront local government and build municipalities that truly serve the people. For these reasons, and because this budget advances the objectives of democratic participation, cooperative governance, and responsive local government and improves service delivery, we support the budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and we're stopping to be armchair critics. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip. Honourable MEC, you may conclude the debate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Chair of Chairs, Honourable, thanks a lot. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge all the inputs and the debate. I can say to our team there for urban search and rescue that you have seen the disaster that happened on this side of the house. So they will need your intervention, be ready. You have seen what happened on that side of the house. Now, honorable members, very briefly, I would like to say to the House that we do not need shouting and screaming at the problem and at our municipalities. We don't need that. We don't need that. These municipalities, whilst there are challenges, but many of the problems they face are related to the severity of the deep legacy of apartheid colonialism that continue to reproduce itself. And that does not underestimate some of the difficulties that have evolved over time. But the essence of it is that it doesn't help to shout blame and point fingers at municipalities. We need solutions. And let me assist you. Our Premier here said to us that we have got 13 challenges, the 13 Gauteng problem, the G13, and +2. This is what we should be debating. How far have we gone to address these questions, working with and supporting our municipalities, not screaming and shouting at municipalities? Now, Premier, we have said as COGTA, DID, and GIFA, through our integration and working together, that we seek to build smart cities and build Gauteng as a smart city region. And we have said this is how we want to respond to the challenges that we have. The leadership of the Premier and the entire EXCO and the House have approved about 100 million rands for DID to GIFA to make sure that we can work on bulk infrastructure to support our municipalities. What you should be saying is, how far are we going? What progress are we making? This is a good intervention, repositioning GIFA to play a role in supporting bulk infrastructure. Number two, we have said, as part of building smart cities, we are partnering with CSIR to deal with a perennial, deeper, complex problem of baselining water leakages so that we can be able to direct resources appropriately at dealing with non-revenue water leakages, but also make sure that we can support our municipalities on the challenge of water storage that will be able to sustain any disruptions in water supply, but make sure that all our areas are serviced. This is a proposal that we are putting on the table. We will be unveiling it. I've not heard any of you speaking about the white paper process, which is a very thorough process that seeks to change the architecture of local government and to solve some of the issues that government has been raising. You are not saying anything, zilch, no idea, nothing on the white paper process, not even half a sentence on that issue. So that's why I'm saying all what you are doing is to shout and scream at the problem. You are not offering any solutions. We will be working together with GIFA to make sure that we support our municipalities. Just next week, we will be visiting Mfuleni to meet with the mayor and the new mayoral committee to discuss how again to support them on dealing with the challenges of waste management. I've already said GIFA is working with the city of Joburg on a model of waste to energy, which will be a blueprint for many of our municipalities in the province. So, honorable members, those are just some of the few issues that we wanted to raise. We've also said, on good governance and clean audits, we will be partnering with the AG to make sure that we can introduce a very important intervention of mid-year or interim audits and of course, interim financial statements. This is going to strengthen good governance and improve many of the challenges relating to governance in our municipalities. This is a solution. Do you have any ideas on how this concept of interim audits will help or not help? That is the point you can't say anything about because you are merely screaming and shouting at the problem. We don't need that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes that debate. Secretary, can you read the 14th order, please?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Roads and Transport Budget Vote 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Honorable Schneemann, can you deliver the committee report, please, sir?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me request that the sections of the report that I don't read be taken as read. The Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics noted that the Department of Roads and Transport received a total allocation amounting to 10.2 billion, financed through the equitable share, an amount of 5.5 billion or 54.03% of the budget, and conditional grants from the National Department of Transport amounting to 4.6 billion or 45.97% of the budget. The committee also noted that the allocation of financial resources has slightly increased from 10.050 billion in the 25...
Sorry, Honourable Schneemann. For our guests, just exit quietly, please. Thank you so much. Go ahead, please, Honourable Schneemann.
Okay, let me start again. The committee noted that the allocation of financial resources has slightly increased from an amount of 10.050 billion in the 25-26 financial year to an amount of 10.2 billion in the current financial year. And this is an amount of 152.6 million or 1.50% increase over the 25-26 financial year. However, the committee is concerned about the projected budget cuts in the next financial year, noting the increasing pressure which is being placed on provincial roads infrastructure, as well as emerging as things that are starting to emerge now, such as sinkholes across provincial roads. In relation to the Gautrain Management Agency, the total allocation for the Gautrain in the current financial year is 2.4 billion, mainly for payment of the operating costs directly to the operator as per the collateral agreement during the holdover period as required by the Gautrain Management Agency. And here the committee is concerned about the delays in the appointment and announcement of the new concessionaire to manage and operate the Gautrain system, noting that the handover of the system was concluded at the end of March 2026. In addition, according to the agency, the GMA, the business case on the Gautrain extension phase has been submitted to National Treasury for approval and that they are awaiting for a response thereof. The committee also noted that the budget for the department, as I've said earlier, has been slightly increased to cater for the mandate of the department and entities. However, the committee is concerned on the projected budget cuts in the next financial year and over the MTF period on construction and maintenance sub-programs. The committee would continue to closely monitor the finalisation of The committee would continue to closely monitor the finalisation of delayed infrastructure projects due to poor performance by contractors, the implementation of planned road infrastructure projects, the refurbishment of provincial centres, the functionality of regional road maintenance centres, and the appointment of the new GMA or Gautrain concessionaire. I want to then move to the concerns and recommendations of the committee. I've left out some of the areas that I could have read because I'm sure these will be raised in the debate by one of my colleagues. So let me move over to concerns of the committee, and the committee is concerned, has two particular concerns. The first is the projected budget cuts in the maintenance and construction sub-programs allocations in the next financial year, noting that the maintenance and construction backlog on provincial roads due to growing pressures such as sinkholes. The second concern of the committee is the following: the delays in the appointment of the new concessionaire to manage and operate the Gautrain system, noting that the handover of the system was completed at the end of March 2026. In terms of the committee's recommendations, there are three, and they are as follows. And in addition, the committee requests that the department should provide detailed reports on these by 31 July 2026. So the first recommendation is as follows. the possible maintenance and construction projects that may be negatively impacted by the projected budget cuts in the next financial year, as well as proposed intervention measures to ensure emerging pressures such as sinkholes on provincial roads will be addressed. The second recommendation is the possible criteria framework that will be utilised in the next financial year in procuring only 3 construction projects to ensure alignment with available budget. And then the third and final recommendation is the progress on the appointment of the new concessionaire to manage and operate the Gautrain system. I therefore would like to express appreciation to the MEC Diali Tlabela, the HOD and senior management and officials for their participation in the process, looking at the budget and their work with us on that. We appreciate that. Also express appreciation to all members of the Portfolio Committee for their participation, attendance and constructive inputs on the budget. And finally, to express our appreciation to the work and efforts of the committee support team who do the work behind the scenes for the committee. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee adopted the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for the 26-27 financial year. And in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport. Is my mic off? Let me start again. I don't know what happened there. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport recommends that the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for the 26-27 financial year be adopted, taking into account the concerns and recommendations tabled in this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schneemann. Honourable members, can I have a seconder for that committee report, please? Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. I second.
Thank you, Honourable Mhlongo. I now put a question to the House. All those in favour say yes. Yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the 15th order, please?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Roads and Transport Development, Budget Vote 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-27 financial year.
Thank you so much. Honourable MEC Diali Tlabela, you may present the budget speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. We woke up very early today as South Africans, and I want to join the team by congratulating Bafana for being decisive on the field. Let me also greet Premier and colleagues in the executive, greet you and the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker in absentia, as well as the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honourable members in the August House, mayors and MMCs that were present earlier, as well as stakeholders that came earlier from the transport sector, and also greet the HOD and the team from the department and all its entities. Member More, when the portfolio committee speaks, Honourable Schneemann, we listen. The team, the management team from the Department of Roads and Transport and all its entities are a reflection of our demographics in the province. This budget is tabled at a time when our province, like the rest of the country, continues to face significant fiscal constraints. Yet, despite these pressures, we remain firmly committed to delivering on our mandate to maintain, improve and expand a road and transport network that supports economic growth, enhances mobility, and improves the quality of life for people of Gauteng. Over the 26 medium-term expenditure framework, the department has been allocated a total baseline budget of 27.8 billion. This includes 10.2 billion in 26-27, 8.7 billion in 27-28, 8.8 billion in 28-29. While these allocations reflect a constrained fiscal environment, they provide us with the means to focus on what matters most: maintaining our existing road network, implementing priority infrastructure projects, and improving public transport services. Chair of Chairs, road infrastructure is not merely about tar and asphalt. It is a critical economic enabler. It connects people to opportunities, businesses to markets, and communities to essential services. Strategic investment in roads unlocks economic growth, improves freight efficiency, and reduces congestion across our province. At the same time, we recognize that the most cost-effective investment we can make is preserving the infrastructure we already have. For this reason, our budget deliberately balances targeted new construction with the maintenance and rehabilitation of existing infrastructure. Maintenance remains our single biggest priority. Over the medium-term expenditure framework, 1.4 billion rands has been allocated specifically for maintenance and repairs, with 940 million rands set aside for 26-27 financial year alone. This investment will fund critical activities including pothole patching, resealing, bridge rehabilitation, storm repairs, public lighting, and the installation of guardrails. We emphasize preventative maintenance because it is significantly more cost-effective than allowing roads to deteriorate to the point where complete reconstruction becomes necessary. Every rand invested in maintenance today saves substantially more in future rehabilitation costs. Alongside maintenance, we continue to advance several major road construction and upgrade projects across Gauteng. We are in Alexander through our upgrade program in K155. We also in Bronkhorstspruit in Tshwane, upgrading K175. We are in Centurion in Tshwane, upgrading P122. We are also having an upgrading program, K60 around Midrand and surrounding areas, R82 in Sidibeng, P73 Golden Highway upgrade in Johannesburg, K31, which is the Beyers-Noddio corridor in the West Rand, and we also are finalizing Sebokeng driving license testing center. These projects have been carefully selected to reduce congestion, improve road safety, and stimulate economic activity in strategic growth corridors. Importantly, they are distributed across all regions of the province to ensure equitable infrastructure investment. I'm pleased to report that many of these projects are already under construction, rehabilitation, or in advanced planning stages. Others will commence during the 26-27 financial year as procurement processes are finalized. To support this work, the department is strengthening project management capacity to ensure timely delivery, improved oversight, and value for money. This infrastructure development is inherently labor intensive. This provides us with a valuable opportunity to tackle unemployment while stimulating local economies. One other important issue, Chair of Chairs, that we're dealing with is road safety, which remains one of our highest priority as we work to build a transport system that is not only efficient, but one that protects the lives of our people. Every life lost on our roads is one too many. The numbers are very high on our, especially as it relates to pedestrian fatalities on our roads. Johannesburg is one of those regions that face high pedestrian fatalities, and we have prioritized road safety programs. We are refocusing our efforts on the rehabilitation of the provincial road network, which spans approximately 5.59 kilometers, to ensure that both surfaced and unsurfaced roads remain safe and free from defects for motorist and non-motorist transport users. Working closely with our municipalities, traffic authorities, and community stakeholders, we are concentrating intervention in high-risk areas while investing in smart technologies to better monitor, regulate, and manage traffic flow. Like I said, Johannesburg is one, but that region. An amount of 3.2 billion has been allocated to ensure the seamless functioning of public transport services across Gauteng. Not so long ago, we came here to report that we are managing around 16 subsidized bus contracts comprising 15 negotiated contracts and 1 tendered contract. And amongst those is the famous NTI contract that we are at an IGR level managing closely to ensure that people of Hammanskraal have public transport services. Safer roads in terms of our network are the backbone of a resilient transport system, which is a key stimulant of the economy. Traffic signals remain among the most affected assets, vandalized or stolen or damaged shortly after installation or repair. Significant amounts are spent repairing traffic lights, damage through collisions, vandalism, cable theft, and theft of signal components. I think honorable members in various, through their questions and engagement with the department, have been very concerned on this, and safe to say that we are putting measures in place to ensure that we fix on time, but also we follow the money, especially in cases where the road infrastructure is damaged, and our transport authority entity is going to be dealing with that to assist us with intervention of ensuring that we recover the money lost with damages that happens. We are also at advanced stages, Chair of Chairs, on the procurement processes for the new concessionaire for Gautrain, and the province has finalized the negotiations with the preferred bidder. And what is remaining is the last phases for approval by the provincial and the national government. In conclusion, Chair of Chairs, we are acutely aware that public trust depends not only on what we deliver, but on how we deliver it. For this reason, the department continues to strengthen financial controls, improve contract management, and enhance project planning across all programs. We are committed to ensuring that every rand allocated to us translates into visible service delivery on the ground. Where there is non-performance or non-compliance, there will be consequence management. Accountability is not optional. It is fundamental to good governance. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, MEC.
Yes, that's brilliant, brilliant, brillianto, brillianto.
Honorable Evert du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, members of the House, residents of Gauteng. I would be doing you a disservice if I did not acknowledge the hard work that we see the MEC for Roads and Transport, Kidiboni Diali Tlabela, and the department is doing in our province. But even hard work is not a replacement for good planning and concrete plans. With one of the largest budgets, we still cannot fix and maintain traffic lights and road surfaces. With a budget of nearly 10.2 billion rand, roads and transport are one of the 12 high-growth sectors under the province's action labs, as mentioned by the Premier in his State of the Province address earlier this year. A plan which focuses to bring together government, the private sector and critical stakeholders to convert sector plans into bankable projects, attract foreign direct investment and drive job creation in high-growth areas. But this again does not seem to be the reality on the ground. Gauteng is the heartland of the South African economy, and we should prioritise mobility, opportunity and dignity. But as so many times previously, we are given ambitious promises that we do not always turn into credible results. It is estimated that Gauteng currently has more than 31,000 potholes and 699 broken or non-functioning traffic signals. This is because the department fails to maintain roads and traffic signals effectively. Gauteng residents lose thousands of hours of productivity due to being unable to arrive at their places of work on time. We lose lives due to emergency services not being able to arrive on time after fatal accidents. And our children are negatively affected due to not being able to be at school on time and spending too much time commuting to school. The department's ITMP 25, or Integrated Transport Master Plan, predicts total gridlock by 2030. But this scenario is brought closer by the department's failure to address these and other glaring problems. The reality is that these issues stem from poor prioritization, ineffective project management, and a lack of accountability. While the ITMP 2025 is good on paper, it raises concerns about the department that will effectively implement this. The expansion of the Gauteng routes is on the cards, but we have not been informed about who the new concessionaire will be or what the implications for the budget will be due to the patronage guarantee. The issue of sinkholes raises more questions than answers, with more than 5,000 sinkholes in our province and an alarming amount of them having a direct effect on our roads. This is an ever-increasing headache that the department will need to make money available for. But how will the Democratic Alliance-led provincial government tackle these problems? To start with, we need to move away from a culture of crisis management. Every year we are told about pothole programs, road rehabilitation plans, and plans to fix our traffic signals. Yet the problem continues to grow because maintenance is treated as an emergency instead of a permanent responsibility. The DA will implement alternative technology. Regular maintenance will become standard practice, and our regional teams will be prepared to manage these programs and initiatives. Additionally, we will ensure that public safety, the SAPS and private security companies fulfill their mandates by protecting our infrastructure. Gauteng needs a public transport system that works for its people. The government has announced integrated transport plans while commuters continue to struggle with unreliable services and unsafe conditions. Public transport is not only about the mass movement of people, it's about connecting people to jobs, education and opportunity. The DA government will ensure proper integration between rail, bus, taxi and modern mobility solutions. We will make sure that there's safe transport hubs, reliable schedules and technology that puts commuters first. Our focus will not only be on fixing the current system, but also on instituting economic growth through mobility. A faster, more reliable public transport system that will use one mode of payment over different platforms with options for first and last mile travel. It's time for the department to utilise its budget to finance forward-thinking and sustainable plans and programs. We must prioritise Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Du Plessis. Honourable Masouleng.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all the citizens of Gauteng and honourable members in the House. Chair of Chairs, 10.2 billion, that is what this vote carries. And yet the roads in Tembisa are collapsing, the roads in Diepsloot are craters. The roads in Katlehong are destroying the taxis and vehicles that black working class people depend on to survive. One is only compelled to ask, where is this money going? We will tell you where it is going. 2.48 billion, nearly a quarter of this entire budget is going to the Gautrain, a train that has never stopped in a single township in this province. Year after year, ring-fenced that 2.4 billion while cutting the provincial roads maintenance grant from 1.5 billion to 777 million. Just listen. More than 50% cut on the roads our people actually use. Chair of Chairs, this is not mismanagement. This is a lack of directing the available funds to their points of need. On receipt from these departments are growing, projected at nearly 6 billion by the outer year. The money is there. The money is there. The money is there. Deputy Chair, the money is there. They must just listen. The money is there. Yeah, the money is there. The department collects license fees and traffic fines from black people in the townships and then refuses to fix the roads our people that uses. And then, Chair of Chairs, we look at the issue of road safety promotion, 26.7 million for 16 million people, for roads where our children are dying every single day. If we were to break this down, this would be 1.67 cents per person for road safety, while 2.48 billion goes to a train that their parents will never afford to board. Chair of Chairs, let us be clear that as the EFF We believe in the vision of the budget. We believe in the introduction of the Gauteng Integrated Transport Master Plan. We just believe that the spirit of this budget, which is generally well articulated throughout programs, must be streamlined to focus more on the acute needs of our people. In this respect, the EFF believes that in the immediate, the department should work to restore the roads maintenance grants in full, increase the road safety budget with immediate effect, and place a moratorium on any further Gautrain expansion until every road in every township in Gauteng is fixed. The roads in Mfuleni, for example, are in a continuous state of disarray, and it will be disingenuous to prioritize any other grant scheme when we cannot attend to such basic needs of our people. In doing so, Chair of Chairs, we will have ensured that this budget, which is a budget that can and will work for each and every resident, is not just only presented, but it is felt and it is appreciated. I thank you.
Yes. The money is there. The money is there. Thank you, Honourable Mr. Lang. Honourable More. Huh? You are here then. But it says more. Honourable Skosana.
Greetings to you, Honourable Chair, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and the people of Gauteng. If I don't say anything, Chair, let me say this one. There is a road, an intersection of Semtuli intersection and R80 towards the Val. It's a huge, massive intersection that we visited recently with the committee. And when we visited that intersection, for the past 10 years, traffic lights has not been functioning. And we highlighted the situation to the department. And promises were made by the department. I'm glad they are here, their leadership. And only stop signs were put there when we required that they put humps, pedestrian crossing signs. Literally nothing has been done. That road has a huge potential of accident on an hourly basis. And I hope the department notes that. It's a serious situation. As Mkhonto says, we rise to engage with this budget. Chair, whilst we acknowledge the allocation of 10.2 billion for 2026-2027 financial year, we wish to remind this House that it has been 36 years since the advent of constitutional democracy. Yet, what was once our political point of discontentment with apartheid regime has not only become a norm, but is now defended and justified by the government of the democratic dispensation. Year in, year out, our people are fed justifications for incompetence and failure by this government. Honourable Chair, the truth is there is no prosperity in sustained failure, no matter how eloquent excuses may sound. In 2011, the provincial paved road network assessment showed that 31% of our roads were in poor or very poor condition, well above the international benchmark of 10%. 15 years later, the problem has only worsened. Today, a staggering 31 billion rand is allocated nationally for road rehabilitation. But the persisting challenge is that provincial and municipal government lack the budget and the technical capacity for proper road maintenance. Moreover, Gauteng generates a third of the nation's GDP, yet our roads are crumbling and our infrastructure investment falls far below the National Treasury benchmark of 8%. Honourable Chair, one does not have to be a rocket scientist to appreciate that road and transport infrastructure is an inherent economic catalyst. Basic economics establishes that cargo transport is an input into the production process, whilst passenger transportation enables the movement of our labour, which is the very lifeblood of any economy. So when the roads are riddled with potholes and our commuters waste hours in traffic jams, when I have to struggle every day trying to come to the Parliament.
Skosana. Your time is up. Honourable More.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Transport is indeed the heartbeat of Gauteng's economic growth and social development. As we deliberate on the 10.2 billion budget for Vote 9, we must acknowledge the department's progress while remaining vigilant about the significant fiscal challenges on the horizon. There is so much to commend in this budget. The department has shown improved financial management, reducing under expenditure to approximately 3% in the 2024-25 financial year, with a stellar 99.8% expenditure rate reported for 2025-2026.
Give over to Honorable Moody,
We
please.
celebrate
Your voice.
What's happening?
You're losing your voice. Honorable Moody can do it. Thank
We
you.
celebrate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable More.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. We celebrate the tangible impacts on our roads, particularly the repair of 26,000 out of 31,000 identified potholes across the Gauteng city region. Major resurfacing projects like the K101 and the rehabilitation of K175 demonstrate a commitment to a safer infrastructure. On the strategic front, the imminent handover of our 52 billion rand in Gautrain infrastructure to the people of Gauteng and the planned expansion to areas like Soweto, Mamelodi and Fourways signals a new era for provincial rail. We also welcome the continued construction of the Sebokeng DLTC, which is set for completion this financial year. However, we cannot ignore the bad news lurking within these figures. While there is a slight 2% increase this year, we are facing a projected 17% budget drop in the next financial year. The forecasts for the 2027-2028 period are particularly alarming, with estimated cuts of 59% to transport infrastructure and a staggering 79% to transport regulation. These cuts come at a time when the department faces intense funding pressures, including a 76 million rand variance for essential items like security, IT consumables, and legal fees. Additionally, specific rural roads like D2563, that is Rukania Road, in Vanderbijlpark are in a state of total deterioration and require urgent attention. We are also deeply concerned by the ongoing issue of sinkholes, particularly in Mogale City, which continue to threaten both safety and infrastructure stability. Furthermore, the non-surrender of revenue by municipalities remains a significant risk to the department's 5.4 billion rand revenue collection target. Finally, we must note that delays in finalizing the affordable organizational structure have previously hindered operations and contributed to the underspend. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable More. Honorable Moody. Honorable Van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Over the past 12 months, Premier Panyaza Lesufi has been bragging about the Gautrain expansion, the high-speed bullet rail that's coming to our province, and the integrated transport master plan. But the words we have not heard is working traffic signals, improved road markings, improved public transport on our roads, and safer roads. This is evident in how this new budget is being proposed. Operational costs, including salaries, are rising by 17% to 2.7 billion. The department is allocating more funds to its operations, neglecting road upgrades and service delivery. We question whether increasing staff costs are exactly what we need when we see an increase in outsourced services. So what are we spending that on? I mean, 6 billion rand on outsourced services and an increased staffing capacity. What are the staffing capacity going to be doing? At the same time, CapEx spending has declined by 17%. So what of the safety on our roads and bridges? How do we maintain our buildings, which often sit in poor condition, such as our DLTCs, which are the front-facing experience for our residents? As staff operation costs and outsourced services increase, our asset values go down. How is that in line with our IMTP? I imagine this is where everybody's going to mention the Gautrain to me. It really is incredible. It's a beautiful, well-managed entity, but it's completely underutilized. The department is going to spend 2.5 billion on the Gautrain, but so much remains vague, such as the timeline for the expansion, how the expansion will impact residents, and the concession handover. What does the future of the Gautrain actually look like? Residents write to us consistently asking how their property values are going to be impacted, how their houses and suburbs are going to be impacted. all to receive complete silence. Possibly the biggest grey area lies with our traffic signals, a constant agony for our commuters from all walks of life, as well as business. A broken traffic light is a deterrent to a well-functioning economy. As I'm sure you have heard, time is money. Where are the traffic signal recovery plans, signal maintenance, and signal modernization for our modern province? By the province's own admission, 44% of our signals are down. A collapsed relationship with the Joburg Roads Agency is leaving our province even further exposed to further costs to be incurred under outsourced services. We cannot approve a budget that is fiscally irresponsible because it fails to prioritise assets and residents while focusing on internal operations and unreliable contractors. As the DA takes hold of the metros, our roads are going to become much safer and really start driving the economy that we need in our province. We say no to vote 9. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Van Dijk. Honourable Moriarty was going to debate for Honourable Waters. He's online. Honourable Waters. Oh, Zerota. Okay. Honourable Zerota.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, potholes in South African roads have, according to reliable sources, increased by over 67% over the last 5 years, and there are more than 31,000 potholes in Gauteng alone, with over 1,000 potholes being reported weekly in Johannesburg. Crumbling infrastructure, ageing roads and heavy rains continue to impose an enormous burden on the department. It is estimated that addressing the problem will cost over 100 billion rand. It is reported that the failure to repair potholes could cost more than 18 times more to fully rehabilitate than basic preventive maintenance. Although there are significant private sector initiatives, there needs to be serious consideration for combined public-private sector agreement to move from a quick fix to a more comprehensive systemic structural overhaul, as it is estimated that over 80% of our roads have outlived their structural design. Thank you, Chief.
Dr. Honourable Masuku.
Thank you, Chairs of Chairs, the Premier, Chief Whip of the ruling party, the MEC and her colleagues in the executive, honourable members. I also rise to congratulate the national team, our national team, Bafana Bafana, on their win this morning.
And this drunkard from the DA, who's that?
Sorry, please pause. If you are online, please, can you stop, please? Can you pause yourself? Who's that? Help us, please, Ansat. Go ahead, Dr. Honourable Masuku.
Yes, as I was saying that, I was congratulating our national team, our men's national team on their win this morning, and also rise to congratulate one of the members of the committee, Honourable Mshongo, on her graduation today. Congratulations, young woman. As we gather here today to debate the budget, Vote 9, we do so during a period of a national reflection on the hard-won gains of our democracy. Last week, the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, launched the National Milestone of Freedom campaign under the theme Honoring the Past, Delivering the Future. The campaign commemorates defining moments in our democratic journey, including the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, the 50th anniversary of June 16 Youth Uprising, the 70th anniversary of the Women's Anti-Pass campaign, and the 60th anniversary of the forced removals from the District 6. In launching the campaign, President Ramaphosa reminded South Africans that today we honor those who came before us, not only with our words, but with our determination to finish the work they began. That responsibility now rests upon our generation. The generation of Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, Walter Sisulu, Lilian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Raima Musa, Sophie de Bruyn, and countless others secured our political freedom. Our task now is to translate that freedom into opportunity, dignity, inclusion, and economic development. The freedom to travel safely to work, the freedom of a learner to access education, the freedom of a patient to reach clinic, the freedom of entrepreneurs to move goods and services, the freedom of communities to access economic opportunities, among the most practical expression of our democracy. It is therefore fitting that as we reflect on the milestone of our freedom, we also examine Budget 9, how it advances the transformation of Gauteng transport system and contribute towards building a more inclusive and a connected, prosperous province. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, the former Minister of Transport, our veteran, Comrade Meg Maharaj, correctly observed that a well-developed and a properly managed transport system is one of the keys to making our economy internationally competitive and realizing our vision of an inclusive social development. Those words remain as relevant today as they were 3 decades ago. Roads are not merely strips of asphalt. They connect workers to jobs, learners to school, patients to hospitals, businesses to markets. Roads, rail networks, buses, taxis, and logistic corridors are instruments of economic transformation and social integration. It is in this spirit that I rise to support Budget Vote 9, the appropriation of 10.2 billion to the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport and Logistics for the financial year 26-27. This budget represents an increase of 152.7 million or 1.5% from the previous financial year's budget. It is funded through an equitable share allocation of 5.5 billion and the conditional grants amounting to 4.6 billion. This budget is not merely an expenditure framework, it is a strategic investment in mobility, economic growth, and spatial transformation. Importantly, it advances the vision contained in the Gauteng Integrated Transport Master Plan 2025, which envisages a province connected through an integrated, reliable, affordable, sustainable transport network capable of moving people and goods efficiently across the Gauteng city region. The department is allocated the following in terms of programs. In administration is 375 million, transport infrastructure is 3.5 billion, transport operation is 3.2, transport regulation is 419 million, and Gauteng Rapid Link is 2.4 billion. The department is also expected to generate approximately 5.4 billion in provincial revenue, mainly through vehicle licensing and registration services. This demonstrates the strategic importance of this department, not only as a service delivery institution, but also as a significant contributor to the provincial fiscus. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, the ITMP 25 identified public transport as a backbone of mobility within Gauteng. We therefore welcome the allocation of over 3.2 billion to transport operation, primarily to subsidize bus services across the province. This investment ensures that public transport remains accessible and affordable to the 1,000 working-class families during the period of increased economic hardship. Affordable transport is not a luxury. It is a prerequisite for economic participation and social inclusion. It is important that we note that the overwhelming majority of the commuters in Gauteng uses the taxi industry as the main source of public transport. For this reason, the department's efforts to address taxi violence deserve a recognition. Taxi violence has historically undermined commuter safety and destabilized communities, disrupted economic activity. The fight against taxi violence is not only about law enforcement, it is about protecting commuters, safeguarding livelihoods, and building an integrated transport system. No transport system can function effectively where intimidation and violence prevail. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, we must also acknowledge the growing challenge posed by attacks on e-hailing drivers. The killing and intimidation of e-hailing operators threatens life and undermines confidence in the industry that has become an important component of Gauteng transport ecosystem. The department intervention to facilitate dialogue and improve regulatory certainty are therefore welcome. One of the department's most important achievements has been its focus in completing delayed and unfinished infrastructure. Many communities have expressed frustration over the projects that have stalled for years due to contractor failures and implementation challenges. We therefore welcome the progress made to this regard in completion of the Sebokeng taxi rank, which also provide a safer, more dignified infrastructure for commuters. This project demonstrates government's commitment to ensuring that public funds ultimately translate in tangible infrastructure. The committee also notes the progress in expanding the access to licensed services. The progress that has been made in the Sebokeng Driver License Testing Center is commendable. In addition, the department has allocated 20 million towards addressing infrastructure requirements and preparing regional centers for future services improvement. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, the committee also welcomes the efforts to strengthen scholar transport regulation and improve the administration of permits. This issuing of permits is not merely an administrative function, it is a safety intervention. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, Gautrain remains one of the South African most significant investments in modern public transport. We welcome the ongoing efforts that strategic transport system evolves into a true public asset owned and managed and safeguarded in the public interest. We therefore note that Gautrain expansion business case has been submitted to the National Treasury for consideration. The expansion of Gautrain remains central to the ITMP 25 vision. An expanded rapid rail network will strengthen Gauteng's position as an economic hub of the African continent. Gauteng remains the logistic and economic heart of South Africa. Our roads carry workers, goods and services and investment opportunities every day. Every kilometer remained contributes to economic productivity. Every bridge repaired contributes to economic growth. The committee therefore welcomes the efforts of the department in making sure that every corridor, every Gauteng transport corridor is upgraded and there is investment and they assist in creating business and creating jobs. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, this budget demonstrates a department that continues to service the delivery despite physical constraints. We have seen in progress stabilizing the taxi industry, addressing violence in targeting e-hailing, completing delayed projects such as Sebokeng, expanding licensed infrastructure, strengthening scholar transport regulation, maintaining subsidized public transport services, advancing Gautrain expansion, giving practical effect to the vision of ITMP. While we significantly acknowledge the challenges, particularly regarding the future infrastructure funding, the overall direction of the department is positive. This budget advances the vision
Thank you, Honorable
of the
Dr.
Gauteng that is
Masuku. Your time
connected,
is up.
integrated, efficiently, and economically
Thank you, sir.
competitive. For these reasons, I proudly support
Thank you.
budget vote 9.
Thank you, sir.
Sulufelo Diskepni.
Thank you, sir. Honorable MEC, Yale Tlabela, you may reply to the debate, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I think, let me first thank honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for their proactiveness as an oversight body and support that they continue to give us as a department, but also acknowledge in the House that our Gauteng transport industry members are here, as well as MMCs from Mohali City and the meter taxi, as well as South African women in transport are also present here. And thank Member Masuku for clarifying some of the questions and inputs made by honorable members on my right-hand side. And safe to say, Chair of Chairs, that the reconciliation process is now between the provincial treasury and the national treasury approval stages. And I think as soon as we get the final approvals, Member Dunga will be able to commence with the new operation for the new concessionaire. Member Van Dijk, this is an initiative of a democratic government that to date has accumulated to around 216 million trips. And this is the only public transport mode in the country where you find all races commuting together with ease from one place to another. It used to be a dream. It's real. It's now 16 years old. And I think we need to ensure that it continues to grow and continue to be a successful story that we have as South Africa. I think, honorable members, one of the challenges that we all have, and I think this is what we are working hard on, is to ensure that we maintain the 5.5632 kilometers road network, the provincial road network we have. We also are continuing to assist municipalities to do visual condition assessment of their roads, Member Masole. The road network you are talking about is a road network of municipalities. Municipalities are financially constrained, and we are also, as a provincial government, provincially constrained. But what we have done in trying to coordinate and collaborate is to make sure that they also understand their own the condition of their own road network, and we are working collectively together to approach our national government to assist with the resources. So there's serious challenges of financial resources. Ever since 2016 of DA-led municipalities have collapsed our road network, unfortunately, and we need to work hard to revive the road network. On traffic signals, we have worked hard with CSIR to come up with an alternative technology to theft and vandalism that we continue to experience on our road infrastructure, like traffic signals. So very soon we'll be implementing the new technology. We are hopeful that it will prevent theft and vandalism. This is millions of people of Gauteng that we need to make sure that we fix. The money is little, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. It's true that DA in Johannesburg has neglected around 69 bridges since 2016. They have not been maintaining them, and MMC Kunene is now faced with the challenge of fixing those bridges, and he doesn't have money. So you can ask yourself, when a campaign manager of LNZ, listen to me. Don't do that.
Go ahead, Honorable MEC.
Your
Order,
party-
please.
Which one
is that? Order,
Your
please.
party-
Continue. Continue.
Your party neglected our people in the cities. Your party neglected infrastructure maintenance in City of Tshwane, in City of Johannesburg, and in Ekurhuleni. And now, the current cohort that is there must make sure that they maintain, and there's little resources. When they had money in 2016, your party, DA, neglected maintenance of road networks. So we are working hard. Member Skosana,
Thank you, Honorable
stop
MEC.
sign-
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Just 3 seconds here.
Oh, he's outside.
Thank you so much. Secretary, can you read the 16th order, please?
DA
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the e-government and research
Order, please.
will do.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Consideration of the e-government and
MEC.
research development portfolio
MEC.
committee's oversight
Tabelity.
report on the detail of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote 13 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Advocate, are you reading for Honorable Klope? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to stand in on behalf of Member Klope in presenting the budget oversight report for the Department of E-Government and Research Development. I know many people often omit to mention that part. But let me just quickly remind the residents of Gauteng, as I extend our warm greetings from the ANC, is that the Gauteng Department of E-Government and Research Development is responsible for bridging the digital divide and delivering government services through information and communication technology, including broadband infrastructure and digital platforms. So that's the mandate of the department. How has the department performed in this specific financial year? For the 2026-2027 financial year, the department has been allocated 1,882,000,000, an increase from the adjusted allocation of 1,542,000,000 in the previous year. The allocation intends to support the rollout of ICT services and the expansion of e-services for citizens and government entities. The largest portion of the budget is allocated to Program 2, which delivers the department's core ICT services and digital infrastructure initiatives. So just on that, you can see the significance of the specific budgetary allocation. Compensation of employees receives the second largest share of the budget and will find the filling of the critical vacancies, salary adjustments, and performance incentives. The department indicated that recruitment delays in the previous financial year resulted from prolonged job evaluation processes, which I think the department may need to expedite so that they don't get stuck at that point. During the 2026-2027 financial year, the department intends to continue the rollout and expansion of the Gauteng broadband network, including wide area network connectivity, voice over internet protocol services VoIP, and maintenance of the Gauteng provincial network GPN. These initiatives are implemented in partnership with the State Information Technology Agency and are intended to ensure reliable and uninterrupted transversal ICT services across government. So that's the convergence of the system. You know, it links all government platforms. The department also plans to review and approve ICT standards and policies to improve standardization across provincial government. Research initiatives will be undertaken to strengthen cybersecurity and safeguard state information, while advocacy programs will continue to promote the use of e-services. The Portfolio Committee notes, however, that the department has not established clear mechanisms to evaluate the satisfaction of client departments receiving ICT services. The absence of a structured client feedback processes may undermine service relevance, stakeholder confidence, and continuous improvement efforts. The committee is therefore of the view that regular client satisfaction assessment should form part of the department's performance management framework. To stimulate the ICT economy, the department will continue supporting previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs through business development and skills programs delivered in partnership with institutions of higher learning. So residents of Gauteng must come closer to the department to leverage these opportunities. Skills development initiatives will also be implemented through action labs and youth tech expo programs. Youth League, let's organize young people so that they too can come closer to those opportunities. While the committee welcomes these initiatives, concerns remain regarding the limited scale of interventions, including the planned 5 Youth Tech Expo days for the year which may constrain the broader impact on youth empowerment and employment creation. So you can see that there's a whole lot of opportunities for young people in this specific sector. The department has further committed, the ANC Youth League is a leader of young people. It goes without saying, you can't argue it. Even yourselves, you are a producer of the ANC Youth League. The department has further committed to implementing the provincial e-waste strategy and providing technical training opportunities for SMMEs, well, MSMEs now, and technicians in partnership with educational institutions. The portfolio committee, however, could not establish how the department intends to measure the return on investment and long-term outcomes arising from this training intervention. So everything has got to be assessed against its impact. The portfolio committee therefore commits to monitoring both financial and non-financial performance during the 2026-2027 financial year through the sector oversight model with the objective of strengthening accountability, promoting effective use of public resources and supporting the department in achieving its strategic objectives. These are the objectives of ensuring that we actualize on the digital transformation agenda. Committee concerns, the portfolio committee is concerned that expenditure on ICT, entrepreneur, technician and SMME training programs is not supported by a clear return on investment framework capable of measuring program outcomes, sustainability, business growth, and job creation. I think concomitantly, the recommendations, the portfolio committee recommends that the department develop and implement a comprehensive return on investment framework for all ICT, entrepreneur, technician, and MSME training programs. The framework should include measurable indicators relating to business sustainability, enterprise growth, job creation, skills retention, program impact, and value for money. The department should submit this framework to the portfolio committee no later than the 30th of July 2026. Acknowledgements, all the members of the portfolio committee, including the administrative staff, is also being acknowledged by the chairperson of the portfolio committee. And after due deliberation, the committee hereby presents this report for the adoption by the House in accordance with all the applicable rules as well as the provisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Advocate Lutswalo. Can I have a seconder for the report, please? Can I have a seconder for the committee report, please? Honourable Moriarty.
I rise to second.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. I now put a question to the House. All those in favour say yes. Yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the 17th order, please?
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote 13 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Honourable Dlamini, you are online. We can't hear you, Honourable MEC Dlamini.
Am I now audible? Am I now audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I now audible?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead, Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chair.
Put on your video, please, Honourable Dlamini. They want to see if it's you. Where they say they haven't seen you in a while. Please.
It's just that I'm.
Go ahead, Honourable Dlamini.
They are setting up for me. Thank you very much. No, it's me, Honourable members. Fellow members of the Provincial Executive Council, the whip of the legislature, leader of the official opposition, leaders of political parties, honourable members of the provincial legislature, representatives from the Auditor General's office, senior government officials, representative of government, of business, of organized labor, faith-based organizations, and civic society, distinguished guests. It is an honor to present the 26-27 budget vote for the Gauteng Department of E-Government in the third year of the seventh administration in under a government of provincial unity, committed to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state that delivers quality services to the people of Gauteng. Guided by these priorities, we remain focused on modernizing government, strengthening public safety, driving economic growth, creating opportunities for young people, and improving residents' lives through innovation and technology. We present this budget vote during the Youth Month as South Africa marks the 50th anniversary of June 16, 1976 uprisings. This historic milestone honors the courage and sacrifice of young people who stood for freedom, equality, and a better future. It reminds us of our responsibility to ensure that today's youth are afforded meaningful opportunities to thrive and contribute to build a just and prosperous nation. As a partner within the government of provincial unity, we reaffirm our commitment to advancing policies that empower young South Africans and safeguard their future. For the department, this responsibility means investing in digital skills, innovation, and technology-driven programs that equip young people to participate meaningfully in the economy and help solve the challenges facing our province. Technology is no longer a luxury. It is an essential enabler of economic growth, public safety, service delivery, and social inclusion. Through innovation and digital transformation, we can improve residents' quality of life and ensure that no one is left behind in the digital age. The department remains committed to advancing the smart Gauteng city region, where technology improves governance, strengthens public safety, expands access to services, and open opportunities for economic participation. This budget vote therefore reflects our commitment to modernizing government service systems, strong digital infrastructure, technology-enabled public safety, cybersecurity, youth employment, and citizen-centered service delivery. The department continues to implement initiatives that support government-wide digital transformation and improve service delivery across Gauteng. Through the Gauteng Provincial Network, we provide connectivity to government facilities, schools, healthcare institutions, libraries, and community centers, expanding access to digital services and information. Our digital platforms are improving access to government services, reducing administrative inefficiencies, and enabling residents to engage with government in more convenient and accessible manner. To keep Gauteng at the forefront of innovation, we continue to implement the Fourth Industrial Revolution strategy, strengthening data-driven governance, and position the province as a leading center of digital transformation on the continent. At the same time, we continue to strengthen cybersecurity to protect government systems, digital assets, and citizen information for evolving threats, because a secure digital environment is fundamental to public trust and uninterrupted service delivery. For the 2026-27 financial year, the Gauteng Department of E-Government has been allocated a budget of 1.9 billion to advance the province's digital transformation agenda and support the priorities of the seventh administration. This allocation will enable the department to continue investing in modern ICT infrastructure, digital service delivery, public safety technologies, cybersecurity, skills development, and innovation programs that improve the lives of our residents. Our strategic priorities for this financial year include modernize ICT infrastructure connectivity, digital transformation and e-services, technology-enabled public safety, e-waste management, cybersecurity and digital resilience, and also an AI office. The Gauteng Provincial Network remains the backbone of digital transformation in our province. We will continue expanding and strengthening connectivity across government facilities to ensure reliable access to digital services and government systems. Particularly, emphasis will remain on connecting schools, healthcare facilities, libraries, and community centers, especially in townships, informal settlement, and hostels, ensuring that all communities benefit from the digital inclusion. During the 2026-27 financial year, the department will build and connect 300 Gauteng Provincial Network sites, further expanding broadband access and strengthening digital infrastructure across the province. The department will continue to strengthen the Gauteng digital platform as a single gateway through which residents can access government services. Our objective is to simplify interaction between citizens and government by providing seamless, accessible, and user-friendly digital services. The expansion of digital services will improve efficiency, reduce waiting times, and enhance the overall citizens' experience. Among our flagship digital solution is the Gauteng Metric app, which continues to provide learners with access to educational resources, examination support, and career guidance through a digital platform. We also continue strengthening the e-recruitment system, which has transformed the way employment opportunities within government are advertised and applied for promoting transparency, efficiency, and accessibility. Furthermore, significant progress has been made in the implementation of the e-indigent register system. The streamlining of the indigent register with verification and management processes has been successfully implemented. In the 2026-2027 financial year, we will expand the deployment of the e-indigent register to metropolitan municipalities. Consultation with the City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni have already commenced as part of the system gap analysis. To support digital adoption and improve citizen access to services, the department will appoint 75 digital ambassadors who will assist residents in the navigating government digital platforms and access online services. Chair of Chairs, building safer communities remain one of the key priorities of the provincial servant administration. The department continues to support the implementation and expansion of the province's e-policing programs through advanced technology solutions. The department continues to strengthen partnerships with law enforcement agencies and technology partners to examine the use of smart policing technologies in the fight against crime. The e-panic button remains one of the most impactful technology and enabled public safety intervention introduced by the Gauteng provincial government. To date, more than 184,000 e-panic buttons, including physical devices, and mobile application downloads have been distributed. Honorable Speaker, the future belongs to those who can innovate, adapt, and harness technology to solve real challenges. In line with our commitment to embracing the fourth industrial revolution, the department continues to implement the Gauteng ICT developmental strategy. Through partnership with ICT industry leaders and institutions of higher learning, we aim to train 5,500 Gauteng provincial employees through online learning platforms to provide 70 bursaries to officials to strengthen scarce and critical digital skills within government. To empower young people and improve their employability, the department will place 100 youth in the experiential learning opportunities, equipping them with practical workplace experience and exposure to the digital economy. We will also support 12,000 young people through the Action Lab program, including youth from technology innovation startup communities, while empowering 200 township-based ICT entrepreneurs through skills development, mentorship, and innovation support programs. A key initiative in this regard is the Youth Tech G13 Hackathon Series, which forms part of the department's commitment to youth empowerment and innovation. The Hackathon Series challenges young people to develop, innovate technology solutions aimed at addressing Gauteng's 13 priority challenges, including crime, unemployment, service delivery, healthcare, and education. Importantly, the Hackathon Series is being implemented across all 5 regions of Gauteng, ensuring that young innovators from every corner of the province have an opportunity to participate, compete, and showcase their talent. And the ultimate winners will be absorbed by Microsoft. Through these initiatives, we are building a more inclusive and digital empowerment Gauteng, while ensuring that no community is left behind.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Dlamini. Your time is up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Moriarty is going to do Honorable Salias, Honorable Deputy Chair. He's going to do Honorable Salias and Honorable Walters together.
Thank you very much.
The time. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair of Chairs, technology has changed more in the last 3 years than government has changed in the last 30. Artificial intelligence is transforming entire industries. Cloud computing has changed the economics. Digital services are increasingly delivered through platforms, automation, and intelligent systems rather than physical infrastructure. Yet, when one reads Vote 13, one is transported back into a digital vision that belongs to a backward era. The Department of E-Government still measures success largely through infrastructure deployment, such as the number of WAN sites, LAN sites, Wi-Fi hotspots, and VoIP connections. These are important, but they are no longer sufficient. The question facing governments around the world is no longer whether they can connect buildings and people. The question is whether they can create public value. Can technology, for example, improve learning outcomes? Can it deliver improved health care, reduce queues, reduce corruption, and improve government decision-making? These are the questions that matter. The DA opposes this budget because it continues to invest in a model that is increasingly disconnected from the modern world. The department achieved many of its targets. That's not the issue. The issue is whether these targets are relevant in the modern society. After years of expenditure, Gauteng is still debating school connectivity, health connection, and broadband rollout. The committee is currently preparing oversight studies on school and healthcare connectivity, as these challenges still remain unsolved. And if digital transformation has been underway for years, why are these fundamental questions still unanswered? We are spending significant public funds to maintain systems, networks and contracts, while the world outside is advancing at an extraordinary pace. Today, some of the most innovative organizations in the world are investing in artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, automation, digital identity, data interoperability, and citizen-centered service design. The government should stop asking how technology can help identify children at risk of dropping out of school, how technology can predict water infrastructure failures before they occur, how technology can assist healthcare workers in managing patient records and in reducing waiting times, how technology can improve oversight and accountability, how technology can assist municipalities in identifying revenue leakages, how technologies can help citizens access services without standing in queues. These are the investments that will define the next decade. Instead, we continue to measure activity, not outputs, but not outcomes, and IT infrastructure, not value. We have become trapped in a cycle of maintenance of structures designed for a different technological era. The role of government is not to own technology. The role of government is to create public value through technology. Citizens do not wake up in the morning worry about WAN connections. They worry about whether their children can learn and clinics function, whether water comes out of the tap and traffic lights work. Technology is valuable only when it improves these outcomes. The tragedy of this budget is it confuses technological activity with true digital transformation. The two are not the same. Digital transformation is not a fiber connection, it's not a server, it's not a software license. Digital transformation occurs when citizens experience a better state because technology is working in the background. A truly modern e-government strategy would place citizens at the center of the strategy. It would embrace artificial intelligence responsibly and reduce dependency on expensive legacy systems. It would focus relentlessly on outcomes. The people of Gauteng deserve a digital strategy designed for the future, not one designed to preserve the assumptions of the past. And for these reasons, Mr. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Democratic Alliance cannot support vote 13. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sanbonan. Konje kulma ban manje. Is it who's? Is it Action SA or?
No, it's EFA.
Member Abrahams?
Yes.
Member Abrahams? Ampur, I took your time and donated to Action SA.
Amper, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much. Greetings, Deputy Chair of Chairs, honourable members of the House and the people of Gauteng, especially the youth of Gauteng. The economic freedom fighters recognise that in today's world, a capable developmental state cannot exist without a modern, efficient and accessible digital government. For this reason, we support the allocation of 1.881 billion to vote 13. Approving a budget is a significant step, but our collective responsibility as a government is to ensure that the investment translates into tangible improvements for the people and the youth of Gauteng. We note the department reported progress on the rollout of the CCTV cameras, public Wi-Fi, and digital safety initiatives. However, our oversight duties require us to acknowledge the persistent reality of the digital divide. We have observed that many residents in townships and informal settlements still face significant barriers. System interruptions at clinics and uneven connectivities in schools are challenges that undermine the potential of our digital agenda. We must also address the issue of vandalism, project delays, and infrastructure constraints that the department has itself identified. It is our duty to work together to resolve these implementation bottlenecks. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the ICT Shared Services Programme receives approximately 1.4 billion, constituting the large component of this budget. Given the scale of this investment, transparency and accountability are paramount. As a government, we must ensure that this legislature receives regular, detailed reports on major ICT contracts, expenditure, and project performances. This will allow us to collectively ensure the public funds are managed efficiently and without waste, and the principle we need to share. In principle, we need to share. The Gauteng Provincial Network and other digital initiatives hold immense potential to transform service delivery. In our view, the measures of success should not be merely the number of systems installed, but rather the tangible outcomes, where the patients receive better healthcare, learners gain reliable internet access, and residents can access government services more efficiently. We must keep the people at the center of our technological advancements. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the EFF would like to offer the following constructive advice to the department for the financial period, which we believe strengthens our collective efforts. Firstly, we advise a strengthening of oversight and transparency in ICT procurements to ensure value for money and accountability. Secondly, we recommend accelerating the rollout of broadband, public Wi-Fi, and digital infrastructure with a deliberate focus on townships, informal settlements, and historically undeserved communities. Thirdly, we encourage the department to work closely with client departments to proactively, keyword proactively, eliminate implementation delays and to continue the hindering of service delivery. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the EFF support a digital government that advances equality, improves service delivery, and closes the digital divide. As a party that is part of this, yes, this government, we will continue to provide constructive oversight and guidance to ensure that every rand approved by this House delivers tangible benefits to the people and the youth of Gauteng for the mere reason and together with our MEC of Finance to build a digitally inclusive Gauteng. We thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Masabe.
Chair of Chairs. Deputy Chair of Chairs, maybe before the other speaker comes in, I'm just worried, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I understand that we're debating eGov, and it has to do with the online things. All the departments, the officials arrived, they were seated there, all of them. With eGov, the principal is not here, and none of the officials at eGov from the department are even here. And I think we should be able to say something about that, because it's not possible that the MEC of the department and every single official in that department is not sitting here, whereas all other departments respected us here. It's a sign of disrespect. It should not be allowed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I suspect they are online as electronic people, you know. That's my conclusion. Thank you, Chief Whip. Member Masabe.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and the people of Gauteng. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we rise on the budget vote for the Gauteng Department of E-Government. This department has been allocated 1.7 billion for 2026-27, a recovery from 1.5 billion from 2025 to 2026. The figure is on paper. Reality is the people of Tembisa, Kagiso, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville do not eat nominal terms. They are forced to buy airtime while subjected to poverty and live in open jail cells. The allocations for Wi-Fi hotspots in townships and CCTV in townships, informal settlements and hostels areas are small relative to the sizes of these areas. 12 million for Wi-Fi and 31 million for CCTV will not meaningfully expand to 300 sites, meaning that the rollout is being maintained, not advanced. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the test of any budget is whether the people who live under it ever feel its impact on their daily lives. The Wi-Fi hotspot in Tembisa must function. The CCTV in Katlehong must be monitored by a community accountable to its residents, not a command center detached from their daily reality. The e-panic button on a young woman's phone in Diepsloot must connect to a response team that arrives in minutes, not in hours. Moreover, surveillance that excludes washed is not safety. It is the architecture of the surveillance state. Therefore, as Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we demand that this government must account to the people of Gauteng. Of the 119 Wi-Fi hotspots, how many are functional today? An unused hotspot is a monument, not an infrastructure. Of the 12,000 youth trained in ICT, how many are employed in the sector 1 year later? Training without economic outcome is a consumption line, not a transformation line. And on the Gauteng provincial network, who owns the data of every Gauteng resident using a public Wi-Fi network? This is a 1.75 billion expression of intent, notwithstanding its necessity. It remains small and will be administered through instruments the people did not design, did not vote, and cannot dismiss. As MK Party, we shall keep challenging this abhorrent reality. Kwaza Mkhonto Kwaza.
Thank you very much, General Mahlabe.
Thank you.
Who's going to speak on behalf of Member Sope? Oh, Member Fikwe.
Thank you very Madam Masilela. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, on behalf of Member Sope. Excellent speeches, I think, Jafat. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members of this House, and the people of Gauteng. Honorable Speaker, now Deputy Chair of Chairs, it is both a privilege and an honor to participate in this debate on the budget vote for the Gauteng Department of E-Government and Research Development for the 26-27 financial year. As we observe Youth Month, we pay tribute to the generation of June 16, 1976. Their courage and sacrifice helped secure the democratic freedoms we enjoy today. They fought not only for education, but for dignity, equality, and opportunity. The greatest tribute we can pay to that generation is to ensure that today's youth have access to meaningful opportunities, quality services, and participation in a modern economy. Yet youth unemployment remains one of the greatest challenges facing our country. We know that millions of young people continue to struggle to access economic opportunities and meaningful employment. This budget vote is therefore important because technology is no longer a luxury or a future aspiration. It has become central to how governments deliver services, how economies grow, and how citizens participate in society. The Gauteng provincial government has correctly recognized that digital transformation must be at the center of building a capable, responsive and efficient state. The ongoing centralization of information and communications technology functions across provincial departments represent an important intervention. It seeks to eliminate duplication, improve governance, strengthen coordination, and ensure better value for public resources. By consolidating ICT functions, government will be better positioned to modernize service delivery while improving accountability and efficiency across provincial administration. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, since the launch of the Gauteng Broadband Network project, the department has achieved several notable milestones. These include expanding digital infrastructure, introducing platforms such as e-recruitment and online school admissions, members COSANA, advancing the common platform and expanding access to digital government services. These interventions are helping to reduce bureaucracy, improve efficiency and bring government services closer to the people. Importantly, they are laying the foundation for a citizen-centered government capable of responding, I can hear you and you're disturbing me, of responding to the demands of a rapidly changing digital world. The reality is that governments across the globe are being compelled to adapt to unprecedented technological change. Artificial intelligence, advanced data analytics, digital identity systems, geospatial technologies, drone logistics and satellite technologies are already transforming economies and societies. These technologies are improving healthcare, enhancing education, increasing agricultural productivity, strengthening public administration and expanding economic participation. If properly harnessed, they can help government make better decisions, allocate resources more effectively, and improve quality of services delivered to citizens. Digital inclusion, Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs, must remain at the center of our transformation agenda. Access to digital connectivity increasingly determines access to education, employment opportunities, government services, and economic participation. For many residents, particularly those in historically disadvantaged communities, digital access remains a pathway to social and economic inclusion. The continued expansion of e-government services therefore remains essential in ensuring that all residents can access government services efficiently, fairly, and conveniently. Honourable members, the department continues to support innovation, entrepreneurship, and development of Gauteng's digital economy. These initiatives contribute towards positioning Gauteng as a leading centre of innovation and technological advancement of the African continent. However, as the African National Congress, we recognize that challenges remain. The department has experienced areas of underperformance, and these cannot be ignored. Strong governance, consequence management, accountability, and effective oversight remains critical if we are able to realize full benefits of digital transformation. Public resources must always be utilized efficiently and in a manner that delivers measurable value to the people of Gauteng. As the Portfolio Committee, EGAV, we will continue exercising robust oversight to ensure that commitments made are translated into tangible outcomes. We will continue to monitor performance, strengthen accountability, and ensure that governance failures are addressed wherever they rise. The Freedom Charter proclaimed, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the open code, there shall be work, and security closed code. These words remain as relevant today as they were when they were first adopted. Digital transformation must not modernize government system. It must create opportunities. It must expand access. It must improve service delivery. And it must contribute meaningfully towards economic participation, particularly for young people. Technology must never become a tool that deepens exclusion. It must become an instrument that expands opportunity and improves lives. Honourable members, the ANC-led government of provincial unity remains committed to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We recognize that technology is not the end in itself. It is a means through which we can improve the lives of our people, strengthen governance, and accelerate development. This budget vote therefore provides us an opportunity to continue building a smarter, more responsive, more inclusive Gauteng. A Gauteng where innovation drives growth, a Gauteng where digital services improve people's lives, and a Gauteng where young people are equipped to participate fully in the economy of the future. For these reasons, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the African National Congress supports Budget Vote 13, the budget vote for the Gauteng Department of E-Government and Research Development for the 2026-2027 financial year. On behalf of Member Hlophe, re a leboga.
Siyabonga nathi. MEC Dlamini, if you like, you can respond to the query by the Chief Whip, but if you don't, it's fine. MEC?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. And I wish to thank all the members that have taken part in this debate. Chief Whip, I have acknowledged what you have said. In fact, yesterday, I don't want to make your problems, but I'll be taking this up with my senior leaders because I have ensured that they are attending physically, not only to respect the legislature, but to also look after our stakeholders, because I couldn't risk the life of members of the legislature. I am not well. Thanking the members of the legislature, my experience with the legislative is that one, I accept any kind of criticism, oversight, and Member Mfikwe and Member Abrams, rest assured, we really welcome robust oversight of ourselves. But as I said, my experience is that people come with text prepared before even hearing what we're presenting. In our opening remarks, we have acknowledged and said that technology is no longer a luxury. It is an essential enabler of economic growth and so forth. Therefore, I don't think that we are illusion on that. And throughout the collective in the legislature, one would have expected that one speaker who was very vocal in the last debate when the portfolio committee uncovered that we are working on a very absolute and old technology. We need money to replace and so forth. And the portfolio committee, with its help, we were able to get money to do that. But now we are debating as if we have solved that problem, which is under 12 months. I want when members, my special member, Moriarty, when we do oversight, we must do it with honesty. We must do it not because we are politicking. I'm avoiding to address members individually, but at times we must really. Last year, you were very robust as a party to supporting what the portfolio committee has said, that we need to really fix our old equipment and infrastructure before we put it in advance. And that's what, and we even got money from Treasury. And Member Abrams, I'm very happy that we have got a partner here now in talking to the new MEC for Finance, that everybody agrees that this department is underfunded given its magnitude. Mandate. And lastly, I want to agree with Member Mfikwe, Member Mhlophe, to you, Member Mfikwe, and all members, and also partly Member Moriarty, that we will really need to go out and look for other partners outside for us to have an impact of it. And we hope that the portfolio committee and the legislature will support us when we come up with innovative ways of how do we really attract even private funders to make sure that we make an impact and really digitize our programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Will the Secretary please read the next order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Member Dr. Musai.
Yeah, my system just decided to die on me. So I'm trying to open. Sorry about that, Chair. Yeah, we're trying to be electronic. Yeah, it's coming, Chair. Let me greet the members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Gauteng Premier, and the people of Gauteng. I would like to request that the items that I have not read through be taken as having been tabled in the House. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury resources its annual performance plan through a program-based budgeting approach. It is aimed at aligning financial resources with the department's strategic objectives, measurable performance indicators, and provincial priorities over the medium-term expenditure framework. The APP is informed by the department's strategic plan, the Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan. In this regard, the department allocates resources across its various programs and sub-programs in line with identified priorities, planned targets, and operational requirements. The Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report is on the detail of the budget for Vote 14, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, as contained in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill. Amongst others, it is there to assess whether public funds are allocated and utilized in an efficient, effective, economical, and transparent manner. For the 2026-27 financial year, the department will contribute towards the following outcomes: enhance enterprise development that ensures advanced socio-economic impact, strengthen compliance with legislative prescripts, and improve provincial and local public finance sustainability in the province. To that effect, a budget allocation of 788.4 million is intended for the current financial year, with specific allocations for key programs and projects aimed at enhancing financial governance and service delivery. The budget increases to 870.3 million in the outer year of the MTEF. The budget is allocated to the following programs: 196.6 million for administration, 107 million to sustainable fiscal resource management, 142.3 million for financial governance, 119 million for provincial supply chain management, 78.4 million for municipal financial governance, and Gauteng Audit Services receives 145.2 million for the current financial year. Due to budget cuts, the goods and service budget reflects a decrease from 116 million in the 2025-26 financial year to 99.1 million in the 2026-27 financial year, slightly increasing to 99.3 million in the 2027-28 financial year, and peaking at 103.7 million in the outer year. Provision is made for key projects. The transfer to household provides for injury on duty, leave, gratuity payments, and bursaries. Its allocation decreases from 3.1 million in the 2025-26 financial year to 1.7 million in the 2026-27 financial year. The Portfolio Committee will play a key oversight role in ensuring that GPT achieves its planned targets and that public resources are utilized efficiently effectively and transparently. The Portfolio Committee will monitor service delivery improvements achieved when public resources are used more effectively, economically and efficiently. The Portfolio Committee is therefore concerned that modest allocations to program support and economic and fiscal policy oversight may constrain the department's ability to enhance strategic coordination, policy research, and evidence-based fiscal planning. And the Portfolio Committee is also concerned about the allocative efficiency in sub-programs such as transversal internal audit and risk management and compliance, which may constrain the department's capacity to fully respond to increasing governance and risk management demand. The Portfolio Committee therefore recommends the following: that the department reports on the adequacy of funding directed towards policy analysis, economic forecasting, and program coordination functions that underpin sound fiscal decision-making to mitigate any potential risk arising from resource constraints. And we recommend that the department reports on the allocative efficiency within sub-programs such as transversal internal audit and risk management and compliance to ensure that there's adequate resources that strengthens its capacity to respond effectively to growing governance, risk management, and compliance demands. The Portfolio Committee therefore wants to extend its gratitude to the MEC for Finance, MEC Dunga, for your cooperation and the head of department, as well as senior officials. We want to appreciate diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the processing of schedule of this Gauteng appropriation bill to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. The committee's gratitude is also extended to the support staff. After deliberations, the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the report, and in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee hereby presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the detail of budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musai. Is there a seconder? Member Sisadinyane.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise to second. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The yeas have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the next order?
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year.
MEC Dunga, you may present your speech, your budget speech. Your members look like they want to sing. Okay, order. All right, thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Greetings to you, the Premier in absentia, the colleagues in the executive, the honorable members in this House, the HOD, Ngumi Samnyan. It's indeed true that women make better soldiers, and the senior managers of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the other departments, comrades and friends, citizens of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, and all stakeholders in the respective galleries. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to table the 2026-27 budget vote of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury before this House. We must state that this budget vote must be understood within its proper context. We do give the appreciation for those who walked before us and did the numbers crunching for sterling work that they have done. We assumed office as the MEC of Finance on the 1st of April 2026 at a point when this budget process was already at an extremely advanced stage. This objective reality is important as it provides necessary context to the budget vote before this House. Accordingly, we do not present this budget vote as though we were involved in those stages, but we understand the spirit of continuity. What we can say, however, is that since assuming office, we have moved with urgency to develop a deeper understanding of both strengths and structural challenges confronting Gauteng's public finances. These engagements that we have had over the months have reinforced two important realities. Firstly, Gauteng remains central to the economic future of South Africa. The financial decisions we take on this province carry profound implications for economic growth, infrastructure development, service delivery, and economic transformation. Secondly, the challenges confronting this province require urgency, bold interventions, and decisive leadership. The role of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury must therefore continue to evolve. Treasury cannot merely be an institution that is focused on balancing spreadsheets, enforcing compliance, and producing financial reports. Treasury must be an active center of economic coordination, developmental planning, and strategic intervention. We must ensure that every rand allocated for government contributes directly to service delivery, infrastructure development, economic reconstruction, job recreation, and reindustrialization of our economy. Honourable members, this work must be undertaken under difficult fiscal conditions, not entirely of our own making. We are confronted by weak economic growth, rising service delivery pressures, infrastructure backlogs, declining fiscal transfers, and significant financial obligations that continue to place pressure on the province. A major part of the pressure arises from the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, as already alluded to, commonly associated with what we call the e-toll settlement arrangement. To date, Gauteng Provincial Government has paid more than 13.9 billion towards this obligation. Following the June 2026 installment payment, the outstanding balance would stand at approximately 6.17 billion. This remains a significant financial obligation that continues to constrain the fiscal capacity of the province and limit our ability to respond to growing service delivery demands. But difficult conditions cannot become an excuse for hesitation or inaction. They must compel us to govern with greater urgency, sharper focus, and stronger accountability. Honourable members, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has allocated 788.4 million for the 2026-2027 financial year. These resources must be utilised with purpose, urgency, and accountability. The budget must strengthen our ability to improve financial governance, eliminate leakages, enhance revenue collection, improve procurement oversights, and ensure that public resources are directed towards service delivery and economic transformation. The Provincial Supply Chain Management Business Unit in that 788 has been allocated 118 million. Procurement cannot merely just be viewed as a compliance function. Public procurement must become a strategic tool to reshape the economy, support township enterprises, develop black-owned businesses, and drive the reindustrialization of Gauteng. We will strengthen procurement oversight, deepen supplier development, and ensure greater participation of township enterprises and black-owned businesses in public procurement opportunities. Our objective is clear, and public procurement must contribute directly to the reindustrialization of Gauteng and sustainable job creation. The Financial Government Business Unit has been allocated 142 million, whilst the Gauteng Audit Service Business Unit has been allocated 145 million. These units remain critical in strengthening governance improvement, compliance, and ensuring that public resources are spent responsibly and lawfully so. We will continue to digitize financial processes, strengthen budget discipline, improve procurement controls, and reinforce payment compliance. Financial governance is not an abstract of administrative exercise. It is a direct consequence for the lives of our people. Every rand lost through waste, corruption, inefficiency, or weak controls is a rand taken away from hospitals, schools, infrastructure, and communities that depend purely on public services. For this reason, we intend to take a far more aggressive approach to improving financial governance governance across the province. We will strengthen procurement oversight, improve compliance, accelerate consequence management, and reinforce institutional controls to ensure that public resources are protected and used for their intended purposes. Corruption is not merely a financial crime. It undermines service delivery, destroys public trust, and weakens the capacity of the state to fulfill its developmental mandate. More importantly, in South Africa, corruption increasingly carries a deadly cost. We have witnessed the strategic assassination of public servants and financial officials who stood firm against corruption. These are officials who paid the ultimate price for defending accountability and protecting public money. And as a province, we cannot normalize this reality. We cannot accept a situation where public servants who act with integrity must live in fear simply for doing their jobs. That is why on the 29th of June 2026, we will host a memorial service and an awareness event at Tembisa Hospital in honor of the fallen financial officials who lost their lives in the fight against corruption. Among those would be in honor of Babita Dukaran, Pomafole Mathamani, and Simnigiwe Mapini. It is a statement of principle and a declaration that Gauteng will stand firmly for those who defend integrity and accountability and clean governance. The Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Business Unit has been allocated 107 million. A central priority for this administration is improving revenue collection and eliminating revenue leakages. We cannot continue losing critical revenue through inefficiencies, weak systems, and fragmented collection processes. Every revenue stream due to government must be properly accounted for, collected efficiently, and redirected towards service delivery. At the same time, we'll aggressively explore innovative financing mechanisms, including well-structured public-private partnerships to accelerate infrastructure delivery and unlock investment into strategic sectors of the provincial economy. The infrastructure needs of Gauteng are too significant to rely solely on conventional budget allocations for provincial government and municipalities. We must crowd in private capital, technical expertise, and be innovative in ways that protect public interest while accelerating delivery in areas such as transport infrastructure, urban regeneration, accommodation, healthcare infrastructure, digital systems, and township industrial development. Treasury must become a center of infrastructure financing and investment mobilization. We must urgently explore the establishment of an integrated provincial inventory management system for medical supplies to improve stock visibility, strengthen controls, and decisively reduce losses arising from theft, wastage, leakages, and stock mismanagement across the healthcare facilities. We will prioritize an integrated inventory management system for that. Another urgent challenge requiring decisive intervention is the growing burden of unpaid invoices and accruals across departments. When government fails to pay service providers on time, the consequences are severe. Businesses that have delivered services face cash flow constraints, they struggle to pay workers and delay suppliers. In some instances, they collapse entirely. This is why we'll host a service an unpaid service delivery in Bizo that is focused on purely unpaid invoices and accruals. We have extended such an invitation to the Department of Education, Health, Human Settlement, Infrastructure Development, because interventions in these sectors will have the greatest impact in resolving unpaid invoices and restoring credibility in government payment systems. Municipal finances remains one of the greatest risks of the Gauteng economy, as well as the stability and developmental trajectory. The Municipal Financial Government Business Unit has been allocated 78 million. The financial health of municipalities has direct consequences on service delivery. When municipalities fail financially, the effects are immediately felt, and they are severe. Communities experience these. It is no longer sustainable for province to adopt a passive approach in its engagement with municipalities. We must play a more interventionist role in strengthening the municipal financial governance, improve budget credibility, and address structural weaknesses. Municipal budgets must comply fully with constitutional and legislative prescripts. These requirements are not mere procedural obligations, they are essential safeguards for financial sustainability. To strengthen this intervention, we will prioritize the urgent appointment of the DDG for municipal financial government, as this is a critical leadership position central to driving oversight, coordination, and decisive intervention in municipal finances across the province. Internally, Gauteng Provincial Treasury must strengthen its own institutional capacity. We will prioritize the filling of critical vacancies, and further on, a capable provincial treasury is essential for a capable developmental state that can direct the economy of this province, and that is our belief. Honourable members, our task before us is clear. We must build a treasury that is proactive, that is capable, that is ethical, and deeply committed to improving the lives of our people. We must protect the public resources, restore the confidence in financial governance, and ensure that every budget contribution is meaningful. The people of Gauteng expect decisive leadership, they expect agency, they expect results. We fully appreciate the weight of this responsibility. In conclusion, Deputy Chair of Chairs, we hereby table the 2026-2027 budget vote of Gauteng Provincial Treasury for consideration by this House, and I thank you.
Okay, so you can speak now. You wanted to speak. Speak now, we're listening. Let's hear you now.
All right, thank you. Member Robinson? Member Robinson? Okay. All right, thank you.
The guy is emotional and unnecessary. Why are you angry? Give him something, please.
All right. Let's give Member Robinson. No, Member Robinson. No.
Give him
All right.
something.
No, Member Robinson. No,
Don't be angry, my guy. This is just the budget of our people.
Okay.
It is the budget of our people.
Member Robinson.
What are the blue lights? What are latswa?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. How am I supposed to?
Okay.
Yo, but that you're
Anifuna ukuhamba ne. Anifuna ukuhamba. All right. Order, please. Member Msimang. Okay. Please also don't. Let's all calm down. Yeah, Member Robinson, you are eating on Member Robinson's time. No, it's fine. Let's calm down. Member Msimang, no man, please. Member Msimang.
Give him a tissue.
No, let's. Member Robinson.
Give him a tissue. Yes, thank you. Why are you angry at the budget of our people?
No, Member Robinson.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Okay.
both of you.
You can continue, Member Robinson.
All right, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. When the former MEC for Finance, Lebogang Maile, tabled this budget, he spoke about the audacity of hope. Unfortunately for the people of Gauteng, hope seems to be the most generously funded program in this entire budget. It is because when residents leave their home in the morning, they do not find hope. They find potholes, they don't find traffic lights, they experience crime, decaying infrastructure, and water shortages. They experience a government that has become remarkably skilled at announcing plans while struggling to deliver. The MEC identified 13 priority challenges facing Gauteng, including unemployment, crime, water shortages, failing infrastructure, drug abuse, inadequate schools, potholes, and non-functioning traffic lights. The question before us today is simple. If these have been priorities for years, why are they still priorities today and not results? The MEC told us that this budget is about rebuilding confidence and improving living conditions. Yet Gauteng's economy is projected to grow by only 1.4%, while 2.6 million people remain unemployed. Municipalities are collapsing under the weight of financial mismanagement. Businesses are leaving our CBDs across all municipalities. Residents are investing in private security, private healthcare, private education, and private power because public systems are failing them. That is also only available to the few of them that can afford it. This is not a sign of a capable developmental state. This is a sign of a state outsourcing its responsibilities to its citizens. The MEC spoke about fiscal discipline. We would welcome fiscal discipline, but this government does not have any. We lose hundreds of millions of rands to corruption and then plead poverty when we need to deliver services. No consequences, no discipline. We see the same thing every year. Budget comes, small deficit. Adjustment budget comes, we cannot afford what we did. I look at these deficits and think that, frankly, I have more faith in making a drunken New Year's resolution than getting lectured on discipline here. But discipline is not measured by speeches. Discipline is measured by outcomes. If we spend billions on roads, why do motorists still have to dodge potholes like contestants on a game show? If we spend billions on health, why do patients still wait days to get basic treatment? The province plans to spend more than 36 billion rand on infrastructure over the medium term. It sounds impressive. The problem is that Gauteng has never really had a shortage of plans. It has suffered from a shortage of execution. Residents do not live inside of budget documents. They live in Gauteng, a Gauteng that looks very different from the glossy vision presented in these estimates. Certainly also different from the hotel shower Gauteng described by our Honourable Premier. The truth is that many residents no longer trust in this government to fulfill in its promises. Every year we hear that this will be the year of implementation. Every year we hear that turnaround plans are underway. Every year we hear that decisive interventions are being implemented. Somehow every year the same problems appear again and again in the next budget speech. A budget is not merely a statement of intent, it is a statement of priorities. This budget contains many commitments and many aspirations as well as many promises. But Gauteng residents are no longer asking for promises. They are asking for functioning traffic lights, safe communities, reliable water supply. The people of Gauteng deserve more than hope. They deserve delivery that inspires hope. For that reason, while we support the expenditure that improves the lives of residents, we remain deeply sceptical that this budget adequately addresses the fundamental problems in Gauteng.
Thank you. Member Makwala.
Thank you. I'll do the debate.
Okay.
Greetings, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier, honourable members, and most importantly, the citizens of Gauteng. The EFF rises today to engage with the budget vote presented on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, and to do so with the seriousness, the rigour, and the pride that this moment demands. Because this is not an ordinary budget vote, Deputy Chair of Chairs. For the first time in the history of this province, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury is led by our very own capable, competent, and conscious MEC of Finance, Honorable Nkululeko Dunga. It means for the first time that the steward of 179 billion is someone who answers to the workers, to the poor, to the landless, not to the tenderpreneurs and business elite who have looted this province for 3 decades. We acknowledge the work being done under this administration. The department has achieved what it set to do in terms of the fiscal discipline. Submitting 15 annual financial statements for the GPG departments and entities within prescribed timeframes, maintaining clean audit trajectory across provincial departments, and ensuring that Provincial Revenue Fund maintains a sustainable liquidity position. An invoice management system went live on the 1st of April 2025 to ensure that the suppliers are paid within 10 to 30 days of receiving valid invoices. And we are happy that the MEC will continue to sharpen this mechanism as reflected in his 100-day program that includes an imbizo with all suppliers and service providers in the province. We also acknowledge the work of the Provincial Supply Chain Management Program, which has directed procurement towards township-based suppliers, women-owned enterprises, youth-owned businesses, and enterprises owned by persons with disabilities. Procurement spend reached 32% towards women's empowerment, 13.9% towards youth empowerment, and 0.39% towards persons with disabilities. These are numbers that reflect an intention to transform an economy from the ground up. We support the direction, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and each day we see the MEC on the ground in Diepsloot, in Roodepoort, in Soweto, engaging with enterprise suppliers, and we are convinced that this policy is made tangible. But, Deputy Chair of Chairs, if we support this administration, then it's precisely because we support it and we must speak frankly. The equitable share allocation to this department is 788 million in 2026-27, rising to 870 million in 2028-29. On the surface, this looks like growth, but we must look deeper. The compensation of employees is consuming 682 million of that 788 million. That is 86 cents on every rand. Goods and services amount to only 99 million. Capital expenditure is a mere 5.4 million. This means that the Treasury, as the department that is supposed to oversee the finances of the entire province, is itself running on a thread. We must also speak honest, Deputy Chair of Chairs, about the crisis in Gauteng municipalities. The ESCOM debt relief program means Provincial Treasury is managing significant municipal financial distress. Some municipalities have unfunded budget. Others cannot pay utility bills. The department is doing budgetary assessment, providing support, but the structural problem remains. Our municipalities are fiscally fragile, and no amount of oversight fixes that without adequate resources and political will to address the root cause. Deputy Chair of Chairs, to show the people of Gauteng that the EFF remains a
Thank you.
self-reflective
Your time is up.
organization. This tool for accountability is in the hands of the people.
Maybe
And we
Deputy
implore
Chair.
the Provincial
All
Treasury
right, your time
to
is up.
strengthen focus on all these areas mentioned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Member Klaba.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury occupies a unique position in government. It may not build schools or run hospitals, but it controls the financial system that determine whether government succeeds or fails. For this reason, the question before this House is not whether Treasury has produced a balanced budget. The question is whether Treasury is using its resources to improve the lives of the people of Gauteng. The department received 788 million this year, rising to 870 million over the MTEF. Yet a concerning trend emerges. Compensation of employees consumes 682 million and rises to 763 million by 2028-2029, while goods and services decline from 116 million to 99 million. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs,
Treasury speaks of strengthening financial governance, improving compliance and supporting municipalities. Yet in Mfuleni, residents endure water interruptions that have lasted years. In Tshwane, infrastructure backlogs continue to grow. Across the province, municipalities are struggling, not striving. So we ask two questions that the department must answer. If oversight is improving, why are so many municipalities still failing to deliver basic services? If financial controls are strengthening, why do infrastructure delays, cost overruns, and service delivery failures persist? The Umkhonto weSizwe Party welcomes Treasury's stated commitment to township economic revitalization and procurement reform. But commitment without evidence is not transformation, it is performance. Treasury must demonstrate that government spending is reaching township businesses, young entrepreneurs, and women-owned enterprises. Public procurement must become a tool for economic justice through the payment compliance rate against the 30-day payment obligation. Gauteng cannot afford a treasury that measures its success by the report it produces. It needs a treasury measured by the lives it improves. The suppliers paid on time. I will repeat this. The suppliers paid on time. The municipalities stabilized. The infrastructure projects completed. The township entrepreneur who finally accessed government contracts. Siyabonga.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. Hello.
Siyabonga.
Deputy Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, no, thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think you need to correct your table there because our member here was cut because of 3 minutes and he was supposed to address for 4 minutes because you swapped it with Member Kaba.
No, we fixed it. He actually got it.
But it still reflects otherwise.
No, we were counting. He actually spoke for 5 minutes, actually.
No, it's not true.
We are counting. Yeah.
He spoke.
No, we gave them 3 minutes. I'm counting here. We are counting. We made a mistake. They made a mistake. But all right. Thank you, Member Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Chair. As we debate the budget vote presented by the new MEC of Finance, Honorable Dunga, let me begin by congratulating the MEC and wishing him well. Provincial Treasury is one of the most important departments in government because every other department depends on it to manage public finances properly. When Treasury gets things right, government has better chance of delivering for the people of Gauteng. Honorable Speaker, as Action SA, we welcome many of the reforms that Treasury has already put in place under the former MEC, the Provincial Revenue Enhancement Strategy, improvements in procurement systems, stronger financial reporting, and continued support to municipalities are all positive steps. They show that Treasury is trying to strengthen financial management across government. But today I want to speak less about where Treasury has been and more about where it needs to go. And I think the MEC covered quite a number of those issues. Over the past year, as a portfolio committee, we have spent many hours analyzing quarterly reports. We have analyzed the state of finances, adjustment budgets, and focused intervention studies. Our message has come out through consistently. We are saying the systems are improving, but many of Gauteng financial risk remain. Honorable MEC, these are not problems that you created. They've developed over a number of years, but they now sit on your desk, and your leadership will be judged by how you are addressing them. The first one, you also spoke about it, is accruals. People often hear this term without understanding what it really means. It's simple, in simple terms, accruals are yesterday's unpaid bills being paid with today's budget. That matters because every rand used to pay old invoices is a rand that cannot be used today to buy medicine, to repair infrastructure, or improve public services. And such as health and also in education. We now need to move beyond identifying these problems. Treasury should publish
clear reduction targets, and report progress to this legislature every quarter. The second challenge, MEC, is financial discipline. Government cannot continue committing itself to expenditure beyond what it can realistically afford. Better commitment management, earlier intervention, and strong accountability across departments are essential if we want to stop today's commitments from becoming tomorrow's unpaid bills. MEC, there's quite a number of issues. We will discuss it with you in the committee, but at this point, we want to wish you well. You've got the support of Action SA, and you've got the support of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Alberts. Member Alberts.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yeah, Member Alberts, you can continue.
Financially and economically, Gauteng is in a crisis. Around this time last Friday, we witnessed the largest IPO in history taking place, led by an ex-South African when he listed SpaceX in New York. Meanwhile, in Gauteng, we have just witnessed the increase of the unemployment level from an already historically high position. If we look deeper at these two disparate events, it is fair to ask what went wrong with Gauteng. How can we turn the tide around and become a province that attracts employment-creating investments on a sustainable basis and build our own ideas into patents and then profitable products? There is very little reason that we cannot emulate the larger economies of the world. If anything, the unemployment rate is an indication and bright warning that we cannot continue doing the same and expecting unimproved outcome. Bafana Bafana has shown us that we only need to start with one important goal to get us to the next level. One of the factors within a provincial government's control is budget allocation. In allocating, for instance, more funding to the Department of Economic Development, one can start scoring those early goals. However, given the department's mandate to ensure sustainable economic development and job creation, the budget allocated currently is completely inadequate, and it cannot scale and do the job it's supposed to do by attracting more investments and stimulating the economy as much as it can from its side, and also not able to create the environment to attract more investment. Therefore, a revision of the projects and goals and the proper funding thereof to ensure a properly scaled onslaught against unemployment and poverty must be considered within this crisis. And in this regard, Treasury can play a huge role in ensuring that the right decisions are made so that our shot at the goal hits the mark. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Chair of Chairs, thank you.
Thank you, Member Alberts. We'll move to Member Higlin.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The measure by which residents judge whether we as MPLs are worth our salary is simple. Do they have access to basic services, job opportunities, quality healthcare and affordable education? Are the streets clean and do they feel safe? For many, the answer is a resounding no. While many of these responsibilities fall under municipalities, an equal proportion falls under the Gauteng Provincial Government. Deputy Chair of Chairs, despite commitments made by Premier Lesufi regarding the establishment of a state-owned bank and a state-owned pharmaceutical company, we have yet to see a completed business plan for either entity or clear timelines for their implementation. Is this yet another failed promise by the Premier, or the realization of the impracticality of implementing such a scheme and an understanding that the centralization of power means only one thing: looting and corruption? The public is all too aware of the R2 billion corruption scandal at Tembisa Hospital. It carried grave and irreversible consequences, including the tragic death of Babita Diakoran. May I be protected, please, Deputy House Chair?
Members, I need to remind you, in terms of Rule 85, subsection 4.
What is your name?
It says, conduct of members during debate. In the course of a debate, members may not have conversations amongst themselves. Member Swako and Member Msimang, please. And other members, please do not have conversations amongst yourselves. Please, I'm begging you. Member Higlin, you may continue. Member Higlin. Okay, thank you very much. May you allow Member Higlin to continue, please? Thank you.
A point of order, Chair. We just want to welcome Member Lesego to our caucus.
Member Higlin, please
Thank
continue.
you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We cannot but remember Babita Deokaran, who was exposing alleged wrongdoing while the former CFO, Lerato Madio, and others continued to walk freely. The true cost of corruption is not reflected in audit reports or balance sheets, but in overcrowded hospitals, delayed treatment, reduced care, and the countless lives affected by the erosion of Gauteng's public healthcare system. While the Gauteng Department of Health has irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the current financial year amounting to 10 million rand, investigations remain incomplete and consequence management is absent. In fact, the Auditor General is unable to obtain sufficient...
Member Higlin, just wait. What's the order, Member Leswalo? On what rule are you rising on? What's the order?
The rule of this House.
What's the order?
The invocation 77, 89, 90.
Okay, what's the order? What is?
Yeah, you know, I love Madam Higlin, she knows. She's my favorite, you know. But I just wanted to remind her that we debated the health budget.
But what's the order?
We debated the health budget 2 weeks ago. So the issues can't be rehashed now that we're discussing finances. So it's just a guidance to my fellow member.
No, it's fine. There is no order. Member Higlin, continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The culture of impunity in the Gauteng Department of Health is not new. Former HOD Lesiba Malatana was suspended amid serious allegations, only to later resurface in COGTA. The message is clear. Accountability can be delayed, avoided, and even transferred. Deputy Chair of Chairs, a staggering 743.4 million rand is owed to suppliers and remains unpaid beyond the legally prescribed 30-day period, accounting for most of the GPG's 846.2 million rand in overdue payments. The budget for EMS has been reduced, despite the department's full knowledge that EMS is already in crisis. The favourite, the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Laboratory, has cost taxpayers 700 million rand and its doors remain closed. Further compounding the crisis is the crippling accruals burden. The DA is concerned that the consolidation of entities under the Office of the Premier seems to be weakening governance, undermining our ability to exercise effective oversight over the executive and shielding those responsible for irregular, wasteful expenditure from meaningful consequences. A DA-led Gauteng provincial government would strengthen accountability by ensuring that allegations of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure would be properly investigated and acted upon. We will restore fiscal discipline.
Thank you, Member Higlin. I gave you, Member Higlin. Thank you. We paused and we gave you extra time. We gave you extra time actually because you were speaking. Yeah. Member Ali, you can use your free time.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I actually didn't intend on speaking today because I didn't think I would be back in time to join in the debate. But as I'm sitting here, Chief Whip Aguvumi Mangitule, So what did Makawula say? Aning legeleleni ngengishaya DA kancane. Ngiyadlala. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this morning I came to the house and started off here with everyone, and then I went next door to join a protest by e-hailers who were demonstrating, amongst other things, against the impounding of their vehicles in Tshwane and Ikuruleni, against fuel price increases that don't correspond with the increase in their prices that they charge to customers, against the companies that are here in this country but are not abiding by the laws of this here republic. They treat and operate as tech companies when in all intents and purposes they are transport companies, but they refuse to comply. I then moved and went to Soweto, Kliptown to be exact, where I joined the Township Economic Commission of South Africa. I met with a number of entrepreneurs there, amongst them women in mining who wanted to sort of form a cooperative and rehabilitate one of the mines. They were denied the right to do so. I think maybe government was waiting for the Zamazamas to come and take over illegally. We also then went and spoke to the women in poultry who are running operations of free-range chickens and eggs and are doing a wonderful establishment. Yesterday, we were meeting right here at the legislature with the Johannesburg Runners Association, and Member Makubela, don't worry, they have nothing to do with comrades or athletics. They are, in fact, in the process of retail. They stock their goods from Joburg or Durban CBD. They then go and they sell the products in the rural areas, a wonderful value chain, but now they're being elbowed out by people who are not legitimate and are not able to actually do what needs to be done. A day before that, I was in Zondi. Our single members were working hard. A day before that, we were at the Zondi Buyback Center. They are a plant that does recycling that was destroyed during the times of Josie at work. Now, you might be wondering, what do all these companies have in common, and what does it have to do with this house? These are all companies of entrepreneurs who have tremendous potential, and in fact, the Economic Development Committee is looking to assist them and support them, and the department has the capacity to help them. So we are now saying, please, MEC, you are from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Please, can you prioritize the economic development in this province? We are struggling because we are no longer the heartbeat of the continent. We are no longer the heartbeat of the country. We are struggling. Please, can you prioritize them? Dealing with the economy will take care of all the issues that we face here. Because once people are able to fend for themselves and their families, it takes care of things like social development. Once they're able to give good nutrition to their children, it takes care of issues like health. Once they're able to buy books for their children, education and reading for meaning are taken care of. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Member Ali Awabatu. You know, I've got a button here. When your time is up, I switch you off. Member Musai.
How do you know?
The mics are not working.
How do you know that?
Mic is not working. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Oh, Member Twaku, please, man. May you please allocate members so I can put him on the list next time so that he speaks. Member Musai.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members of Provincial Legislature, the people of Gauteng. Let me first take this opportunity to also congratulate the MEC on his maiden speech. It was well delivered. Deputy Chair, I'm honored to participate in this debate on the budget vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury.
This budget represents a critical policy instrument through which the provincial government seeks to advance socio-economic transformation, strengthen fiscal governance, and promote inclusive development across the City region. As we reflect on the significance of this budget, it is appropriate to draw inspiration from former President Utatu Nelson Mandela, who, during the Make Poverty History rally in London in 2005, stated, open quote, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life," close quote. This profound observation remains relevant to contemporary governance and public finance, as it underscores the central role of state institutions in promoting social justice and economic inclusion. The 2026-27 budget vote of the Provincial Treasury must be understood within the broader context of persistent socio-economic challenges confronting Gauteng. Despite the province's position as the economic hub of South Africa, unemployment, poverty, inequality, social exclusion, and food insecurity continue to undermine sustainable development and social cohesion. Consequently, the Provincial Treasury occupies a strategic position in ensuring that public resources are allocated and managed in a manner that addresses those structural challenges while simultaneously advancing economic growth and development. As we debate budget vote 14 today, we do so conscious that the people of Gauteng are not interested in rhetoric alone. They want jobs. They want functioning municipalities. They want ethical leadership. They want safer communities. They want an economy that includes them. As the ANC, during this 2026, we theme it the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy. Setjhaba se re romile mona hore re tle re sebetse, e seng hore re tle re etse mabaka. The people sent us here to work, not to make excuses. The Provincial Treasury serves as the custodian of fiscal discipline and financial governance within the province. Its mandate extends beyond the administration of public finances to include the creation of an enabling environment for economic development, efficient service delivery, and institutional accountability. In this regard, the Treasury's alignment with the provincial vision of growing Gauteng together 2030 thus demonstrates a commitment to fostering sustainable development through prudent fiscal management and strategic resource allocation. It is for this reason that the Gauteng Provincial Treasury remains one of the most strategic departments in government because it provides the financial foundation upon which all developmental programs are built. Honourable members, economic growth remains a prerequisite for meaningful socio-economic transformation. The Treasury's continued investment in strategic infrastructure projects and high-growth economy sector reflects an understanding that public expenditure can catalyze economic reconstruction, industrialization, and employment creation. These investments are particularly important in facilitating the participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the mainstream economy, thereby contributing to inclusive growth and reducing historical inequalities. Furthermore, the province must intensify its investment in human capital development. In recognition of Youth Month and the ongoing challenges facing young people, the department should consider establishing a dedicated bursary program aimed at supporting students from disadvantaged communities, particularly in fields related to finance, economics, accounting, auditing, and public administration. Such an initiative would contribute to skills development while simultaneously strengthening the future capacity of public institutions. A recurring concern raised by township-based enterprises relates to equitable access to government procurement opportunities. While supply chain management reforms have been implemented, significant challenges remain regarding supplier rotation, transparency, and inclusivity. The Treasury should therefore strengthen monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to ensure that procurement systems effectively support emerging enterprises and contribute to local economic development. Equally, important, it is the continued implementation of standardized budgeting and cost management guidelines to enhance accountability and improve value for money across government departments and entities. The allocation of 788.4 million to the provincial treasury for the current financial year reflects government's commitment to strengthening institutional capacity and financial governance. This allocation will support initiatives tailored to enhance infrastructure planning, improve procurement systems, advance digital transformation, and strengthen oversight across provincial departments and public entities. Deputy Chair Charles, motho ha aje budget, motho o ja tshebeletso. People do not eat budgets, they experience service delivery. The Treasury's contribution to township economic revitalization and municipal financial sustainability is particularly noteworthy. Through support for municipalities' implementation of the Municipal Standard Charts of Accounts and capacity building interventions, the department continues to promote sound financial management and improve governance at local government level. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the challenge of youth unemployment remains one of the most pressing developmental concerns confronting our province. Given Gauteng's demographic profile, young people represent a significant strategic asset capable of driving innovation, productivity, and economic growth. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Mushomo Gisiriti, works restores dignity. It is therefore imperative that fiscal policy and budget allocation explicitly supports programs that expand employment opportunities, entrepreneurship development, and skills acquisition for the youth. Another area requiring urgent attention is the persistent prevalence of vacant posts across government departments. The continued reliance on consultants in circumstances where permanent institutional capacity could be developed often results in increased expenditure and reduced organizational sustainability. The department's emphasis on strengthening municipal financial government is also commendable. The strategic priorities identified by the department remain relevant and responsive to the province's developmental needs. These priorities provide a coherent framework for strengthening institutional performance, enhancing fiscal sustainability, and promoting good governance across the provincial government. Tjhelete ya setjhaba e a halalela. E tshwanetse ho sebediswa ka boikarabelo. Public money is sacred and must be used responsibly. The department must also continue to provide independent assurance and advisory services that strengthen risk management, internal controls, and organizational governance across Gauteng provincial government institutions. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the year 2026 marks an important milestone in South Africa's democratic journey as citizens prepare to participate in local government elections. This period presents an opportunity for government to demonstrate its commitment to responsive governance, improved service delivery, and economic transformation. Moruo o tshwanetse ho fihla dipolokelong lefatsheng la batho ba rona le metseng ya rona. Economic opportunities must reach our townships and communities. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, nako ya dipuo fela e fetile, ke nako ya ketso. The time for words alone has passed, it is now for action. For these reasons, the African National Congress supports and endorses Budget Vote 14. Implementation is important, so on that condition, MEC, we must make sure that there is implementation, there's accountability, and delivery to define this period of governance. Mosebetsi o tshwanetse ho bonahala, tshebeletso e tshwanetse ho bonahala, phetoho e tshwanetse ho bonahala. The work must be visible, service delivery must be visible, transformation must be visible. The African National Congress remains committed to building an inclusive economy, ethical governance, and a better life for all the people of Gauteng. Re kaofela, re aga Gauteng mmoho. Together, we're building Gauteng together. Ke a leboha.
MEC Dunga, you may reply to the debate.
Must all listen now. Honorable.
And you are? And jy is?
Ha.
Okay, the MEC for Finance about to speak now. Can you listen? Okay.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Welcome back to your seat. I would have thought that, you know, when Honorable Ayanda Ali was making her speech, she was leading or building up to the fact that we've got properly maintained roads. All thanks to the Honorable who is in charge of transport, because as you were narrating that you are from one point to the other, and from one town to the other, that can only be done through well-constructed roads that are well-maintained. That's the truth. How else then do you explain how she would have got from one point to the other? Nonetheless, this is my natural hair. I do not use styling gel from the Action SAs. But nonetheless, we do welcome many of the submissions that have been made, Speaker. I think would agree with many of the points that would have been given unto us as considerations. Obviously, as we go towards the mid-year and subsequently even the following budgets. But one thing that I would have elevated more than anything would have been the dedication of a bursary program, which I think should be something that should be accepted and should be internalized by ourselves, particularly as Treasury, as well as the vigorous approach towards government opportunities. You would have seen that with ourselves and the Department of Economic Development, we have tried to have a lot of programs, particularly in townships, where we seek to address exactly that. The matter of supplier rotation and creating more than anything a revolution in terms of our supply chain processes cannot be treated in isolation outside of the usage of technologies, you know, and the migration and the full migration into that space, because then the risk of manipulation is eliminated through lesser human contact. In terms of the increase of value for money for the products that we buy, the department has established a price data of some sort, where in time we should be able to roll it out to all departments so that they are able to check the price or the costing of the products that they would purchase vis-a-vis what we would have researched. Now, the element of audacity to dream, and you know, when you genuinely take the time, or the audacity of hope, when you take the time and you go through it, you fully comprehend and understand the mental space that the former MEC of Finance would have found himself in, particularly with the collective. And in simple terms, it just means that having the bold courage, having the nerve, you know, to be able to be daring, to be able to look at your current conditions and think beyond that. And with that being said, it is an element of extreme belief in the future, where reality is dialectically opposed to what you seek to achieve. And we come from a school of thought, by the way, that says that your dreams must scare you. And I think that's what informed the position, that regardless of what the situation was, let us dare to dream, let us look beyond the limitations or the challenges that we're confronted with. And the challenges are, in actual fact, that our budget is not growing at the rate of either CPI or the inflation rate. There's infrastructure decay, and many other things. You know, service delivery orientation has been affected. But out of all of that, how do we make a meaningful contribution with the little that we have? And I think the allocations have spoken directly to exactly that. The last point on the compensation of employees, particularly the Department of Treasury, where we have done a decline from 116 to 99 million. This was particularly in terms of goods and services. We don't need things such as printing. We don't need catering, and therefore we can spend much more less. But on compensation of employees, understanding the need to internalize a lot of our source and understanding that we are mainly technical in approach. We unfortunately have to have a lot of employees that are extremely professional and technical in the understanding of the work that needs to be done. And as hence, we have such a high cost in terms of compensation of employees. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC. Well, the Secretary, please don't get into a debate about time. MEC, time is my responsibility, so just thank you. Please, you can have your seat. Secretary, can we have the next order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Decision on the separate vote in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will now put the question on the separate votes in terms of Rule 223, subsection 3. Vote 1, Office of the Premier. I don't have any indication of any member who wants to make a declaration. I now put the question on vote 1. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Okay, those that are not in favor say no. No. Okay. Honorable members, the yes. Okay. You just remember that I don't need your permission. I'm just trying to remind you that you need to behave. So the yeses have it. Vote 1 is adopted by the House.
Yeah, no, we will
behave. Okay, is there any member who wishes to make a statement? All right. Emani. Honorable Moriarty. Yeah, I'm going to vote too. Let me declare it first. Just hold on. I now put the question on vote 2. Oh, you have a declaration. Is that a declaration, Honorable Moriarty? It's a declaration. Oh, okay. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, colleagues in the House, I think this is probably the first time in 32 years that we've opposed the vote for the legislature. I need to explain why we're taking this position. Number one, there are delays in the resolving of office allocations to staff, with many people then working remotely and without adequate supervision. Number two, the non-transparent appointment of senior managers. Number three, the constant obstruction to democratic oversight.
The vote was not for the legislature, the vote is for the Premier.
Members that are online, please. Please proceed. Yeah. Who said that?
Okay.
Yeah, proceed.
No.
Honorable Nkani, just hold on, please. Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you very much. The constant obstructions to democratic oversight, including non-responses to questions and the blocking of motions, which have caused us to go to a court. And then the questionable and extraordinarily costly trips to destinations and conferences of no clear value, including 2 trips to Venezuela with large entourages. It would appear that for this particular legislature and its leadership, that there is no conference that is too obscure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I now put the question on vote 2. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those against say no. No. The yeses have it. Okay. So vote 2 is adopted by the House. Is there any member who wishes to make a statement? None. Okay, we now move to vote 3, economic development. There's an indication from Honorable Alberts for a declaration. Honorable Alberts, are you online?
I'm online. Declaration is not necessary anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker.
I now put a question on vote 3. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are opposed say no. Well, the yeses have it. Is there a member who wishes to make a statement? Okay, so the vote is adopted. Vote 3 is adopted by the House. We move to vote 4, health. No indication of declaration. Is there any member who wants to make a declaration? Okay. I now put a question on vote 4. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are opposed say no.
No.
So the yeses have it. Vote 4 is adopted by the House. Is there any member who wishes to make a statement? Okay, vote 5, education, no indication of declaration. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are opposed say no. So honorable members, honorable members, vote 5 is adopted by the House. Can I just ask a question so that I understand what you're doing? So are you implying that if you raise your voices, it will increase? Okay. Is there a member who wishes to make a statement? Okay, none. Vote 6, social development, no indication of a request for declaration. I now put a question on vote 6. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Okay, those that are opposed say no. So the yeses still have it, honorable members. Vote 6 is adopted by the House. Is there a member who wishes to make a statement? Okay. So vote 6 is adopted by the House. Okay. Just honorable members, please.
Can
Proceed.
members only please respect us? We are not fighting with him. We are people of peace. We are stuka apho kokoko.
Okay.
Please, Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, honorable Msimang. Don't be provoked. Don't be provoked. Honorable members, honorable members of the EFF. Honorable Masilela. Ke le bitse bo botlhe ka mabitso. Can the conversation stop, please? Vote 7, cooperative governance and traditional affairs, no indication of a declaration. I now put the question on vote 7. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. Well, the yeses still have it. Vote 7 is adopted by the House. Any member who wishes to make a statement? None. Okay, we move to vote 8, human settlements, no indication of a declaration. And then I put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. Okay, so the volume is reduced, but the yeses still have it. So vote 8 is adopted by the House. Any member who wishes to make a statement? Okay. Vote 9, roads and transport, no indication for a declaration. I now put a question on vote 9. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are against say no. Okay, the yeses still have it. Vote 9 is adopted by the House. Is there any member who wishes to make a statement? None. Okay, vote 10, community safety. There is an indication for a declaration. Honorable Mulder, are you still interested? No. Okay. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are against say no. The yeses have it, and vote 10 is adopted by the House. Is there any member who wishes to make a statement? None. So we moved then, honorable members, to vote 11, agriculture and rural development. I have two requests for declarations. Member Engelbrecht and Member Mulder. Starting with Member Engelbrecht, please proceed, ma'am.
Speaker, thank you. The GDOT budget asks us to place our trust in a department that has repeatedly failed to demonstrate transparency, accountability, and competent leadership. As members of this esteemed House, we have witnessed deeply concerning statements from the MEC. Now, during the debate on the foot and mouth disease, the MEC informed this House that 405,000 animals had been vaccinated. Yet national and her own department reports indicated that only 274,000 animals had been vaccinated at that point in time. That's a difference of 130,000 animals, Speaker. To make matters worse, the MEC, in trying to cover up her faux pas, during the budget debate, stated there are not enough animals in Gauteng to vaccinate. That is when there are over 280,000 animals in Gauteng. That is less than 10% of Gauteng's animals have been vaccinated. These are not minor discrepancies. And this is when Gauteng has received more than 642,000 doses. But 367,000 doses have not been used. These are questions that strike at the heart of credibility of this House. Because if a department and an MEC cannot accurately account for something as fundamental as the number of animals being vaccinated during a national disaster, how can this House have confidence in its reporting, its planning, its spending, or its priorities? So far, neither department or the MEC has given us any reason to have confidence in its leadership. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Engelbrecht. Honorable Mulder?
No declaration,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder. I now put the question on vote 11. Man, mara ga te go iragetseng ka lona ka jeno. Le jeleng? Go na leng go dijong? Okay, ke tla ira gore se ka tlhola nna teng. Ke kopa le itshwareng tu. No. Ke kopa le behaving. Ke a le kopa bagolo. So, on vote 11, agriculture and rural development, I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are against say no. The yeses still have it. Vote 11 is adopted by the House. Any statements, honorable members? Anyone wishing to make a statement? Okay, vote 12, sports, recreation, arts and culture. No indication for a declaration. I now put the question on vote 12. Those that are in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are against say no. The yeses still have it. Vote 12 is adopted by the House. Any member who wishes to make a statement? No. Okay. We move to vote 13, e-government. No indication for a declaration. I now put a question on vote 13. All those that are in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are against say no. No. Okay. The yeses still have it. So vote 13 is adopted by the House. Any member who wishes to make a statement? All right. So, did I declare it? Vote 13 is adopted by the House. Vote 14, Gauteng Treasury, no indication for a declaration. I now put the question on vote 14. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those against say no. Okay, the yeses have it. Vote 14 is adopted by the House. Any member who wishes to make a statement? All right. Vote 15, no indication for a declaration. I now put a question on vote 15. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those against say no. Well, the yeses still have it. Vote 15 is adopted by the House. Is there a member who wishes to make a statement? Right. That was 15. Vote 16, Environment. There is a request for a declaration. Honorable Melda. Somebody is committing you. I must have a serious discussion with that. I don't know who that person is. I'll have a discussion with the front table. I now put a question on environment, vote 11. Those that are in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are against say no. The yeses have it, and vote 11 is adopted by the House. Is there a member who wishes to make a statement? Okay. Secretary, ne re kopa tsamaiso e latelang.
Thank you, Speaker. Decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
I now put a question in terms of Rule 223, subsection 6, on the schedule to the Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those against say no. The yeses have it. Okay. Okay, so the yeses have it. The schedule to the Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 is adopted. Secretary, re kopa tsamaiso e latelang.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, A, read with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G003-2026 for the 2026 and 2027 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I now call on MEC Dunga to move for the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026. MEC.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. In the attempt to fulfill the mission of hope, I rise on a motion, and it reads as follows. I, Member Ngulego Dunga, the MEC of Finance, hereby table the following motion in terms of Rule 222, read together with Rule 223 and 224 of the standing rules. I hereby request that the House resolves to adopt the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, referred to as G002/2026, for the 2026-2027 financial year. I so move. I am the proposer, and it has been seconded by the Chief Whip of the Legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chief Whip, can you just confirm the seconding? Thank you. Confirm.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, ke kopa ditsebe tsa lona. In terms of Rule 223, subsection 7, the question on the adoption of a money bill shall be determined by a roll call. I now call on the Sergeant at Arms to ring the bells for 8 minutes. Did you agree? No, just hold on. Hold on. Chief Whip, did you discuss with the whips? Are you happy with 8 minutes?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable party leaders and whips of parties, maybe 3 minutes. Is that fair? There are 3 minutes. No, you are all in here. Yeah, no cigarette. We'll vote and then we'll smoke. We'll smoke. 2 minutes. Two
5,
minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
2, 5. So I'm giving you 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The bells. Sergeant at Arms, can you please close the doors? Honorable members, please settle down. Doors, please. Okay, honorable members, please settle down. Please settle. Honorable members, ki bolela ga kae hle rra? Okay. The secretary will now read out the names of members. The secretary will now read out the names of members. Members are requested in terms of Rule 111, subsection 2, to stand and voice yes or no when your name is called. Kindly respond loudly as your vote is being recorded. The yes and no can be in any of the 11 languages. But please don't be too creative too. Yes or no in any of the official languages. The roll call can be taken. Secretary, read out the names of the members.
A. Lesofie,
Yes.
N. Nkomo Ralioko.
Yes.
L. Imakubela.
Yes.
T. Mutara.
Yes.
L. I. Maile.
Yes.
KP Diale Tabela.
Yes.
PJ Mamabolo.
Yes.
NM Shakaza Manamela. NM Shakaza Manamela. MM Mfikwe.
Kedumen.
MD Chopin.
Yes.
LH Mehwe.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Just hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
You
on.
can't let them in.
We're not out of conference, we're here.
Of course you will.
We were here. There's no door here. There's no door there. There's no door there.
Yeah, no, honorable members, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, this has never happened before that we interrupt the voting, but it was necessary. I'll make an announcement after that, after we are done. Let's proceed. No, she responded. Go to the next person.
Yes.
Yes.
NF Mazibuko.
Ngiyavuma.
MK Chiloane.
Yes.
V Ramokupa. V Ramokupa.
Proceed.
E Botha.
Yes.
P Stoltenkamp. G Dishniman.
Yes.
A Musai.
Ewe.
V Gentile.
Ewe ndiyavuma.
Dr. TC Choko.
Yes.
Tindlovu.
Yes.
Dr. B. Imasuku.
Extam ya.
T. Tinkani.
Scientifically, yes.
AB Gaba,
Yes.
M Skosana,
Yebo.
BA Mashave,
Yes.
SD Nyati,
Yes.
ND Lebo,
Yes.
Dr. N.E. Mukheti,
Yes.
okay. Advocate B.E. Litswalo,
Yes. Mazabadela kwemeya.
M. Sesedinyane,
Yebo.
D. Chabere,
Yes.
M. Shongo,
Yes.
N. Muhobe,
Yes.
T. Kunene,
Yebo.
N. Imeso,
Yes.
S. Tim Simanga,
No, ma'am.
M. Moriarty,
No.
Dr. J.B. Bloom, Dr. J.B. Bloom, P. Makwala,
Yes, Speaker.
Advocate A. Alberts,
Abstain, buitestemme.
What? Abstain. Abstain. Abstain.
Doc-
Buitestemme.
Okay.
Alberts, can you please repeat what you said? Honorable Alberts.
Abstain.
Aring. Just
Bishop D. Adams,
Oh, okay. Proceed.
Bishop D. Adams,
Yes.
B.W. Dlamini, R. Nteke,
Why is
No,
it
no, no.
B.W. Dlamini, okay, B.W. Dlamini, he's not, okay.
Proceed.
R. Nteke,
No, once again.
M. Waters, B. Engelbrecht,
I do not support.
A.J. Fuchs,
No.
M.C. Rota,
No.
M. Chwaku, F. Ngobeni,
Yes.
J.C. Moody,
Yes.
Imure, Imure,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Honorable members, and I'm going to ask you again. This is a vote. We have to hear the responses of the members. Otherwise, you will be disputing the outcome. So, ke a le kopa. Ke kopa le itshwareng. Please be honorable. Please proceed.
A. Ali,
Yes.
N. Diaher,
No.
A. Silias, A. Silias, okay. E. Duplessis,
No.
M. San, M. San, C. Bosch,
No.
M.S. Shabalala,
No.
M. Maluka,
Yes.
B. Makene,
Yes.
M. Masoleng,
Yebo ngiyavuma.
L. Masilela,
Yes.
F. Ngobeni,
Yes.
N. Dunga,
Yes, Speaker.
K. Po,
Amayebo yebo.
Robinson,
No.
S.J. Dos Santos,
No.
Omar Zivatila,
No.
M. Hicklin,
No.
J. Miller,
No.
Z. Rasilingwane,
No.
N. Van Dijk,
No.
L. De Jager,
No.
R. Abrams,
Ek stem ten volle saam met die begroting. Baie dankie.
T. Sitika,
Yes.
T.
Yes.
Sitika,
Yes.
F. J. Mulder,
Abstain.
Makwala achichi le murau.
Can I still vote, Speaker? I had a network problem.
Makwala achichi le murau. Uye rona ba pelo tse tata ko pele.
Speaker, can I vote?
Makwala achichi le murau. Uye rona ba pelo tse tata ko pele.
Somebody has muted us.
Amamenem, sizonda mamenem.
Ronyo, into ezinomone.
We have recruited Ngobeni there.
Okay, honorable members, order. Bangkutla batho. Not you. Honorable members, order. No, it's fine. I'm done now. The front desk is done. Or Speaker, where are you? Honorable members. Man, I really must look at the food that you ate today. So here's the outcome of the votes. 50 members voted yes. 20 members voted no. 2 members, 02 abstained.
Unity.
Aye, Honorable Nkani.
Unity Makabani.
Honorable Nkani, please keep quiet. Honorable Nkani. Okay. So I was at, man. 2 abstained. Yeah. 2 members abstained. 2 members who came in late, their votes are not counted. I said I will announce. 1 member has not voted. There's 1 member who is vacant. We have 1 vacancy, honorable members. The member who has not voted is the Speaker, ne? And 4 members are absent. So, I'm now declaring the results of the House. The yeses, the 50, have it by 50 to 20 of the noes. So the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 is adopted by the House. Okay, we are honorable members, I'm now going to request the whips and leaders of 1-member parties kindly approach the table to verify the count and sign the roll call list. Emma Pele, Deputy Speaker, just hold on. Yeah, no, it's. Honorable members, please take your seats. Liakai. No, come back. All of you, take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. No, the House has not been adjourned. Nangat. You cannot leave the House before the Speaker leaves the House. Honorable members. No man, le tlhabisa khala le herosa dibete. Ba feditse. Okay. The House, the business of that concludes the business of the day. The date of the next meeting will be announced. Thank you. Oh, kajeno hona ne le ntshitse ga Bobo Jane.